Do you know my papa? He loves helping people. Always makes Mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my papa so much.
I just use Mr. Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points, redeem all kinds of rewards, and easy to win hearts too. Senangnya, ini baru Mr. Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mr. Rewards.
Hah? Buat apa tu? Wah. Hey, free barang kepala rumah lah. Thank you, Petronas. Petronas, let's go!
Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di PAM atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
Good morning, everybody. Stage 7 of PETRONAS, the Langkawi 2025, the longest stage between Malacca and Medini, over 214.9 kilometers. Official start has just been given. Stage 7 is on. Good luck, everybody. Le départ officiel vient d'être donné. Bonne chance à tous.
Oh no, here we go.
Looks like that Alan Rickler.
Oktober 2025, pandangan udara daripada Tangkak, Johor Darul Takzim untuk peringkat yang terakhir, peringkat yang ke-8, 30 darjah Celsius menanti para pelumba menuju ke penamat dan juga pengakhirannya hari ini PETRONAS LTdL Langkawi 2025 di Bandaraya Kuala Lumpur berhadapan dengan bangunan yang cukup ikonik, iaitu bangunan Menara Berkembar PETRONAS KLCC. Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera kepada anda semua. Saya Akbar Sari tampil buat kali yang ke-8 untuk perlumbaan di mana PETRONAS LTdL Langkawi 2025 ini dibawakan kepada anda oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan KBS dan juga Majlis Sukan Negara MSN dan juga ditaja oleh PETRONAS. Jadi kepada anda semua, jangan lupa untuk meletakkan hashtag #BeatTheHeat sekiranya ada posting-posting yang anda ingin letakkan di mana-mana platform media sosial milik anda sendiri. Dan secara langsung sebenarnya perlumbaan ini dibawakan kepada anda daripada peringkat yang pertama sehingga hari ini di saluran Astro Arena dan juga di platform YouTube dan juga Facebook LTdL dan juga Majlis Sukan Negara. Hari ini, hari yang terakhir, hari penutup tirai bagi perlumbaan jelajah ini dan debarannya semakin memuncak. Seperti biasa, perkongsian daripada Olimpian kita iaitu bekas pelumba yang berkayuh di LTdL, adik Usaini Osman. Today is the last day. Okey, silakan.
Alright, peringkat ke-8 hari ini sudah jauh 180 km dan sudah pasti Akbar untuk perebutan jersey utama ni hari ni saya rasa memang agak rancak untuk kita lihat dan juga kita ulas nanti sebab perlombaan hari ini masih terbuka dan sudah pasti
untuk semua jersey utama.
Ya, betul. Sudah pasti Jory Dilbov hari ini mungkin dia sedikit orang cakap goyang.
Okey, siapa yang goyang? Sama-sama kita tunggu. Baik, kepada anda semua kita recap semula kedudukan pelumba-pelumba untuk race malam, peringkat yang ke-7, kedudukan keseluruhan dan jersey rebutan. Dan kita mulakan untuk perlumbaan GC. Selepas 7 peringkat, Yoris Delbov di tangga yang teratas Total Energies, tapi 6 saat saja di belakangnya adalah pelumba Yanis Boysat dan juga Anders Hallen Johansson. 6 saat saja dia ketinggalan di belakang Delbov. Sementara itu bagi KBS JC Oren, Raja Pecut sekarang ini Ellen Blikra dicabar oleh Avid Diklan dengan hanya beza 4 mata sahaja. Manuel Penalve di tangga yang ketiga. Dan cerita untuk JC Bubbles O2 Paul Cadot untuk Raja Bukit Patrick Eddy. Hari ini dia akan dicabar oleh Jambajan Senbaya kerana kedudukan terikat 15 mata 3 bukit menanti mereka pada hari ini. Dan ini pula kedudukan bagi JC rakan muda JC putih terbaik Asia yang sekarang ini dipegang oleh Nikolja Vinokurov, pelumba XDS Astana, Jambatan Saint Baya, cuba untuk mencabarnya juga pada hari ini. Okey, baik. Dari siapakah? Apakah akan ada perubahan? Sudah pasti hari ini kita nak tengok. Kerana hari ini adalah hari penentunya untuk semua jersey rebutan. Tetapi sebelum kita bicarakan dengan lebih lanjut mengenai perlumbaan peringkat yang ke-8, apa kata kita bersama dengan pasukan media Majlis Sukan Negara MSN untuk laporan terakhir mereka. PETRONAS Letua Dilangkawi 2025. Saksikan.
Letua Dilangkawi sinonim dengan aksi kayuhan bertaraf dunia. Namun di sebalik kejayaan penganjuran sejak 3 tahun lalu, ada satu pasukan yang tidak pernah berhenti bekerja siang dan malam, iaitu pasukan Majlis Sukan Negara. Tahun ini 2025 menjadi detik terakhir mereka sebagai penggerak utama perlumbaan berprestij ini. Sejak 2023, Majlis Sukan Negara telah memikul tanggungjawab besar memastikan LTdL bukan sahaja terus bertahan, malah lebih tersusun dan gah di mata dunia. Dari logistik, keselamatan, protokol hinggalah kepada hubungan dengan media global, semuanya digalas dengan penuh dedikasi. Setiap laluan merentasi negeri, setiap hentian pentas perlumbaan adalah hasil koordinasi rapi. Puluhan agensi disatukan, inilah wajah sebenar kerja berpasukan yang jarang dilihat penonton. Bagi mereka, LTdL bukan sekadar acara sukan, ia adalah amanah, tanggungjawab dan kebanggaan negara. Setiap peluh dan penat lelah yang dicurahkan selama 3 tahun terakhir ini telah melakar kenangan yang tidak ternilai. Pengarah acara LTdL yang juga pengarah bahagian pengurusan acara dan sukan MSN, Muhammad Safrul Saha Yusof berkata, tanggungjawab yang digalas amat berat dan beliau bersama keluarga besar LTdL berdepan satu cabaran besar. Bukan sahaja menganjurkan sebuah perlumbaan, tetapi untuk mencipta satu penanda aras baharu bagi LTdL.
Memang menjadi satu cabaran yang besar pada kami to make sure that kejohanan penganjuran pada LTdL pada kali ini on the technical part dan juga pengurusan part berjalan dengan lancar untuk make sure that kita kekal relevan. Untuk Malaysia, still lagi diberi penghormatan oleh pihak UCI melalui PKBM untuk menganjurkan kejohanan ini.
Selain komitmen, beliau turut memuji dedikasi yang ditunjukkan pegawai dan anggota MSN yang terlibat dalam menjayakan LTdL saban tahun.
Dan yang dipilih ni bagi saya lah, benda ni tak akan berlaku kalau tanpa usaha keras you all, very good understanding daripada you all, memahami tugas yang perlu dilaksanakan and very commitment yang ditunjukkan. That is the beauty one yang ada, spirit yang ada, komitmen yang ada di kalangan pegawai MSN. Please keep it up benda macam tu, sebab sebenarnya we are MSN, we know what to do, kita deliver yang terbaik. Itu yang bagi saya lah menggalas tugas yang berat pada kali bila saya melihat semua pegawai MSN ni. I'm really touching, I'm really proud with you all. You know what to do and you deliver the best. Automatically menjadikan LTdL pada kali ini antara yang paling bagus dilaksanakan.
Dengan semangat kerja berpasukan dan keazaman yang tinggi, MSN telah berjaya meninggalkan satu legasi, iaitu membuktikan bahawa Malaysia mampu menganjurkan perlumbaan bertaraf dunia dengan cemerlang dan menjadi tuan rumah terbaik. Dedikasi MSN sejak 2023 membuktikan bahawa kejayaan LTdL bukan sahaja milik pelumba di podium tapi juga mereka yang berada di belakang tabir. Dan apabila tirai LTdL 2025 dilabuhkan, ia bukan sekadar menutup satu lagi edisi tapi turut menandakan penghujung perjalanan pasukan MSN sebagai penganjur utama.
Baik, terima kasih Nia Adrina bersama dengan pasukan media MSN yang menyediakan pakej terbaik setiap hari untuk tontonan anda sepanjang perlumbaan PETRONAS Letua Dilangkawi 2025. Okey, baik. Kalau saya tanya anda, apa momen terbaik anda sepanjang mengikuti PETRONAS LTdL 2025? Saya rasa banyak. Tetapi kami akan memilih 3 antara momen yang akan terus terpahat di fikiran kita setiap kali kalau kita ingat LTdL 2025. Dan salah satu daripadanya ialah kehilangan pendahulu jersey keseluruhan iaitu Matteo Malucelli. Okey, baik. Adik Usaini, ni antara momen-momen di Italian Job undone. Nampaknya nak kena sambung bila? Tamu tahun depan. Jawabnya ya tak? Matteo Malucelli terjatuh antara Shah Alam ke Port Dickson. Dia jatuh, tak dapat kayuran untuk baki perlombaan. Kehilangan Malucelli, apa kesannya kepada LTdL?
Sudah pasti memang orang cakap impak yang besar juga untuk PETRONAS itu Langkawi untuk edisi kali ini, kerana kehilangan Matteo Malucelli. Kita tahu akan sedikit orang cakap nak melihat Matteo Malucelli ini untuk membuat pecutan di garisan penamat ini. Ya, kita sedikit orang cakap tidak menarik untuk dilihat.
Serinya hilang.
Serinya hilang, betul.
Sikitlah.
Ya, betul. Tapi nak cakap lebih, kita pun tak tahu atas Matteo Malucelli sebab dia tahu dia punya condition macam mana. Kalau dia nak teruskan pun actually risiko untuk dia dan kita tahu dan juga kita harap Matteo Malucelli getting back to the saddle soon lah, sebab apa yang saya tahu dia akan pergi ke Tour of Thailand selepas ini bersama pasukan SDS Astana untuk lebih kurang 10 peringkat juga di China.
Okey, all the best kepada Matteo Malucelli untuk perlombaan yang seterusnya. Terima kasih penampilan hebat anda setakat peringkat yang ke-6. Okey, yang kedua tahu tak apa dia? The best moment semalam tu Aiman Rosli. Saya sampai hari ni saya duk ingat Aiman boleh menang, tapi tak apalah. Okey, dia dah naik podium tempat yang kedua. Pain to Podium. Itu tajuk yang dipilih oleh penerbit kita. Jadi bagaimana anda melihat kemunculan penampilan terbaik Aiman Rosli?
Ya, Aiman Rosli mengembalikan zaman saya, Anwar Manan, Harif Saleh dan juga Zamri serta Nik Muhammad Azwan yang boleh dikatakan memang betul-betul usaha. Kita usaha betul-betul untuk mendapatkan podium 3 terbaik untuk peringkat ni memang bukan senang. Akbar, kalau kita lihat Aiman daripada hari pertama, peringkat pertama di Langkawi Island, cuba untuk membuat pemecahan dan untuk sampai ke garisan penamat secara solo tu kemungkinan di situ begitu sukar sedikit. Tapi Aiman, kalau kita lihat, dia memang setiap hari cuba dan dan semalam apa yang lebih manis, perlombaan tamat di tempat kelahiran beliau di Johor. Dan dia deliver untuk berada di kedudukan kedua terbaik untuk peringkat semalam. Akbar.
Okey, dan kita juga terkejut dan terperanjat apabila dia melakukan pecahan seawal kilometer ke-40 sampai ke Johor Medini. Dia terus berada di hadapan. Ini kita kena tabik, kena salute lah kepada Nur Aiman Rosli. Seterusnya, momen yang menjadi pilihan kami, Joris Delboff. Kita tak fokus pun dengan rider ni, kan? Fraser Power. Betul tak? Nama dia langsung tak ada dalam list kita. Tapi di Fraser Hill, kita tengok bagaimana dia menamatkan secara solo. Ni nampak di kaki televisyen sekarang, secara solo untuk pendakian Fraser.
Baik, Joris Delboff daripada pasukan Total Energy. Jika hari ini dia berjaya mengekal jersey pendahulu, jersey hijau PETRONAS, sudah pasti akan menjadikan perlombaan kedua beliau memenangi GC. Yang kita tahu sebelum ni beliau pernah memenangi Tour of Alsace pada edisi 2024 untuk GC keseluruhan, dan tahun ini sekali lagi dia berjaya mengukir nama beliau untuk perlombaan berstatus 2 Pro Series ni. Jadi kita harap Joris dan juga teammate beliau dapat sama-sama bekerjasama dan juga dalam masa sama protect dia punya jersey, kerana
jersey keseluruhan
3 pelomba Yunis, Ellen dan juga Andrea May masing-masing ketika ini masa hanya 6 saat saja perbezaan beliau dengan 3 pelomba ini. Jadi mungkin sengit untuk kita lihat pada hari ini.
Okey, nampaknya tim World Tour terpaksa menyerah kepada tim Pro untuk menyaksikan jersey keseluruhan ni akan dimiliki oleh pasukan mungkin Total Energies melalui Yoris Delbov. Baik. Macam biasa, Lily Hamzah ada pakej istimewa yang disediakan untuk kita melihat di mana bagaimanakah suasana di awal di Tangkak untuk permulaan perlumbaan peringkat yang ke-8 pada hari ini. Jom kita bersama dengan Lily Hamzah.
Baik, ketika ini saya berada di Tangkak, Johor, lokasi permulaan bagi peringkat ke-8 dan peringkat terakhir untuk saingan Petronas LTdL di Langkawi 2025. Suasananya cukup meriah. Sekitar kawasan sudah menyaksikan ramai yang dah hadir, banyak jualan, cuaca baik, dan yang menariknya pengunjung juga akan disajikan dengan persembahan Zafin di belakang saya. Satu sentuhan budaya yang cukup popular di Johor. Pelumba bakal menempuh jarak sejauh 180.5 km dari Tangkak dan berakhir di Menara Berkembang Petronas Kuala Lumpur. Selepas kejayaan besar Aiman Rosli semalam yang mencipta sejarah bagi pelumba Malaysia muncul sebagai salah seorang penang di podium, tumpuan kini terarah kepada pasukan tempatan. Of course, adakah mereka mampu mengulangi kejayaan itu lagi? Dan lebih-lebih lagi dengan kenderaan seperti pelumba-pelumba yang sangat memberi cabaran besar kepada mereka seperti Matteo Malusiali, dan peluang untuk pelumba tempatan menonjol itu semakin terbuka. Namun cabaran tetap ada datang daripada pelumba seperti Arvid Dekline, pelumba Belanda yang kini menjadi pilihan utama untuk menamatkan LTdL Langkawi 2025 dengan kemenangan berganda. Apapun, jom saya nak seru semua orang ramai untuk hadir di sekitar lokasi penamat di finishing line untuk sama-sama kita berikan sorakan kepada pelumba-pelumba tempatan kita dan experience sendiri kerancakan kemeriahan sebelum kita menutup tirai saingan Petronas LTdL di Langkawi 2025. Jangan lupa untuk hadir dan berikan sokongan anda dengan hashtag #BeatTheHeat.
Baik, terima kasih Lily Hamzah dengan laporan dari Tangkak. Itu permulaan untuk peringkat terakhir, peringkat yang ke-8 Petronas LTdL di Langkawi 2025. Hari ini sejauh 180.2 km. Okey, silakan adik untuk peringkat yang ke-8, 3 bukit menanti mereka.
Baik, peringkat ke-8 edisi ke-29 Petronas LTdL Langkawi, kita lihat ada 3 zon pecutan yang dipertandingkan hari ini, dan selepas zon pecutan kedua kita akan lihat ada satu Cat 3 di Setul, dan selepas itu di Semenyih. Sekali lagi sprint yang terakhir untuk hari ini, dan apa yang menarik di Bukit Hantu ini kategori 2 yang dipertandingkan, dan juga di Ampang Loop Point. Ini menunjukkan perlombaan hari ini di saat-saat akhir saya rasa kemungkinan besar akan lebih rancak dan juga menarik untuk kita lihat. Dan hari ini 180 km peringkat terakhir, 3 zon pecutan dan juga 3 zon pendakian yang ditawarkan.
Okey, itu cerita mengenai laluan hari ini. 3 zon pecutan, 3 zon pendakian, penamat yang memang dramatik, terutamanya di Bukit Hantu dan juga di Ampang Lookout Point. Jadi orang Ampang stand by dekat tepi jalan. Okey, baik. Legenda, the living legend yang beraksi di perlumbaan Petronas LTdL di Langkawi. Siapa lagi kalau bukan Alexander Christoph, pelumba pasukan Uno X Mobility. Semalam dia terjatuh, tetapi dia tetap legenda yang diberikan, orang kata diangkat namanya oleh rider-rider lain di Petronas LTdL 2025. Okey, jom kita saksikan ini antara pakej terbaik PN tentang Alexander Christoph, the living legend.
Liking being here in Langkawi, Malaysia?
Yeah, it's first time for me in Malaysia, and yeah, I like it so far. So I look forward for this week.
Weather all being good and kind to you, climatized?
Yeah, seems like polite people and very happy to see us. So yeah, I'm enjoying my stay.
he's obviously a legend.
I think for a Norwegian cyclist, he's maybe the best of all time, together with Tour.
Seen him on television for a long time.
He's obviously super talented and.
Yeah, even if he finishes without wins here in Tangkak, he already done a super good career, a super good year, and he has nothing more to prove.
Odyssey, a journey fought in green, glory and northern fire. Alexander Kristoff dilahirkan pada 5 Julai 1987 di Oslo, Norway, dan dia diberi gelaran The Stavanger Stallion. Dan dia pernah memenangi 4 peringkat perlombaan Grand Tour de France, iaitu pada 2014, 2018 dan juga pada 2020. Arik Usaini Osman, bagaimana anda nak describe tentang Alexander Kristoff? Ya, dia naik beca sekarang.
Alexander Kristoff memang pelumba legenda, bukan di pesada Asia tapi di pesada dunia. Dia ibarat seperti kalau pemain bola Lewandowski, pelumba yang orang cakap berasal daripada Norway ni sudah pasti menjadikan anak-anak muda ataupun pelumba-pelumba muda bukan di Asia saja tapi di dunia sebagai menjadikan dia sebagai idola. Betul.
Okey, sekali kejap. Tu yang kaya baju hitam tu Anwar Manan kan?
Ya, Anwar Manan.
Anwar Manan mengayuh beca membuat Alexander Kristoff. Jadi ini momen ini merupakan honor of God.
Yes.
Di mana para pelumba-pelumba akan berbaris di kiri dan kanan untuk memberikan penghormatan kepada Alexander Kristoff kerana di PETRONAS LTdL Langkawi 2025 ini menjadi penampilan terakhir Alexander Kristoff dalam lumba basikal secara profesional. Jadi mereka diberikan penghormatan oleh kesemua pelumba-pelumba yang melakukan honor of God akan berdiri, dia akan lalu di tengah-tengah nanti. Ini satu penghormatan tertinggi untuk beliau ni, Adik.
Ya, sudah pasti Akbar. Of course, view ini bukan hanya sekadar ditonton di Malaysia saja, sudah pasti akan disiarkan di worldwide, di seluruh dunia momen-momen ini untuk Alexander Kristoff. Jadi Alexander Kristoff 4 kali pemenang peringkat di Tour de France, Milan-San Remo, perlombaan yang paling klasik, dan juga Tour Flanders. Dia merupakan pelumba yang memang orang cakap betul-betul bagi saya, dia pun ibarat seperti idola saya. Dan untuk kalau ikutkan di sini, ibarat Akbar, ia seperti pemain bola, iaitu Lewandowski.
Robert Lewandowski. Lewandowski dah pun dah menghampiri 40, dia masih lagi beraksi dalam bola sepak profesional. Tapi okey, selalunya untuk pelumba-pelumba seusia Kristoff umur 38 macam ni kan. Okay, tapi tak apa, kita nak enjoy momen ni dulu. Dia diraikan, wow, saya rasa memang goosebump betul lah, sebab momen ini memang tahniahlah kepada yang mencadangkan momen ini untuk diadakan apabila dia diberi penghormatan sebegini. Okey, baik. Biasanya kalau dia akan bersara terus ataupun untuk pro, tapi untuk mungkin dah umur 38 ni biasanya dia akan terus bersara atau akan slowly masuk event kecil-kecil dan terus bersara ke macam mana?
Kebiasaannya kalau kita lihat sebelum ni, Mark Cavendish bersara dan juga perlombaan terakhir beliau di Singapore criterium race, dan kali ini kita boleh lihat Kristoff memilih Malaysia sebagai dia punya perlombaan terakhir untuk beliau sebelum bersara. Tapi sudah pasti selepas ini Kristoff dia sudah pasti mempunyai plan beliau itu sendiri. Of course, kemungkinan besar kalau kita lihat pasukan Tudor yang sebelum ini, kita lihat Fabian Cancellara merupakan bos kepada pasukan tudung ini, merupakan ex-cyclist dan juga seorang lagi legenda daripada Switzerland. Dia menubuhkan tim beliau sendiri dan juga Alexander Vinokurov daripada Kazakhstan yang menubuhkan pasukan SDS Astana ini. Dan sudah pasti saya rasa Christoph kemungkinan besar dia akan buat dia punya own team ataupun pro tour ataupun world tour team, sudah pasti. Kerana itu menjadikan dream untuk setiap pelumba-pelumba yang bertaraf world tour.
Baik, sekarang ini di hadapan ini adalah 4 pemegang jersey utama, jersey hijau Petronas, jersey oranye KBS, jersey polkadot Bubble O2 dan juga jersey putih rakan muda selaku terbaik Asia. Okey. Dash Wars, no breaks, just stay. Oh, tak break habislah. Alan Blikra dan juga Arvid Declan, mereka dibezakan hanya 4 mata sahaja untuk perebutan jersey oranye KBS adik Usaini. Apakah Arvid Declan mampu memadam kelebihan yang dimiliki oleh Blikra?
Baik, kalau dilihat di sini Arvid dan juga Blikra hanya 4 saja mata jurang antara beliau. Sudah pasti hari ini untuk Arvid sampai di KLCC untuk membuat kejutan kemungkinan agak sukar kerana ada 2 kategori, 2 pendakian yang ditawarkan di babak-babak 30 km yang terakhir. Dan sudah pasti Arvid akan cuba untuk sekurang-kurangnya berada di dalam kedudukan posisi yang terbaik dan juga berada di pendakian yang terbaik.
Okey, mereka akan dilepaskan pada jam 12.30 hari sharp. Okey. Mission Impossible untuk 3 pelumba di belakang Joris Dilbov. Ini dia Mission Impossible, the final reckoning. Yanis Voisat, Anders Halen Jonassen, and then Mech. Mampukah mereka untuk merampas jersey keseluruhan daripada Joris Dilbov?
Baik, sudah pasti ketiga-tiga pelumba ini, Yanis, Andres dan juga Andre Meh, ketiga-tiga pelumba ini mereka berkongsi 6 saat perbezaan mereka dengan Joris Dilbov. Dan sudah pasti seperti yang saya katakan tadi, ketiga-tiga pelumba ini akan memastikan akan memberi tentangan sengit kepada Joris Dilbov.
Okey, baik. Kita tak sempat nak bicara mengenai polkadot dan juga jersey rakan muda jersey putih kerana kita akan terus ke Tangkak di Johor Darul Takzim untuk menyaksikan secara langsung peringkat terakhir PKL ke-8 Petronas Letuh Langkawi 2025 live Beat the Hit bersama dengan kulas Izwan, Muhammad Noor dan Izzat Roslan. Silakan.
A good afternoon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a good afternoon. Today is the finale of this year's edition of Petronas Letuh Langkawi. We're coming to an end of the 29th edition, and it's lack of anything but excitement so far. Today's stage will take the riders across 4 different states in one go. So basically from the southern state to pretty much halfway up of the Peninsula Malaysia, from Tangkak to Kuala Lumpur, where the riders will cross 4 different states almost. So Johor, Malacca, Negeri Sembilan, and also back to Kuala Lumpur, finishing it off in the iconic Twin Tower, Petronas Twin Tower, KLCC. So it's definitely been an interesting Tour of Langkawi so far, Danny.
Yeah, we certainly been entertained yesterday. It was absolutely fantastic. For those viewers who watched the race, for those who missed out the race, please go back into the YouTube and watch the video again, because that was an absolutely exciting thriller. Even though there was 214 kilometers, it was a very long distance. Everybody expected a bunch of sprint.
Exactly.
It turns out the Malaysians Trengganu cycling team, Aiman Rosli, drive the breakaway, and he kept going solo. And then 15 kilometers to the finish, it was almost certain that he was going to be caught. Was just about 30 seconds of lead, and the Unibail Rocket sent out their rocket, 15K to the finish.
That's right.
Zeb Kiffen, and went on a solo attack and bridge across to Aiman Rosli, and drove the 2 men all the way to the finish line and ahead of the charging peloton, and that delivered the first Malaysian podium stage finish podium in I believe in 4 years.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
And just a brief correction, like I don't know, the excitement felt like it was a stage win, but obviously it was a monumental task. Because Ayman Rosli was in the breakaway for almost 150 kilometers, and it was certainly seems going to be caught. And then the Zep from Unibet Rocket, Zep Kiffen from UK, riding for the French team, launched a fantastic blistering attack. It was like it was literally like a rocket shot out of a cannon, and he went all the way to he bridged across to Ayman, and Ayman couldn't contribute, but then he just kept going and took the stage victory. So I mean, that certainly felt like a victory for Malaysia, but actually Ayman Rosli is there are several other great riders, Malaysian riders have podium, including our very own in the TV studio, Adi Guzman, who have got third in 2017.
Yep.
And also that time riding for Trengganu cycling team, and another Trengganu cycling team rider, Zamri Saleh, who is the older brother of Habri Saleh. That's still in this year's edition. That he also got the third place in 2015.
Okay.
And
exactly 10 years ago.
10 years ago, yeah. And then one more, Nick. From PDRM, from representing, I think that either the Malaysian national team or that time, or could be another Malaysian team, that he also podiumed in Tour Langkawi. So there has been, Anwar Manan and Habri Saleh have podiumed many times. Anwar Manan has won a stage. Habri Saleh have won 3 stages. Yesterday excitement felt like a stage win for Malaysia. As I said, it was a third Malaysian, but they actually there was multiple other Malaysian riders have podium. Just show the depth of the Malaysian cycling. So obviously it's in the biggest race in Asia.
All right, so we don't want to spoil the finish for you. If you haven't watched it, you have to watch this finish. I was talking to my wife, talking about how the finish went down yesterday. I was like, you have to watch it, and obviously she ride bikes as well and understands cycling, the bike racing a little bit. So I just like, you have to watch. It's one of the most epic finish, I guess. For the history of Tour Langkawi, pretty much.
Absolutely. So,
for those of you that are coming, joining us in the live commentary, here it is. We're having a look at the stage. So, starting in Tangkak, Johor, hometown of Ayman Rosli, 39.9 kilometer in. We're going into Alor Gajah in Melaka for first intermediate sprint, and then the second intermediate sprint in Negeri Sembilan in Seremban before the first King of the Mountain in Setul, and then they move to Semenyih for their third intermediate sprint, and then climbing the infamous Bukit Hantu, back-to-back King of the Mountain classification. The third one is at Ampang before finishing it off in front of the PETRONAS Twin Tower. 180.2 kilometer. Definitely a tougher profile than yesterday's longest stage of this year's edition. We're going to have a look at the course profile. Here it is. Very, very lumpy course. Nothing ridiculously long or high climbs, but definitely a punchy ones that can obliterate the peloton, especially towards the end. So initially we talked about how we had a bit of a clip earlier in our live feed, basically giving Alexander Kristoff his, I guess, final salute. We did have a guard of honor just now. All the riders in the race are just lining up, bring their bike in, like I said, in a vertical manner, and then spun their wheels. So it's been like a bit of a tradition in the last couple of years, sending off riders who are retiring in that particular race, considering, I guess, this is the last race for Alexander Kristoff.
For a legendary rider. Certainly have done a lot for cycling, for Norway as well. And hopefully we will see him maybe in a team car in the future as a DS, and certainly a rider with a lot of experience. That was a very nice send-off, and that was and the person riding the rickshaw was no other than the first Malaysian who ever won a stage in the Tour Langkawi, Anwar Manan.
That's it. Sprinter carrying sprinter.
Another legendary sprinter. So what a nice way to to send Christoph to retirement. Even though he didn't get a stage 99 or 100 victory, but I think he has shown his class, resilience, and his bike racing is unpredictable. But we certainly wish him very best in the future.
For sure. I mean, considering like for us, we saw yesterday getting a second placing in the stage is a big deal, right? It's not even a first place. It's a big deal for us like viewers from Malaysia, even for Malaysian cyclists to be up there in a race such as Tour Langkawi is a big deal. But imagine 98 pro career wins in some of the biggest stages, Tour de France, Grand Tours. We're talking about one of these, Milan San Remo, Tour of Flanders. A lot of these like super tough race with high caliber riders. So it's nothing easy. So so it's definitely a well celebrated career for Alexander Kristoff from Uno X.
Yeah, right, absolutely. Just getting a message from Muzari, who is another local cycling legend, Malaysia back in 1999. I think we have polka dot first man polka dot jersey on stage 2. National team has won the overall GC. But yeah, we were talking about just a stage victory. So the Malaysian is no stranger on the podium. Absolutely, many we have seen Ayman Zarif, who have been on the KOM jersey, have won the KOM jersey in the past. So he's certainly certainly many Malaysian cyclists has gone to the Tour de Langkawi podium, and that's why we wanted to keep this great race going, because they certainly inspire a lot of young cyclists, the future cyclists, to come out and join the sports of cycling, and hopefully one day to be on the podium of the Tour de Langkawi.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's definitely a stepping stone. We've talked a lot about throughout. We talked about it throughout the commentary, how big names actually previously race here in Tour Langkawi, and then normally a lot of these bigger teams would send their developing riders into Tour Langkawi to see how they can perform in the biggest stage. Not just a development for the local racing, but also the bigger races in, I guess, in the grand scheme of things. But I think more importantly for Langkawi and for the local development of cycling scene, it's definitely a huge, I guess, eye opener just to see how things are, and I guess just to see where they are in comparison to the best riders in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. So meanwhile, we're looking at the live action at the front of peloton. It's very calm before the last I think an exciting day. The riders they have an 8.5 kilometer neutral. But although today the distance is not it's not short by any means. It's 180k. Yeah. And just earlier we saw in an interview with the race leader, above from the Total Energy, and he mentioned like typically like big races like Tour de France, and the last stage is sometimes it's just a procession, right? Just to show, and there's no real racing going on, and just more of a show to the public, to the fan. But however, at Tour de Langkawi, as in most cases, in most of the smaller races, the last day is still a battle for the overall general classification. We have talked about earlier the KOM classification fight is very much on, because we know two riders has equal on the points. Yes. That's Patrick Eddy from the Picnic Post NNL, and also Sayan Baya from the Bogus.
Bogus Bopele BH.
Bopele, I was trying to make sure I say it correctly. Bopele BH. I know I always short form Bogus BH, so apologize for that. There's two riders have the same points, 15 points. So the result of today, certainly of the later KOM points, certainly going to count for the overall KOM classification, and as well as the orange jersey, the KBS orange jersey, by no means is done, because we know Aaron Brickler, it's from Uno X, is just leading by merely 4 points ahead of Alvin Decline. That's right. Of the Tudor Pro, and Alvin Decline obviously has been on top of finishing ahead of Brickler on every head-to-head, I say the the sprint. So obviously yesterday he was even though they were finishing third, but the order of the sprinting was Alvin Decline. They were still fighting for the KBS points classification. It was Alvin Decline, followed by Brickla, and then followed by Peneve of the Poti Visit Malda. So now this is the 3 top sprinter in the race, and also an interview earlier showed that Spanish. I mean, there has been many Italian victory in Tour Langkawi. The Spanish team, Spanish rider has still not able to come out with a victory, which is surprising. I mean, Spain is a major cycling nation. We have seen likes of Valverde, so obviously Eric Mas, and obviously there are many great cyclists that coming out of Spain, so they have not able to come up with a victory in the Tour Langkawi. So maybe we should invite more Spanish team coming next year as well.
That's right.
Just give them a better opportunity.
Exactly.
But yeah, certainly Peneve is looking forward. But however, with a 2 mountain fairly close to the finish, and not easy mountain, 2 category 2 climb, and you have done them many times, I'm sure, is that these are not so-called the sprinters climb, right? So it does get close to 10% in some point for sure. So it's not super long or super high, but it does get pretty steep, and it is not. And with the finishing line, literally just 10K at the bottom of a climb, bottom of the Ampang lookout to the finishing line, and they're going through, some pretty tight streets. So that certainly is going to make an exciting finish. In the past, it has been a bunch sprint. Has been a bunch sprint, and the climbers. A sprinter was able to get over the climb, but I think the situation was different. They weren't really fighting too much, and and I think the couple top sprinter was led by controlled by their team. So, but today could be different. Could be or Alvin Decline maybe felt the legs is good, or maybe Uno X want to launch their attack, trying to drop Alvin Decline on the climb, because I think Brickla is maybe a better climber compared to Alvin Decline. So that could be an opportunity for them. And he also mentioned that they also have a first priority trying to get Johannesson up higher, because he lost 1 position yesterday in the general classification. He went from 2nd to the 3rd because Tudor's climber.
Climber sprinted.
Sprinter.
Won an intermediate sprint.
Well, he won 2 in the day before. He also won another one. The first intermediate sprint. Certainly, by the judging from his stature, you wouldn't think he would be a good sprinter.
He would have the power to sprint.
But he got the best. He got advice from the best sprinter in this year's race currently in Alvin Decline, and stay low, stay arrow. And that was his. That was advice from Alvin Decline. So obviously he took that and used it very impressively.
Absolutely.
So maybe after this, and he can have a sprint competition with Alvin and see who is a better sprinter now.
Yeah, that'd be good for social media content.
Absolutely.
For sure. So we're about to finish off in probably a few kilometers until the flag off. I wouldn't say flag off. The 0 kilometer where they officially start racing. So it'd be interesting to see. Obviously, we're talking about Alvin Decline. I mean, ever since he came to Tour Langkawi in 2023, so the most he would ever get in a particular tour is 2 stage wins. So last year he got 2 stage wins as well. So this year already 2. He already got 2 stage wins. Maybe trying to top it off. Maybe 3 stage wins. To make it, I guess, his new career record or something in a Tour Langkawi. But then again, we talked about how close the battle for general classification. The difference between George Delbove and Yannis is 6 seconds, and then the pretty much 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Yannis, Johannesson, and also Adrian May, they all have the same time gap. So technically, the 2nd podium spot is still up for grabs. And then again, it's going to be an interesting one to go for the maximum time bonus at the end, considering how they will light it up at the top of the climb. But it just really depends how hard the climb is going to be, because it's back-to-back climb. It's not super long. But there are some sections where it's steep. and can really put the hurt on. Yeah, so here we have a look at the hour decline. So definitely a hotter start today because it starts in the middle of the day, 12 p.m. here in Tangkak. So they have 8.5 kilometer of neutral zone.
Yep. And also it will finish in afternoon, late afternoon. So, you know, the rain could potentially, as you're living in the Southeast Asia, tropical weather, you know, generally the rain comes in the afternoon. So that, you know, that could potentially create a havoc for the finish, especially on the descent.
For sure.
But generally the descent is pretty wide and pretty safe road. But however, you know, going to the finishing line, there will be 10K riding in the city. There could be some oil and slick. So we certainly hope all the riders are gonna stay safe. If you know, we hope the rain stays away, obviously. But if the rain does come, we hope all the riders stay safe.
Especially the descent coming down of Ampang. That can be very, very fast. But coming into a T junction where you have that very, I guess, almost like a spiral, like fast
corkscrew. Almost like a corkscrew.
Yeah, almost a corkscrew where you can really, if you can really lean it in at. I don't know, some of these guys probably can keep carrying the space, carrying the speed at about 80 kilometers an hour or something going through those corners. But then again, it can be quite dangerous where it's pretty much come to a T-junction for them to take a right corner at the bottom of the descent there. So, and then it's pretty much a 10K. A 10K, I guess the first kilometer, there's a bit of a roller. But then once you reach that Jalan Ampang, it's a pretty much straight dash coming through the intersection, the famous Jalan Tun Razak intersection, and then straight into the front of KLCC. But the road, once you come into the central Kuala Lumpur, can get quite tight. It's a very narrow 2 lanes, which pretty much just a little bit wider than a single lane here that we see on screen. So yeah, it can get pretty sketchy once they reach Kuala Lumpur. It's going to be a bit of a drag race, but we'll see how it's going to come into the stage today. Although we expected a bunch sprinting yesterday, it ended up in a breakaway. Although we do know that probably the likes of Uno X might want to go on a breakaway and get a maximum time bonus for Anders Hannon Jonathan. So that, you know, that could actually come into play. We had a little bit of a chat before the live commentary. That could actually come into favors for Uno X. Getting Johannesson in the breakaway and potentially saving the maximum points for Ellen Blikra.
Right.
Yeah.
By taking away the points, we're approaching to the kilometer 0. And let's see if there's going to be a immediate attack as soon as flag off.
Yeah, we can see the riders are getting edgy at the moment. The roads are going on a little bit of a tip here. See a very massive convoy at the back there, and 0 kilometer is about to go. Commissaires is about to. Looks like the flag has been waved.
Yeah, and immediately KSPO and 7-Eleven on the front of the group launching an attack, and look like Chaser from Bogos. And followed by another rider.
7-Eleven.
7-Eleven, yeah.
7-Eleven click, just latch on immediately behind the KSPO wheels. Looks like a newly resurfaced road here in Tangkak.
And look like some fruit farm, orchard. Yeah, so my wife corrected me. He says it's not a durian farm, it's a durian orchard because of the fruit. I said, okay, all right, Miss expert in agriculture.
There it is, yeah. So we don't know if any of the local guys know what particular orchard it is. What particular orchard it is one.
But on the left side, look like that's not durian orchard.
No, I don't know. Yeah, maybe not.
Tree. Anyway, back to the front of the race, where these guys are not thinking about orchard or durian. That's a Bogos rider. Look like Wojtek.
Yep, it is. Yeah, it is Wojtek. Yeah, Wojtek minute in front there. Bogos Pele BH, followed by looks like Joseph. He was in the breakaway a little bit yesterday. KSPO rider Edward Bonfoy.
And Uno X immediately acting on the front of the peloton and shut the breakaway attempt down. And followed by Total Energy and the Malaysian cycling team.
Yep, looks like Yusri Sha'ari is there, just in the third wheel of the chasing peloton.
And 7-Eleven rider just pulling off, and after the initial, and it was a very clever. I was here at the KSPO, not done yet. He certainly wants to they have not been able to get away, be able to come up with the results. So certainly they want to try. Today is the last day. Here goes the Malaysian national team.
Yep.
Shari.
Yep, Yusri Shari immediately counter-attacked the breakaway attempt by the 7 KSPO rider.
And look like St. George seems like getting involved and interested in. But immediately Uno X on the front of the peloton now, and I think they want to. I think they want to try again for the intermediate sprint.
Oh yes, for sure.
The first intermediate sprint comes at just 40 kilometer to the from the starting.
Yeah.
And so the first 40 kilometer, it will be intermediate sprint. And here go. Like Uno X is very intelligent. They just sending a rider. I think they're just gonna go into the breakaway and just pleasing them and sitting on them, not contributing to the breakaway. Meanwhile, one rider from Tudor X also going across.
Yep, so Tudor Pro Cycling rider is also trying to come across and join this breakaway. Looks like a Malaysia Pro Cycling team is there. That looks like Declan Trezis. Also from Brisbane, actually. From Brisbane. We haven't seen him the whole tour. He's been sitting in, so finally he's out here in the breakaway. And then there it is, Uno X, and also another rider from Tudor Pro Cycling have made up for this this breakaway attempt. Let's see if the Uno X or also Tudor Pro Cycling will pull any turns, but we see a very active peloton at the back there. They're just rolling turns at the moment, very aggressive racing pretty much every time the stage starts.
Yeah, that's at the back of the peloton. And that's Zep Kiffin, 66. He done a massive job yesterday by winning the stage, so he's taking a little bit easier. Maybe he's going to do another flyer into the last 10K. Wouldn't that be interesting? I mean, wonderful to see.
It was actually sensational. The way he attacked, you know, it's just like, you know, gamble. That's a little bit of bike racing. You have to do it, if otherwise you don't know if that's going to work, right? You have to gamble. You have to gamble. And then there was that moment of hesitation we saw where none of these sprinters team are actually getting organized, right? You always hope for that thing to happen when you're attempting for a breakaway, and that came into their favor. And obviously, you know, Iman Rossi has been in the breakaway for over 150 kilometers. He had no legs left. He was glad that Zep Kiffin came across to him and do the bulk of the work. And obviously, we are viewing it thinking that Iman Rossi was being a, you know, how do I say, it's, you know, he should have helped, you know. He's not being a gentleman. Yeah, he was not being a gentleman by not helping, but I think that was the best decision, because if he had pulled, the peloton would have caught to him.
Exactly.
Right?
Well, there was he tried, even for a moment, he even had a hard time just getting onto the wheels.
We saw there were moments he had there was a gap between Iman and also Zep Kiffin.
He had to dig really deep just to follow, and you know, he trying to follow as best he can into the last 500 meters, and then he I think the last 200 meters he did, you know, they gonna start out the sprint, but he tried, he got up, and then he just had no legs left. He wasn't playing game, so he was doing his best just to follow and to get to the finish, and that's why he is so happy. So happy to come across the finish line.
It's still better when you look at it from a performance standpoint. It's still better for Iman Rossi to be there with Zep Kiffin, you know, because considering how the stature of these two riders. So actually, despite Iman Rossi is being behind Zep, he actually still giving some kind of aerodynamic benefits.
Absolutely.
Because he's basically delaying the amount of drag and suction behind Zep. So actually, he is a little bit helping in a sense, despite he's not pulling.
Right. Exactly. And also, you know, if there were two riders going away in the last 15K, and I think the peloton would have reacted faster, because you know that two fresh leg going on attack would be, you know, signal alarm immediately across the peloton. But however, they knew it was just one rider going across, and then with a rider who has been in the break for 150K, so the peloton hesitated. Definitely, it was only a there was only a Tudor on the front working, one man literally working, and so nobody want to commit. By the time they get organized and realize that they really have to add somebody to the front, it was too late.
That was absolutely too late. I mean, for those of you that haven't watched, you really have to watch the finish. It was absolutely sensational. It was, you know, it was a very nail-biting moment for us here at the commentating chair.
Better than any action movie you're gonna watch. So that's for sure. Here's the breakaway. So you know the breakaway has grown. So this is a pretty big group now. But the peloton seems to be pretty active, stringing on in one line.
Although they have a gap, but absolutely, the peloton is absolutely chasing them now. We've probably got 7 riders now in the breakaway.
Yes, we have 7, 8 riders, and there was a couple riders seem seems like trying to go across as well.
Even one of Malaysian sprinters there. One of Rahman Hamdan is there at the breakaway.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So if you can't win a bunch sprint, you might as well try to go for the intermediate sprints or go for the breakaway attempt, because yesterday certainly worked. So why not today?
Yeah, for sure.
And the St. George rider just waving and trying to get more people go to the front and start working, because there's a little bit too much of looking back, looking around. That's certainly not going to help the chances for breakaway.
Yep.
And the Uno X rider is contributing. He's on the front and working, and I think he wants to go on and try to grab some intermediate sprints.
You'll see Aaron Gate as well in the breakaway.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Aaron Gate is there. Gonzalez is there as well from Solution Tech. Vini Fantini. It looks like Simon Dobby from Uno X. We had to get a visual of which particular rider here from, let's say, Tudor Pro Cycling. So let's see if they can pull it off. Obviously, Peloton is absolutely chasing them down now, strung out.
By podium visit Moda is the one doing the chasing, because they're not present in the breakaway. So we have two riders from Solution Tech, Vini Fantini. So you have the Panamanian champion, Gonzalez, and then you have another rider on the front in the green. But look like the Peloton is, well, they didn't work so cohesively. And Aaron Gay, certainly he can pull out faster than that, and he just had a quick turn and then immediately pull it off. So that's that certainly wasn't a committed breakaway attempt. So let's see if there's going to be a counter attack happening. So still 173 kilometers to go. So it's still a long stage in the front. So yeah, the Uno X rider who was in the break and then just immediately get to the front and trying to control the peloton right now.
All right, let's see. Obviously, we are expecting. Here's a visual in the center of the screen. Ayman Rosli, I guess he was definitely the hero of the country yesterday. Hero for the Johor people as well. You know, he got the whole family and fans at the starting point earlier, where his actual hometown is the town of Tangkak in Johor. Yeah. And basically, Tangkak is the border of Malacca. So it makes sense. They use the traditional trishaw or rickshaw, whatever you want me to call it, to carry Alexander Kristoff for the Guard of Honor. So technically they are already in the state of Malacca as we are speaking. That's just how close the border is.
That's looking at the back of the peloton, Harif Saleh, number 111, just pedaling through. So there's definitely a bit of calm right now. So Uno X on the front, I think they want to control it. Signal to the rest of the breakaway attempt and say they wanted to control it to the at least the first intermediate sprint. With that actually set up perfectly for Yannis, the best sprinter among the G0 contenders. Actually help him to take another intermediate sprint, because he's certainly done well in the last 2 days. So moving up on the classification. So that would be interesting to see, because Yannis already sitting second on the GC now, ahead of Johannesson. So Johannesson lost the spot, and he needs to at least try to fight it on the first intermediate sprint.
Exactly. So it's basically general classification position second and also 4, they have the same time gap. So maybe Unibet Titamal Rockets will want to do something about this situation as well, considering Adrian May is only 4th position, but they have the same time gap between himself, Yannis, and also Johannesson. So potentially they might want to actually send their riders in front, or maybe Adrian May get involved in the the first intermediate sprint as well, just to narrow down the margin between them.
It'll be interesting to see. Meanwhile, the other sprinter, Alva de Klein, number 31, just sitting in the back, having a chat with his compatriot Ednan from the Netherlands as well, riding for the Trengganu cycling team. So one sprinter talking to a climber.
Maybe sharing some sprinting tips as well.
Maybe talk about the weather in the Netherlands right now. Netherlands is certainly a nation full of good cyclists. I have fortunately written alongside some of them. But yeah, they are. I mean, if you ever visit Netherlands, I mean, you see a lot more bicycle than cars.
Oh yeah, for sure, absolutely, absolutely.
Everywhere a bicycle and people just going commuting places by bicycle, and that's the case. I think in a lot of Germany as well. There's bike lane. We certainly hope we see more of that in Malaysia. So it is a Sunday. Kuala Lumpur does have a car-free day.
Yes,
absolutely.
absolutely.
So which is allowed the runners and the cyclists to get out there. And also this morning when I rode through KL, and then it's also the KL Marathon.
Yes,
it's
it
happening
is.
today.
Yeah,
So
it's a busy day for Kuala Lumpur today. A very busy day. Obviously, they have the car-free thing in the morning, and they have the KL Marathon happening as well.
But don't worry. I think by the time the peloton get to the KLCC, all the marathoners are finished for today.
That's right.
They started off hopefully very early. I think 5 to 6 a.m.
Yeah. They start quite early. I think before 5. I think 4:30 or something.
They will start running in the dark, and so they would be finished by 12 o'clock already. So by the time we starting today's race, so no issues. We're not going to run into runners and on the bicycle. But here we go at the.
All right, we're going to listen to an interview actually with Arvid de Klein, seeing what he thinks about today's stage. So we got a visual of Arvid de Klein here. Two-door pro cycling, jersey number 31. There it is, Arvid de Klein. Just hanging about at the back, talking with the Edna van Engelen from his fellow countryman, Dutch cyclist. Here's a look at the front of the peloton. No breakaway attempt just yet. The peloton is still being controlled by Uno X.
Arvid, in the past 2 days, your team has been very smart, and your teammate Yanis Waza, with the climber, has been very fast in the intermediate sprint, so he's now second on GC. What does that mean? Today, your priority is the stage win or the GC?
I think it can go hand in hand, and I think he should aim for a good result also today. It's some climbs in the end. But I'm gonna try to survive, and if it's a big group and I'm there, then we want to sprint with me, and otherwise he can do his own sprint and maybe get some seconds for the GC.
With 3 riders for the second place at 6 seconds, do you think it makes it very difficult for sprinters?
Yeah, maybe they're gonna attack on the climbs. Probably they will attack on the climbs, and then it's to us as sprinters to hold on as long as possible and see if we can hold on or come back. And it's a big fight for GC, but we'll see what happens.
You are used to win 2 stages at the Tour de Langkawi, a third one in Kuala Lumpur near the Twin Towers. How good would that be?
Yeah, that would be insane. Would be super nice to do, and actually that's my goal today. So we'll see how the climbs go, how the body feels after 8 days. But I'm down to try and go for a sprint.
Okay, done. Thank you.
All right, so that is an interview for with Arvid de Klein, the sprinter, also known as one of the favorites of every year still Langkawi since 2023. Yeah, he's definitely trying to turn his fate around. The most he's ever got, like I think we mentioned earlier in the commentary, the most he's ever got since 2023 was 2 stage wins, which is pretty much what he already is now at the moment. 2 stage wins. He's definitely won another one. That's definitely a career high for Tour Langkawi.
Absolutely. These fierce competitors, it's never enough victories, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
And it's still a long way to catch up to Christoph. 98 victories. So these guys are born to race and trying to win. It's just certainly in their blood. I think they just want to rack up as many victories as possible.
All right. Yeah. So here the bunch is very, very, I guess, calm at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very, very calm. Very, I guess, different to the last few stages where it has been pretty much very aggressive in the first part of the race. We haven't seen, calm. I guess some of the stages it took about 60 kilometers before everything calmed down until a breakaway got away.
Yeah.
But yeah, everything at the moment everyone's just happy to just ride along together.
It has been a long race.
Yeah,
it has been a long race. These guys raced the last 7 days non-stop. Typically in the Grand Tour, after 6-7 days, there will be a rest day. So these guys are really stretching onto the very limit of continuous racing. So I'm sure they're glad that today is the last day. Although we did talk to some of the teams, and they are flying off immediately to the next race in China, apparently. So yeah, these guys are, that's the life of a professional cyclist. You go from one race to another. Life of the professional teams, crews, and staff as well. They literally travel so much, spend so much time on the road, away from family, making the sacrifices. But wouldn't it nice another victory that certainly can pay off all the sacrifices, and that's what make it a victory, a win for bike racers so special. It's really not an act. They're not just pumping their chest and acting exhilarating, but it is really that special when you come across the line. You beat 150 other riders on for the day, a couple teammates, but alongside beside them, you beat pretty much everybody else just to get that victory. So it's certainly not easy, and that's what makes cycling victory so special.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. So when you look at it, you're talking about riders that are actually going to head off straight. You saw some of the riders are going to head off straight away at like 8 o'clock tonight.
Yeah.
Pretty much 4 hours after they finish the race. And then some of the riders have a flight later at 2:30 a.m. They can't sleep through. They have to go. They have to get ready to the airport. They've raced for 8 days. Now they gotta take a flight and then get ready for the next race in China.
Yes, exactly.
Tour of Taihu Lake.
Exactly.
Yeah, another 2.0 Pro. 2.0 Pro stage, obviously as
much newer.
Much newer.
It doesn't have the same prestige of the Tour de Langkawi for sure. And it's also just I think it's 3 or 4 days of completely flat race.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess the UCI doesn't have a specific rules about having a complete flat. There's no KOM contest.
All right.
I mean, it's I don't know, but that's also classified as a pro race. But for sure, it's going to be hard. I mean, it's definitely good for the sprinters, but it's also it's going to be hard for trying to break away because it's going to be a complete flat and nowhere to launch the attack. Yeah. So we're going to pause momentarily for another interview.
Lots of people around you today. Are you emotional?
Yeah, I'm happy because it's my hometown and my family is all coming for me. So I'm glad because they are Little Langkawi starting at Tangkak. So I want to say thank you for all my families coming for me, and thank you Little Langkawi for start at my hometown. So thank you everyone for Johor, it support me always. Thank you for everyone.
You did a fantastic race yesterday, second. Have you kept some energy for today's race?
Yeah, hopefully I have a lot of energy because last night I cannot sleep because my body temperature is so very hot. Hopefully today I can do some better for my leg.
Do you like the course with the hills at the end?
Yeah, I very like.
All the best.
Thank you, yeah. Thank you all my family. Come on. Thank you. Come on.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm on Rossi. The whole family is very euphoric this morning.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I think seeing your kid, seeing your son making that sacrifice and then get on the podium in the biggest race in Malaysia, one of the biggest races in Asia. It's like finally paid off, right? That investment. I'm sure you're going to take a lot of family support.
Yeah, for sure,
and family, sacrifices through all the years. And meanwhile, we saw moment of calm, but that's certainly disturbed by the race leader team of the Total Energy.
Total Energy
is full of energy. He's gone on to an attack.
It's totally full of energy. There it is.
So interesting that they. I'm wondering what's the tactic. For a moment, I thought that was Peter Sagan, who has obviously written for the Total Energy.
Yeah. Obviously,
but no longer. But for a moment, I almost thought it was Peter Sagan back in racing with Total Energy there.
Just going low key.
Yeah, there we go. No, it's not. It's not deja vu. Here we go. Back in back in the peloton. But yeah, it's interesting to see like why he went on the attack, but it wasn't a fully committed attack, and then he immediately just looking back to Uno X, and then maybe he felt like the pace was going too slow, and he want to inject a little bit of excitement, and for today.
You do get some of that kind of riders, like when you go like a steady pace, you just get bored, and then just suddenly all of a sudden out of nowhere, just suddenly bump the pace. Just bump the pace a little bit. And cause chaos in the whole group.
But once again, the calm is restored. Uno X just getting back on the front and controlling the pace. Ahead of, I think the Iman Rosalie just sitting like third wheel behind the two.
I wonder what he got planned. Obviously, we saw in the interview, we heard in the interview just now, he couldn't sleep the whole time last night. The climate isn't just affecting the I guess the foreigners, the foreign riders. It's definitely affecting the local riders. I had a bit of a chat with the guys from Malaysia National Cycling Team. Even some of their riders actually experienced some diarrhea issues.
Oh wow!
Yeah. It's just probably the amount of exertion that these guys are doing.
Heat and exertion.
Yeah, the heat and exertion, and definitely lower down your immune system. Right. When you're like absolutely exerting your physical, you're definitely bringing down your immune system, and then you're exposed to all these different climates, raining and heat, and just alternating pretty much every day in the same stage almost. It's definitely causing some toll on the body, and then I think some of these riders that are quite familiar with Southeast Asian racing, they kind of expected it anyway.
Yeah, it's well for the rider living in Southeast Asia, like we see here, Philippines, Malaysia, Thailand. I think they're okay, but still, it is still take a bit of adaptation. It's never easy just to go out there and ride in the middle of the day, hottest time of the day, and with a lot of sunshine and humidity. But look like it's really surprising. A lot of the riders from Europe and from the much colder climate, and they come here and they adapt fairly quickly. That's another trait of the professional cyclist, that you need to have a good adaptation, right? Not only to the climate, the weather, the humidity, as well as time changes. Imagine they are, starting just a week ago they were like 8 hours time zone. They're in the European time zone, or some of them even from Panama, from the America time zone. They have to travel probably somewhere between 15 hours to get over here, and then they're still living in the 12-hour behind time.
For sure.
So I remember the Christopher from at the Terengganu cycling team, the Christopher from Panama, a rider from Panama. So he always he needs a couple days of adaptation for the jet lag. Because daytime and he was sleeping, and the nighttime he's wide awake. So
that's the worst bit of traveling. Like, you have to adapt to the local time zones, that jet lag. But I think some of these guys, professional riders, normally they have an idea of how many days they need to adapt. Considering they've been traveling for a very long time.
So it's just that's all part of the racing. We talk about traveling. These guys are finishing today's race, 8 days of racing. They have barely get a good night's sleep, and some of them are traveling at 2 a.m. To another race. That's why, again, advice for young cyclists: if you're passionate about cycling, the reason you like cycling because it's traveling part of it. Believe me, you don't travel in comfort when you're a professional cyclist.
Absolutely.
And they don't fly first class. They don't fly even business class. And they're going in economy, and they're going from one airport to another airport, suitcase to suitcase. So if you really like, if the traveling part is your favorite part of riding, get a different job, become a pilot, you have a much better time.
I mean, you're going to pilot. Obviously, you're in the cockpit, and obviously you get a first class treatment, right? You get the
and you can ring your bell when you needed food and service. Not like here, you gotta go back to the team car in order to get the food and service. So yourself, you have to get yourself, right? Even you're the race leader, you have to go get yourself some food and service. So again, if you want to become a cyclist, the reason is because you want to win. And you want to be a part of a winning team. You can contribute to the winning team, and you can really show off your sponsor, just like Iman done run nicely. As he raced his team bike, polygon bike, and in a very proud and loud fashion, you know. So he's only done a great job and done his team proud. And same thing, all these professional riders doing a very good job for their sponsors as well. So that got to be the reason that you want to become a professional cyclist. Okay. Nothing else. And
so considering we're in the finale of this year's edition of PETRONAS Langkawi, if you had to pick your favorite rider, Denny, if you had to pick your favorite rider for the whole of this year's 29th edition, who would it be?
I would be lying if I don't say Ayman Rosli. Obviously, you know, I mean, but also it's not partial. And not to be honest, up to the earlier days, my favorite sprinter is Maricelli. I absolutely love watching Matteo Maricelli and sprinting and he's gentleman. I mean, I think he's a bit of politeness and class. You know, certainly a rider with class. And it's his first year in the World Tour. I mean, he was XDS Astana. I mean, he was with the UQ, and I think previously I look it up was a smaller team. So he certainly has integrated to the World Tour racing without much a problem. But obviously, I don't think. You know, it's being a bias by saying that Ayman Rosli has been the race favorite because he has been in the break from the day one. He was leading the best Asian classification, and almost every day. And I think if you counted how many, who is the rider that rode in the wind in the breakaway the most, and certainly is Ayman Rosli. And yesterday came up with a fantastic podium second place finish behind Zeb Kiffin. I mean, that was just, you know, it's a phenomenal result. And of course, you know, for individual day performance, you know, yesterday Zeb Kiffin for winning the stage, launching the attack, that was probably the best 15 kilometer of the race. Yeah, for sure. Very exciting. Although I'm sure if we had a full coverage of the Fraser climb, I'm sure in the climb, I was talking to the rider, there was a lot of fighting, a lot of attacking. That would be exciting to watch. But obviously, by no means we're taking away the victory by the stage victory by George Debo. We'd love to watch that. You know how he launched the attack before sensational. That would be really exciting to watch. But as an individual rider, the most competitive rider, it certainly the honor goes to Ayman Rosli of the Trincano cycling team.
I kind of agree as well. Like I think for me that what made him one of the a favorable rider in this year's Tour of Langkawi is not just obviously his performance on the bike, but also his display of sportsmanship. And you know, like how he hand-delivered all the bottles. You know, like he hand-delivered all the musette. You know, he don't just throw it to the side of the road. Like he literally ride his bike to the side of the road and hand-deliver it to whoever spectators on the side of the road. And then you know, we see obviously, you know, we don't know if he actually littered or not, but we saw he was, you know, he didn't litter. He just bring you know, whatever rubbish he had on his back pocket or bottle, just throw it back into the team car, or you know, get rid of it at the designated waste zone. But you know, I think that's a very good image for cycling. And also, you know, when you see a professional rider handing you a bottle directly,
instead of throwing that to you.
Instead of throwing, it makes, you know, it really makes it special for whoever received whatever, I guess, souvenir from these riders. And then again, obviously, props to Maricelli. Obviously, we wanted to see him finish. You know, he's absolutely brilliant rider. Had an opportunity to chat with him. You know, he's definitely very accommodating to fans. He's a funny guy as well. Very funny guy. Very funny guy. Very nice to. It doesn't make you feel like a stranger when you talk to him. So it's a bit of a shame he had to leave early, but obviously I think we saw him earlier this morning. He was in his cycling kit, probably just stretching his leg a little bit, getting ready for Taihu Lake as well.
I'm sure he's gonna win a lot of stage. He's a favorite to win that race, being all completely flat parkour. In the meantime, the rider is riding on the flat, but in a one line, strung out. That's led by two Uno X rider, and their destination. And I want to take a guess. It would be Alo Kaja, the first intermediate sprint.
We're back in Malacca.
Back in Malacca, which is just 16 kilometers away. They certainly demonstrate that their intention is to either rack up additional points for Alan Brickler, or trying to take the intermediate sprint for their Johannesson, their GC leader, who's sitting currently on the third. and whether or not he can take the 3-second time bonus on the first intermediate sprint into Alagaja.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they're going to play this out. Obviously, many teams are going to be sitting on the edge, trying to get the sprint classification as well for the first one, which is in about 16 kilometer. But this time it's not going to be at Petronas.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be at 7-Eleven.
Oh wow. Okay. Okay. That's interesting.
Yeah.
So,
Maybe they couldn't find along the route.
Or maybe Team 7-Eleven decided to say, hey, you know, we've seen enough Petronas. 7-Eleven also is a good place to for R&R.
Yeah.
So maybe that's part of the agreement.
Yeah.
Just,
I think if we have to give the most lumpiest stage of this year's edition of Petronas Sri Lanka, this stage is definitely one of them. We have seen, you know, throughout the however many almost 30 kilometers of riding they have been racing so far, it's definitely no flat road. If you look at the course profile, it's very, very lumpy and hilly. But yeah, it's definitely made for an interesting one. And for those of you that are viewing, and for those of you that wants to spectate the finish, they are expecting to be there roughly around 4 o'clock, 4 or 4:30, depending how fast these riders are going. Yeah, but just be there probably around at 3:30 or so, because there'll be some major road closure around Kuala Lumpur. So make your way there. And yeah, there's some places that you can go around that Kuala Lumpur. Obviously, you can, you know, if you want to go for a bit of a late lunch or something, just underneath the Petronas Twin Tower, there's actually a Surya KLCC mall.
Right. Surya KLCC.
Yeah. There's a Chudo outlet as well.
Okay. Yeah. If you wanna get a Swiss watch while you have nasi kanda.
Yeah. So there's that, and then also there's a particular. I mean, like where the stage finished, there is like a cafe, newly opened cafe over there with like a rooftop deck where you can spectate the finish. I think it's called Daily Dose Coffee.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, Daily Dose Coffee. So you can buy coffee, you can buy some snacks or whatever, a sandwich, some pastries or whatever, and then they have like a rooftop day. You can go and spectate right up there.
Nice.
Mata ganjaran tanpa kad di Petronas. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
guna masa reward siang. Isi senang, tebus macam-macam, senang. Beli jiwa pun senang. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
Baik, Lily berada di starting line Tangkak Johor bersama dengan COO saingan PETRONAS Letua di Langkawi 2025 iaitu Cik Imer. How are you, Cik Imer?
Rasanya dah punya penat semua hilang pasal semalam lah.
Okey, Cik Imer, memasuki peringkat terakhir, dah 7 stage pun berlangsung. Mungkin Cik Imer boleh rangkumkan sebelum tamatnya saingan PETRONAS Letua di Langkawi ni, bagaimana Cik Imer rasakan untuk edisi kali ini?
Yang penting semalam saya bermesyuarat dengan School of Commissars lah. Jadi Ketua Yuli Presiden Komisar dan 3-4 lagi Komisar International. Dan laporan yang diberikan sangat memberangsangkan lah. Memang dia bagi all green untuk kali ini. Maksud dia kita mencapai yang kata tahap kesemelangan lah dalam kita punya penganjuran. Dan itu dari segi teknikal dan yang dinampak oleh pihak komisar lah. Tapi overall memang kita nampak almost everything. Near perfect lah, bukan kata perfect kan. Tapi almost near perfect. And then of course bagi semua penganjur apabila semalam berlakunya peristiwa paling bersejarah bila seorang pelumba Johor ke podium di Johor, dan bagi kami satu kepuasan yang luar biasa lah. Bila kepuasan tu maksud kita dah menganjur acara ini memang tribute to the Malaysian Riders kan. Dan so bila Malaysian Riders membalas dengan kemenangan so kami merasakan memang sangat lega, sangat puas. Dan apa yang kami rasakan menjadikan perlombaan ini keseluruhan jadi lagi menarik sangatlah.
Okey, Cik Imer, mungkin Cik Imer nak katakan terima kasih kepada semua yang menonton dan juga kru-kru yang terlibat sama-sama untuk menjayakan edisi kali ini.
Of course, kita punya bosses lah di Kementerian Belia dan Sukan dan Majlis Sukan Negara yang telah memberikan kami yang kata segala bentuk bantuan untuk menjayakan acara ini, dan kepada yang paling penting juga ke semua kerajaan-kerajaan negeri lah. Tak kira kita tahun ni kita ada 12 negeri yang kita lalu di semua semenanjung Malaysia, dan segala-galanya telah berjalan begitu baik dan mereka telah memberikan sumbangan kerjasama, dan kita pun tak boleh nak nilai lah. Saya memang bagi pihak penganjur mengucapkan terima kasih kepada kerajaan negeri dan kepada semua jabatan-jabatan kerajaan, agensi-agensi kerajaan yang terlibat juga. Dan of course the sponsors, PETRONAS as the title sponsor, and then Bubbles, and then ada Experience Kedah tahun ni, ada macam-macam lagi. Dan those are the people yang membuatkan kita ke tahap ini juga. Dan of course kepada semua saya punya team yang berada di belakang, rasanya everybody put their hearts out lah untuk bawa perlombaan kali ini. Kerana segala berbalas dengan pujian daripada Presiden Komisar untuk laporan CI tahun ini, kita semua bertahap terbaik lah. So memang all kita punya staff, tak kira yang angkat besi ke, yang pasang stage, dan sampailah kepada semua lah yang ada di atas stage yang telah terlibat sepanjang lebih kurang 10 hari lah campur tim presentation. Saya ucapkan terima kasih daripada hati yang sangat rendah diri.
Alright, terima kasih Encik Imer. Good job untuk saingan edisi kali ini. Thank you.
While we wait that, we continue seeing the pelotons drawn out by the Uno X. They certainly have the biggest engines probably in this year's race. Some riders from Norwegian team that has pretty much all the Norwegian except one Danish rider, Simon Davi. That is in this year's team for Uno X.
It's like this Uno X rider. Looks like underscore Seth is using I don't know. He got a rockets musette.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Typically, they don't feed teams. Typically, don't feed other teams riders.
They probably had to ask for extra bags or something.
Right. Maybe
That's
they
probably
had. They had. Well, partially because. You know, obviously they're a different team, but then different team have their different nutrition plan, different kind of different kind of gels and so forth. So if you're taking another teams and if you're taking some gels that where you're not accustomed to, that may upset the stomach, or the drink mix, the carbo drink mix that's in the drink, that may not work well. So typically they wouldn't take that, but coming here, maybe they ran out the musette bag, and so they're getting a bag. From the Uno X, from the Unibet rocket team.
Yeah, so not far from the first intermediate sprint. You're looking at another 6 or 7 kilometers until the first intermediate sprint in Alor Gajah. So the gap between the first and second intermediate sprint is quite further away, unlike the previous stages. We have, probably 15-30 kilometers away. So the gap between the first sprint and the second sprint, you're looking at about 60 kilometers. Yeah, and then the gap between the second sprint and the third sprint is about almost 40 kilometers away.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's definitely not close to each other. In fact, there's a King of the Mountain points slot in between the second and intermediate sprint in Setol in Negeri Sembilan.
Okay. Judging from that, it's not a very hard climb, category 3, but it does have a couple like a kick in the middle that seems pretty steep. That will be interesting. I've not done that climb before, so it will be interesting to see what's going to happen for the category 3 climb, which comes up at around 80k to the finish, 100k from the start. So we still have quite a bit of way to go. Meanwhile, the rider in the peloton are not thinking about the KOM point just yet, but they're certainly thinking about the first intermediate sprint, which is coming up in about 5k right now. So we're going to get aerial shots of the first intermediate sprint at Alor Gajah. Alor Gajah is also it's a well-known tourist destination.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, being in Malacca, it's definitely one of the more touristy spots. Obviously, not in the chaos of the main, I guess, town of Malacca. You have the Jonker Walk. We talked a little bit the other day when the stage started in Malacca. Yeah, so it's definitely a touristy spot. Long weekends, you can get pretty packed.
Okay.
You got to plan your journey a little bit towards Malacca. There's I think there's like a zoo.
Right, I was gonna say, right?
Yeah,
it's not a Taiping zoo. Taiping has a big zoo.
Taiping has a big zoo. Alor Gajah, or more like Ayakuro.
Ayakuro.
So it's basically once you exit the toll from the highway, it's just all kinds of attraction there. You have the bee farm. There's like a crocodile sanctuary.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sanctuary. Okay.
Yeah. I won't say sanctuary, but a little bit like a crocodile park or zoo-like kind of thing. They show you a little bit how they feed the crocodiles and stuff. Yeah,
but we don't go swim with the crocodile.
No. I mean, I don't know. You could probably ask them if you want to.
All right. No, I don't have a plan to lose my legs today. So no.
I don't know. Maybe they're trained. I don't know.
Maybe they're trained. There you go.
I don't know if that would convince anyone, but yeah. So there's a few things you can do. Obviously, you can go to the to the main Jonker Walk, the river cruise as well.
Yeah.
Kuala Lumpur, near the Twin Towers. You're a Frenchman. Does it look like finishing the Tour de France near the Eiffel Tower? Les tours jumelles de Kuala Lumpur, est-ce que ça représente un peu la même chose que la Tour Eiffel pour les coureurs qui finissent le Tour de France?
Bah ouais, j'ai pas vu encore les tours jumelles PETRONAS en vrai, mais je pense que ça doit être, ça a l'air d'être impressionnant déjà en photo, donc en vrai ça a l'air vraiment génial, donc ouais, ça va être sympathique. On n'aura pas trop le temps de voir pendant la course, mais parce que c'est pas comme au Tour de France où c'est un peu plus tranquille le dernier jour, mais oui, hâte d'arriver devant les tours et comme ça on pourra souffler et puis profiter de la fin, quoi.
yeah, I'm looking forward to see the Twin Towers of Kuala Lumpur. I've not seen them yet. It's exciting. I don't think we will be able to watch them in the race, because that's the difference with Tour de France. Tour de France is quieter. Today should be a very difficult stage, but yeah, I'm looking forward to be there and hopefully enjoy it with the leader jersey till the end. Merci.
Merci.
So that's George Delbove, the current race leader from Total Energies. He's excited to see the PETRONAS Tour Langkawi. So I remember back then, you know, you spent a long time overseas, like myself as well. Like, and I spent quite a long time overseas. You know, when you come back to Kuala Lumpur and see that majestic twin towers, you know, you kind of in awe a little bit.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I wasn't grew up from Kuala Lumpur, so when I just came here, before Google Map was very commonly used, or Waze are used for driving direction.
Yeah.
Twin Tower is my basically the North Star. I mean, I use that to navigate around the city. So I didn't know the roads.
Okay.
I didn't have a GPS in my car. So I always trying to ask people, so where are you exactly in the perspective of the Twin Tower? Because almost anywhere in the city you can see the Twin Tower.
That is true.
So I would say, how far are you from Twin Tower? Because I know how to get there because I can see it.
Yeah.
So I can figure out my way through the streets and I can get to the KLCC. Then I go from KLCC and how to get to your place. So that's how I use that for navigation.
Okay.
And until fortunately, and you know, GPS is a popular thing on every iPhones and every iPhones or every Samsung phones, just about anywhere. So yeah, so that was when I came to Malaysia in 2001.
Okay.
And that was my bearing. That was like the compass. So you know, in relation to the KLCC, because that's how iconic and how visible it is throughout the city.
It's very visible.
Now in Malaysia, you have other major high-rise skyscrapers. Right? You also have the Merdeka.
Yeah, Merdeka 118 is definitely the latest edition.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's going to be a Maybank Tower, which is like one of Malaysia's bank.
And the nickname is a Motorola phone.
Motorola, exactly. Yeah.
The reason is that I'm sure you know the viewer who live around here, they understand it. But later on, if we get a glimpse of it, the old Motorola phones you used to have, the first generation, you used to have this huge antenna sits on top of a block, and that's what exactly the Merdeka building looks like. It's a huge tower antenna that sits on the top of a building that looks like a Motorola phone.
All right, so they still got 141.4 kilometers before they can see the PETRONAS Twin Tower. Looks like some of these riders are getting organized for the first intermediate sprint.
1K.
Yeah, 1K to go. Not far off. So we can see Uno X now. Erlen Brickra is just there. We can see Anders Helen Johannesson is there as well. Porti Visit Malta is getting organized potentially for Manuel Peñalver. Look at that. We can see the banner there with 1 kilometer to go until the first intermediate sprint of today in the Alor Gajah in Malacca. Here it is. We can see also let's say Burgos BH Burpele rider as well is getting ready. XDS Astana is also in the mix in front of the peloton.
And I don't see Alvin Declines getting involved in this, but I do see Giannis representing Tudor. So he was just sitting right behind Johannesson.
That's right.
I think he's gonna duke it out, Johannesson, for the intermediate bonuses. And here we go. I think it's 500 meter into the sprint, and it's led by, I can't see.
Yeah, looks like a Uno X. Obviously, Uno X was just in the front there. Let's see who's going to battle it out and got the maximum points. There it is. We see George Delbove also in the mix over there. We see Erlen Brickra, 100 meters to go. Looks like Anders Holland Johansson on the left side of the road, going back to back and see if George Delbove. Oof, that's a tight one.
Yeah.
That is a tight one. Pretty much hard to see who actually got the maximum points. And we see Anders Holland Johansson, George Delbove also was in the mix there.
Even Matthias was involved.
Yeah, Alvin Klein is there as well. Giannis was there. Yes, so it's definitely a battle for the first intermediate sprint.
Immediately counterattack launched by Zach Giffen.
Yeah,
right.
Zach Giffen again. Yes. Not enough from yesterday's stage. He's going early this time around.
So that's the well-timed attack, but immediately followed by Uno X shutting down the breakaway attempt. So they already got me fooled once yesterday. They ain't gonna get fooled again. So immediately they know that's a rider with the quality. Although he did say in an interview earlier that at the end of yesterday's race, and then he has not had a contract yet for next year. But I think that's soon to be changed.
Yeah,
I'm sure there will be other teams calling after that performance. And the one rider sort of escapes through. Here's a Confama rider taking the opportunity after the intermediate sprint to get across, trying to launch the attack solo.
Yeah.
But immediately, I think there are actions on the front of the peloton of chasing.
Yeah, let's see. We haven't got an official result just yet. It'll be interesting. We're so excited. We're excited to see. The battle for general classification is absolutely on now. We see general GC riders who haven't been battling it out in the intermediate sprints are actually present today. We see Joris Delbov sprinting for the intermediate sprint. Yanis obviously has been in the mix in the last 2 stages. We did see Anders Silent Johannesson, looks like as we are speaking, an attempt to break away on the right side of the peloton. It's coming from the left as well to join ahead of the head of the pack. Let's see who initially initiated, but looks like it has been shut down almost immediately. Let's see if there's a counter-attack to get everything organized again.
Yeah, this is time where a rider just got to keep attacking. Because obviously earlier there was quite a bit of organization controlled by Uno X, but now that organization is gone, and this is a time to try to break away. And it's still all together, led by Unibet Rocket Team, and but Total Energy, the leader, the overall leader team is also on the front, just policing. There's no sense of urgency. But with this kind of a slow go and fast and a slow kind of pace, and that's certainly going to launch the next breakaway attempt.
Yeah, Kizi is in there in the mix. So keep Confama launch from the right side of the road. Here it is. Looks like, again, no one's joining him. Let's see. There's a bit of a looking around in the peloton to see if anyone's going to join him. Okay, we got some information. Another rider had to abandon the race. Rider 181. Yep. Hayato Okamoto had to abandon today's stage. Immediately trying to follow it. Signed Baya is there from Bogos Bupele. Patrick Eddy also trying to get in the mix, and followed by also another rider from Malaysia Pro Cycling is that Shazrin Awangila. Let's see if we can get a number and a clearer view of this particular rider.
Yeah, they're battling for the KOM jersey, so they seem got a bit of daylight. The peloton is, no peloton. Just a moment, I was gonna say peloton is gonna let them go. Then immediately there are 2 riders trying to bridge across. So here's a replay of the intermediate sprint.
Oh, that got they went a little bit onto the gutter. We see some sands flying up the road. 100 meters to go. Erlen Blikra setting it up for Johannesson. But we see on the right side, we did see Pulti Visit Malta rider Joris Delbov is there. Yanis just on the left side. Looks like potentially Johannesson got the maximum time bonus.
Yeah. And the front of the race, yes, it is Johannesson, followed by Christian Eken. Let's see.
Let's see.
Unibet Rocket, Norwegian rider.
Yeah, so there is Anders Holland Johannesson. Maximum points for this one. Looks like here it is, another breakaway. Patrick Eddy, obviously, he saw Signed Bio, went into the breakaway. He's not letting him go, considering these 2 riders are actually battling it out for the King of the Mountain classification. Obviously, at the moment, Patrick Eddy is wearing the jersey, but considering they, Patrick Eddy and also Signed Bio have the same points, it all comes down to positioning and whoever gets the most points from today. 3 classifications are up for battle in today's stage.
Yeah, the Confama riders, as soon as we get a number on him, we'll let you know. But it looks like he's doing a really nice pull, dragging on the other riders, and the peloton seems to be slowing down just a bit because you see riders getting a feed. Ayman Rosli, obviously this time he's doing a domestic duty. He's not on the breakaway again, and he's now bringing water for his team leaders. And Badiani, CSF Badiani also getting some feed and water. And meanwhile, the 5 rider on the front looking of extremely fast and the arrow.
Oh yes. They're looking very fast. They absolutely have some gap from the main peloton. 5 riders. Yes, you're absolutely right. 5 riders. Thailand riders in the mix as well. Thailand Continental cycling team. We have Malaysia Pro Cycling. We have a Kipokan Pharma, Picnic Posenel, and also Burgos Burpele BH.
Thai rider is a 126.
There it
it's
is.
a Thai rider.
Ahmad Shazrin Awangila. Yeah, it was correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thai rider is Supan 126. Supan, and then Bogos, Sayambaya, number 73 from Bogos, and we're trying to see the confarmer. We know Patrick Eddy is here, marking Sayambaya to make sure trying to attempt to protect his KOM jersey, and then this is a good move by the 5 rider immediately. So there was a few attempts, but now this is the attempt after the first intermediate sprint. So I think Uno X is controlling. They got the 3-second bonuses. So Johannesson moved back to 2nd overall in the general classification, ahead of Yanis of the Tudor Pro Cycling team.
Okay, yeah, for sure, absolutely. There it is, a bottle to the spectator. Yeah, from the other side of the road, from the other side of the peloton. Yes.
Okay. Immediately picked up.
Yeah.
Hari Saleh throwing the bottle to the public. That's a good call. 134 kilometer to the finish, and look like this is a comfortable move. I think Total Energy on the front controlling, or should be the Total Energy controlling on the front. So I think they are happy with the 5 rider in the breakaway. They're not a threat to the GC. So it is good to let them go off the road and battle off for the intermediate sprints, and as well as the KOM jersey. And as you see here,
there it is, Brustenga. There it is.
Okay.
Brustenga potentially trying to get some bonus seconds as well for Kipokan Pharma. Obviously, here he's a sprinter for the Kipokan Pharma, but obviously, the stature of sprinters available in today's this year's edition of Tour Langkawi put him in a bit of a disadvantage, so he needs to be up there getting some bonus seconds or some points classification.
There's a bit of chat looking back by Bustinga. It's a really tall rider.
Yep.
There's a little discussion why not contributing to the breakaway. I think Patrick Eddy maybe is thinking just gonna mark Sayambaya, but I think he should, my opinion, I think he should rotate through, just contribute. He shouldn't be sitting in the back. I mean, there's an attempt, there's an opportunity to break away, and there's an opportunity to win the stage. They have not won any stages yet. Only the currently representing the KOM jersey.
Yep, there it is.
Okay, he's going through. Well, still, he seems like he doesn't want to do a major pull. Meanwhile, 2 rider on the front just escapes through. Look like some more rider trying to join across, trying to come across the breakaway.
Few chasers group, obviously. Is that Blikra? Looks like Blikra. From there, another NPC rider as well. Tudor Pro Cycling have a representative, 2 actually Malaysia Pro Cycling riders in the mix there. HKSI.
And 18 second to the chaser group. So we want to see if there's any attempt trying to it looked like the 3 rider decided to sit up.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, that just 5 become only 2.
Yep.
Just the Thai rider and the NPC.
Yep. Shazrin. Yep. Shazrin Awangila from Malaysia Pro Cycling, and Supan from Thai Continental Cycling Team. Obviously, if Sayambaya is not committing, Patrick Eddy is not committing obviously, because I guess that's the only rider that has to worry about.
Yeah.
And obviously considering there isn't any King of the Mountain point just yet, not until after Sprint 2.
Yeah, and meanwhile there were some rider came across. Maybe they want to just wait until the rider come across. But from the chaser to the peloton, it's only 6 seconds, so they should be absorbed by the peloton fairly quickly. So these 2 has 22 seconds ahead of the peloton right now. In Malaysia trying to win trying to get on the podium. That would be a good opportunity. Because here's...
speaking of Malaysian being on the podium, he just cannot sit still. Aiman Rosli again attempting to be in the breakaway. Obviously, he's known among Malaysians as the king of breakaway. That's his title, and whenever any racing he joined, whether at the amateur level or in the professional ranking, we do know he just loves to be in the breakaway.
Can't keep a good man down.
Yeah, no, for sure, absolutely not. Yeah, let's see how far he can go this for this today's stage breakaway attempt.
Yeah.
XCS Astana just in front there, controlling the peloton at the moment. Obviously, it's strung out. A Malaysia Pro Cycling rider just in the second wheel, potentially just trying to discourage any chase to the riders in front here.
Yeah, it's interesting dynamic of the team. So here we go.
Okey, Lily berada di kawasan Pekan Kota. Macam biasa, tim Cavalcade akan berhenti untuk berjumpa dengan adik-adik yang membuat persembahan, dan juga ada ramai dekat sini, ada jualan-jualan dekat belakang. Ada persembahan gendang kalau anda boleh saksikan ketika ini. Apa khabar ni? Macam mana perjalanan hari ni, okey?
Alhamdulillah, sangat memanaskan.
Kita nak tengok Tuan Rosie perform lagi.
Seronok tengok sambutan yang meriah daripada masyarakat dan juga pelajar-pelajar sekolah ya, Lily.
Thank you Tuan Rosie, bawa kami jalan smooth je perjalanan kami.
Alhamdulillah. Mudah-mudahan di hadapan sana cuaca pun menyebelahi kita dan kita dapat sampai ke penghujungnya dengan jayanya pada hari ini ya, Lily.
Ya, betul. So kita jumpa anda ramai-ramai datang ke finishing line ke KCC. Jom kita tengok belah sana ada apa lagi. Okey, ada kata hello frog. Give me 5. Give me 5. Okey, ni ada adik-adik yang tengah buat persembahan kat belakang ni. The cheerleaders. Okey, cepat. Sorak. Alright, kita jumpa dekat finishing line, guys.
The Chudo Pro Cycling is in the mix as well. Are they the back of the peloton?
This is the back of the peloton. Yeah, with Hong Kong rider. I think right now still, yeah, he's just even on the back of peloton, he's struggling, just trying to stay in the peloton. And meanwhile, at the front of the race, a little bit of looking around, looking back from the leading the Malaysian rider. So it's only 20 seconds, so it's not a big gap by any means. Peloton hasn't give up. Thai rider on the front, looking back, but it's by no means it's a done deal. I see Patrick Eddy is again in the breakaway, trying to join, or either he's marking the Mongolian Saimbaya, riding for the Bogos team. And here we go, Key from the Malaysian national team. He has been active in the earlier part of the race and did get in the breakaway. And he is trying his opportunity, trying to extend his presence in the break by launching an attack as soon as the peloton sort of catch the breakaway group. And immediately he opened up a quite decent gap of look like 50 minutes, probably about 20 meter. Badiani, CSF trying to join as well, and followed by 7-11. So these are teams that are very active. So again, at the front of the race, it's very active. Key with the Malaysian national team is driving the, trying to keep the pace high and driving the breakaway attempt. I mean, while the back of the peloton seems to be very calm, but it's pretty strong now to align. I think the pace is not, it's definitely fast. Maybe not supersonic speed, but definitely fast. And here we go, St. George rider, launching their attempt. It's going to be definitely a lot of riders being very, very active, a lot of team being active. So the teams that has not came away with a podium finish, at least they want to attempt trying to be the most combative riders as well. And it's certainly trying to I think once the peloton has seen the breakaway succeeded, I think more riders has a confidence thinking that maybe the peloton is softened now, and it's the best chance for the breakaway to go to the end. Here's Zawawi. I think that's Zawawi.
Yep.
Yeah, Zawawi was a Hong Kong rider.
Yep. Another rider from Hong Kong is committed to bridge across to these two riders. So Zawawi Azman from Malaysia Pro Cycling, HKSI racing team is in the mix as well. Another rider from HKSI, joined by another rider from Kipo Confama.
Is he going to contribute? Well, I think the same rider was trying on the earlier breakaway attempt. But it looked like peloton is sitting across the road. Whenever people riders think it's going to be a calm, it's going to be a moment of accepting the breakaway group, but then immediately there's a rider trying to come across, and I think the St. George now driving the peloton. And I think if these four riders trying to break away, they don't want to look back. They just got to pull as hard as you can. That's the only way. You pull as hard as you can. You rotate through. You hope the next rider. Oh, we have an abandonment. Is that
Adrian Mayer?
Adrian Mayer. Oh my God.
Yeah, I wonder what happened. He was sitting pretty good in the general classification. Obviously fourth. He absolutely in contention for third podium. But yeah, something must have, probably sickness or whatever. Must have
yeah, hopefully
caught up
we'll get information from the race organization to find out what happened with Adrian Mayer, because he has been entertaining in the earlier part of the race, and he also did very well in the climb by staying with the front group, and he had one time was third on the GC after the Fraser KOM. Yeah, it's we didn't see any crash, so very surprising that he has dropped out of the race. So we need to find out what happened to him. Hopefully he's not involved in any crash, which we didn't see on the video feed.
I think more than anything, probably just like pretty much everyone else in the peloton at the moment, suffering some kind of sickness, a stomach bug, or I mean, it has definitely brought down many riders in the past few days.
Yeah,
a bit of a gap between these four riders in the breakaway. A few chases, quite a big amount of chases have formed to bridge across to the breakaway, but obviously the peloton is not sitting up. It's strung out at the moment. We don't have a clear visual of which team. Looks like the whole attempt have been brought back down by the main peloton.
Yeah, when you ever see a big group like that, there's no one really want to contribute for a breakaway to succeed. We saw yesterday, Iman Rosley was a group of 7 riders.
Alright, so the peloton have eased off a little bit. You can see normally when everything's stretched out across the road, peloton have definitely eased off, but a few riders on the right side of the peloton are ramping up the pace again.
And immediately when you see a slowdown like that, then some riders felt, well, yeah, if you guys don't want to chase, then I should go give and go. No one willing to, no leader team want to take control just yet. Total Energy doesn't want to commit. Obviously, it's still a very long way to go. They don't want to commit their rider on the breakaway. Meanwhile, we see on the breakaway the St. George, the Panamanian Gonzalez from the Panama is and once again very active in the breakaway attempt. And two Confirmer. That's a good combination.
Yeah.
If you have a 2 rider in a group in the breakaway, that certainly increase your chances. But look like he is on the front of the peloton doing the chasing.
But yeah, there it is, another breakaway and chasing attempt from the main peloton. Potentially the peloton is going to let this one slide. We do see another rider, Tudor Pro Cycling, and also Terengganu Cycling Team riders trying to bridge across to the chasing group. So we've got 4 riders in the breakaway now, with just looks like 10 riders that may have lost interest to chase to the breakaway group. Here it is. We have 2 riders from Akipo Confirma, 1 rider from Solution Tech, Vini Fantini, and also looks like a Matthew Dinham again in the breakaway, just like he did yesterday.
Wow, there you go, 4 Quate.
Yeah,
that's a good combination. Whether or not riders are going to try to bridge across, then the peloton is strung out, pretty strung out. So
very strung out. Yeah.
That means they're not giving up the chase just yet. This is still a softening stage of the attack, I guess. But we want to see the time gap. 124 kilometers to go to the finish. We're still looking at looking at the 4 riders working very well. These are 4 strong riders.
Different. So rider number 14 is not Matthew Dennett, my apologies. So that is Oliver Peace.
Okay.
Yeah, Oliver Peace. Yeah.
Okay. And L'Equipe Confama, I think the same rider we saw,
Just now,
we saw earlier.
Potentially Bruce Tenga.
Yeah, it was Bruce Tenga, and with a tall figure, and a not typical Spanish name.
That's right.
Bruce Tenga. Yeah.
There it is. This is the back of the peloton. We can see just in front there, the peloton is not giving up the chase. It's strung out in front, and it's strung out at the back as well.
Yeah. It's Harry Saleh just have to.
I wonder what's the average speed so far at the moment.
I would reckon it's close to 50k an hour.
All right. Wow.
And I think it'll probably be around 48, 49k an hour. 4 riders are just crossing over some flyover, and they definitely have daylights between them. The question is whether or not the peloton is organized, is doing the chase. So because these 4 riders certainly has a good opportunity to get to the finish line, and that would be certainly an exciting finish if the breakaway can succeed again, as yesterday.
Yeah, it's like there's a mountain range on the other side.
The mountain range on the right-hand side, as you talk about, that all the way started from the very northern part of Greek.
Yep.
That extended all the way down here to Malacca section.
Yep.
So this is pretty much that we're entering the beginning part of the mountain range.
Yeah, absolutely right.
The southern part of the mountain range, all the way up to the north. So, that is, it would be nice if roads go over top of the mountain and connect all the way. And that would be super nice.
Yeah, I know. There's actually people that are, some of the guys that are into like hiking. Hiking. They do like, I don't know, it's like a week or 2 kind of hiking across the range. So that's sometimes takes you about a week or 2.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, of just being in the jungle.
Right.
If you're that kind of person, yes, they do actually organize this kind of eco-tourism.
Okay.
Yeah, for those of you that prefer, just going from one mountain to another mountain throughout a range. Yeah,
by hiking and camping.
Yeah, by hiking and camping. Yeah, they do actually do this kind of I guess thing here.
Yeah, here's a 4 rider on the front. They have a 10-second gap. Look like it's bigger than 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Oliver Peace.
Yep.
From UK, and Bruce Tenga representing L'Equipe from Fama. Look like they have more than Gonzalez.
Jimeno Ferrer.
Jimeno Ferrer, and then Gonzalez. Representing Solution Tech, Solution Tech Vini Fantini.
Yeah.
So it looks like the peloton is sort of sitting up currently. They as a bit of I think content with the current composition of the breakaway. That's certainly 4 strong rider from the Continental Pro team. So whether to see and 2 teammates Confama, that's always a good sign. We have 2 teammates in the breakaway, representing 50% of the breakaway. So they're obviously going to work very hard for each other. And then also the post NL, picnic post NL rider.
We haven't seen much action from Oliver Peace here, rider number 14 here, but it's good to see him finally be out of the breakaway for the final stage of this year's edition Tour of Langkawi. So just these 4 riders. Make sure, keep going straight, follow the arrow, don't tickle the... I thought you were going to turn left in a minute just now. that would have been interesting. Here it is, just 4 riders working very well together. We can see Oliver Peace just having took some food from his back pocket. Just need to fuel up. Probably a perfect timing, considering they've been racing for almost an hour and a half.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, 1 hour and a half, but 60 covering 60 kilometer so far.
Yeah, so I think you're right, close to 50 kilometer per hour then.
Yeah, it was 40 kilometer, but we're sort of but it's 60 kilometer. Yep, and then they also plus the neutral 8K today. So the 4 riders they open up a time gap of 26 seconds.
Yeah.
So certainly this is a good. This is finally Breakaway established, and going toward the second intermediate sprint, which is still quite far away. The second intermediate sprint is 86.5 kilometer, 98.5 kilometers. My apology.
Right. Yeah.
It's been a long 7 days, and we're getting to the final stretch. My eyes are playing tricks on me.
You're not alone, Denny. You are not alone. Yeah, I'm having issues with writing names as well at the moment. So here it is, Mark Rustenga just in front there. Looks like another rider from the Bardiani is trying to bridge across to these 4-men breakaway, the quartet. Yeah. So it's a PETRONAS.
PETRONAS station.
Yeah.
Oh, we just passed. Is that Tamping?
Tampin, yeah. Tampin, absolutely. Tampin.
Okay.
So the road that they're actually riding at the moment is basically connecting from Tampin to Seremban.
And the peloton is controlled by XDS Astana. That's interesting to see.
Yeah, by Alexander Vinokurov.
Yeah. So they obviously trying to. Their lead sprinter, Matteo Melicelli, is no longer in the race. They do have the white jersey, but the white jersey is not in any danger because he's sitting. Nicholas Vinokurov is sitting 40+ seconds ahead of Sayambaya of the Logos BH team.
That's a comfortable gap.
Yeah, it's a comfortable gap. But it's interesting to see now they're at the front of the peloton, 2 of them. So maybe they're trying to launch Aaron Gate later for a flyer. That certainly, the course certainly suits him. The type of punchier climb. He's not a pure climber, definitely a punchier rider.
Yep.
Maybe trying to set him up for potential stage finish.
Yeah, for sure. So when you look at the climb, it's quite punchy at the start of the climb. Both the Bukit Hantu and also the Ampang lookout point.
Yeah.
It's quite a steep start of the climb.
Yeah.
Right. So if you're a more powerful climber type thing, the climb is not long. You're looking at about that 3-4 kilometers each.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's sort of like both of them are sort of like quite steep at the beginning and then plateaus a little bit, and then it goes
in the middle.
Yeah, plateaus a little bit in the middle, and then
kick
goes
up again.
Kick up again. So it does. If you're pure climber, maybe doesn't suit you as well because of that resting period. But it looks like the rider from Bardiani have lost interest in bridging across, considering it's quite a big gap.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can be very demoralizing if you're trying to bridge across and then from one turn to the other you just can't see the rider in front.
Well, you have 4 riders on the front.
Working very well together.
And they are pro teams in the World Tour team. So you have 1 against 4. Unless you're Tadej Pogačar or Remco Evenepoel. I think very few riders can make it across that gap solo. They look like he is giving up the chase and going to be rejoined by the peloton, who already let go about a minute gap. So that's a good gap for them to keep in control, but it's also a good gap, good opportunity for the 4 rider on the front. Certainly they are a rider with quality and riding for Division 2 and Division 1 team, and just chucking along, making the rotation. And also you have 2 riders from the same team, both Spanish rider. So maybe they heard the conversation. So obviously the pressure of a first Spanish victory in the Tour de Langkawi history. It's not only fall on the shoulder. The pressure is not only fall on shoulder Peneve of the Poti Vizimalda and Confirmer.
Pretty much a whole lineup of Spanish riders.
Spanish rider. Confirmer probably heard our commentating and saying that, hey, we also representing Spain, and they are one of the top teams in Spain. And then Poti Vizimalda is actually an Italian team. It certainly does. It's a sort of Italian mixed with Spanish. Obviously by no stranger, Alberto Contador. Is the main owner of the team, alongside with Ivan Basso. So it's a Spanish-Italian combination, and but it is registered in Italy. And so it's an Italian team with Spanish riders and Italian riders as well.
XCS starter just in front of the peloton now. Anton Kuzmin alongside Alexander Vinokurov. Here's the rider from Bardiani. It looks like about to be absorbed by the main peloton. Just having a bit of a fueling there before he gets back into the peloton and join the rest of the riders that are heading towards Kuala Lumpur. There's some fans there. I think they wanted some bottles. Oh, that's a bit of a fight there for some bottles. Quite a bit of a souvenir for the spectators. Bottles from riders, and we do know sometimes riders do actually, I guess teams do actually bring extra bottles just to be a bit of a souvenir that they can just give away. We have a visual of Joris Delbo just hanging out the back here in the peloton, trying not to get involved in the chaos in front of the peloton, considering the second intermediate sprint is going to be a little bit later. There it is, we see Nikola Vinokurov in the Best Asian, Rakan Muda, Best Asian Rider jersey. Obviously he sits quite comfortably in the his position with over 30 seconds of gap between him and the second rider, Saint Bayer. Rolling turns very well together. Mark Rustenga in front here. Jimeno Ferrer just behind him, riding on this beautiful green Giant. Rustenga prefers the more aero propel, whereas the Jimeno Ferrer is riding the TCR, iconic bike TCR, Giant TCR.
Yeah, I had one.
You had one?
I had
Okay.
one, you know, with integrated seat posts.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah, it was a very nice bike.
Yeah.
Very lightweight.
Yeah.
Definitely a climber bike.
Yeah, it's the first one of its kind when it came out, right? It nearly got banned by UCI
because of the compact geometry.
That's right. Yeah.
Right, because the traditional bicycle sort of you have the
horizontal
top tube. They were the first one came up with the idea of sloping top tube.
Yeah.
And that certainly sort of decreased the size of the triangle and also increased the stiffness and reduced the weight of it. That time it was a major innovation. You know, we saw the Once, the Spanish Once team, that uses this yellow Giant, very visible. It is certainly popular, popular bike, and the Giant is one of the, if it's not the, I think they're actually the biggest performance bicycle company in the world.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
absolutely.
they have done a massive job and come up with the innovation. But you know, I was just thinking this earlier. You know, if our viewer are wondering if the pros are using the same bike as the ones you buy in the store with the modern technology, and in the old days, I mean, since we're talking about very old days and, you know, like steels and aluminium and so forth.
Most of them are custom.
They were a lot of custom. You know,
most of them are custom bikes.
And you know, some of the Italian, the pros will have the custom bike made by their Italian fabrication.
That's right. I remember back then, like even like if you like, for example, a lot of the pros are potentially like riding a lot of these steel Pinarellos.
Yeah.
They like label Pinarello, but a lot of them are built by one guy, which is Dario Pegoretti.
Yes.
Yeah, Dario Pegoretti. Pegoretti. Yeah, it's very well known.
And he would, and he would paint it, make it look, you know, painted exactly like the pros team issue bike. But they were actually on Pegoretti. But I think nowadays, majority of them are. I mean, I think all of them are on their. These are carbon bikes, so you cannot go and fabricate it on yourself. You need a mold, which is expensive. So they are actually all on factory issue bicycle. The only thing I know, like you know, with Giant bike, because of TCR, at that time in the market, the reason I know this is talking to Lo Si Kyung. And he did roll for Giant Shimano team, the World Tour team. So they had the TCR only had the SML sizes. So you know, that was okay for the public, but for the pros, they wanted a little bit of customized geometry. So they did make like in between sizes. So they were like XS, and they would have like SM or LXL. So something like M and L. So something in between sizes to suit to fit the rider better. But generally, they are the same bike that came out of the same factories and the same mold. So yeah, so it's just for the viewer. That's the beauty again. We talked about earlier stages, where you go, you certainly, if you're a car fan, you cannot just go into the store and car shop and buy a F1 car.
No,
unless you are a multi-billionaire or owns look, there's something, just say something on the ground that we thought it was going to be an obstacle for the rider. But unless you're a multi-billionaire or owns a couple million Bitcoin, then you can go to there and buy a F1 car.
F1, go to the shop to buy groceries.
That's right. Buy a racetrack to the race. But bicycle, you can actually go to a bicycle shop and buy a Pinarello and buy a Giant, which we talk about, buy a Polygon, buy a Specialized. It's the same bike that these guys are riding. So so that's the beauty of cycling. And so we see the rider getting through the first feed zone. That's a second feed zone of today.
And also you can ride your bike where the riders are actually racing.
Right, exactly. You don't need to go to F1 track. You don't need to pay a couple $1,000 for a track day. You can just come out to the open roads and then ride your bike.
That's exactly,
a lot of time alongside of the pro. When you catch like NPC, like based out of Kuala Lumpur.
True,
so you can sometimes you're riding the Bukit Hantu area, so you can see them just passing you by. You can. I wouldn't suggest anyone trying to test your legs and going up against them on Bukit Hantu or Bukit what do you call it, Genting Perez. So sometimes, but you can certainly ride alongside of them and catch a glimpse. And for the cycling fan in Terengganu, I'm sure they ride alongside of the Terengganu cycling team quite often. And so we see the rider here, number 14, just from Picnic Post and now getting feed Oliver Peace, getting some feeding from the team car.
That's right. 4 riders still working very well together.
And they are opening up a minute and a 30-second gap to the peloton. It'll be really interesting to see. And now XDS is still on the front controlling. They obviously don't have their sprinter. Unfortunately, Malucelli crashed out earlier stages and not able to contest in the sprint finish of today. But they are on the front controlling, so I think could very likely launch their riders in later, like someone like Aaron Gate or even Nicholas Vinokurov could try to go on the climb and try to win the stage. Aaron Gate is certainly no stranger for Breakaway. And I've seen him in 12 Helia, which is in 12 Greece. That stage 1, he went on a break with his teammate, 2 rider. At that time, he was riding for Black Ink. Black Spoke. I'm sorry, Black Ink is the component factory, component brand of Factor bike.
That's right.
But he was a Black Spoke, and then he took Breakaway in very tough terrain. Then he eventually left his own teammate, Breakaway compatriot, and then he went on solo and won the stage way ahead of the chasing peloton. And I think he ended up winning that overall general classification in the end of the race. That was the Tour of Greece, which was a beautiful race, beautiful terrain, and a beautiful demonstration of power by Aaron Gate. And I think after that, their team folded, but he quickly got into Bogos, and he did a year with Bogos at the pro level. Then XDS Astana picked him up, and because he knows he's a rider with definitely quality. And Anton Kosmin is done. If you say so he's certainly done a bulk of the work earlier days when Malucelli was in the race. And Alexander Vinokurov also working well. That's the son of Alexander Vinokurov.
That's right, absolutely.
Not to be confused. And Alexander Vinokurov, the original Alexander Vinokurov, didn't just decrease 40 years of his life and then come back racing again. That's not him. So that's the son of Vinokurov, and riding along his twin brother, Nikolai Vinokurov.
That's right.
So Kazakhstan certainly is a nation with a lot of good cyclists. They have produced the world level, and they have a team. Currently is XDS Astana, but the Astana for a long time Astana team was the main driving force, but not only in the World Tour level, because racing quite a bit among with the other Kazakhstan team. Astana had a development team, and they also had the Almaty, which is the other state, another city in Kazakhstan. They also had a development team. A lot of continental team from Kazakhstan. I think it was at least 4, if I recall, we raced against them. Certainly, it's a big culture, cycling culture in Kazakhstan. So it's a part of Asia, in a sort of a northwest of Asia. Used to be part of Soviet Union, but now it's independent country.
That's right, yeah.
And very beautiful. I mean, I've been to Almaty. I've not been to Astana.
Okay,
That's the capital. The original capital of Kazakhstan was Almaty.
Yeah.
So I've been there and spent some time. It was very beautiful. It was a beautiful city, and then very close by are the ski resort. You can literally go ski. I mean, it's just like a half an hour drive. You can start getting to there's the ice skating range. Then you can take the gondola and all the way to the very peak. And there were wild horses, and so I heard Vinny Croft. The original Vinny Croft used to go up there and do his altitude training.
Oh wow! Okay.
In the ski resort. So beautiful place to visit, and there's direct flight from Malaysia to go visit there. So there you go. But currently, they're working on the front now, trying to keep these 4 quads in control. That's very nice. I like that Panamanian flag color.
Yeah, it's very nice actually.
Yeah, it is the red and the blue.
That's like a dark blue.
Yeah, dark blue, red and blue. And Gonzalez,
navy blue or something.
Yeah, navy
that's
blue.
what they call them.
The national champion of
Panama.
Yeah.
1 hour, 1 minute and 45 seconds now. The gap has definitely increased between them and the main peloton with 106.5 kilometer. They're not far off from the second intermediate sprint now. Looking at just over 20 kilometers of riding left still. Oliver Peace, Mark Rustenga, and then Jimeno Ferrer. And also Gonzalez, 4 riders riding super well among themselves. Peloton looking very calm at the moment. There is some spectators on the side of the road. Looks like school kids. Interesting, yeah, on a Sunday. Very, very interesting.
Right, Sunday. Normally Sunday is not a school day.
Yeah.
Malacca does have their weekend on Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, absolutely, yeah. But yeah, we were talking about earlier how these the schools are actually collaborated with the Ministry of Education to sort of like have a bit of a charade and stuff for the schools. We're going to get information. Rider 102 just left the race, which is Filippo Fortin, the sprinter for Solution Tech. Vini Fantini, we got a few riders already left the race in the finale of this year's PETRONAS Tour Langkawi.
Yeah.
Here it is, Jimeno Ferrer in front there. Just finished his turn, about to get back into the pace line. Here it is, Filippo Fortin, the sprinter for Solution Tech, Vini Fantini. A sprinter, yep.
Wondering what's the reason for the abandonment.
Yep.
But maybe that's why Gonzalez is on the breakaway. So obviously they don't have a sprinter to contest if it comes down to a bunch sprint. So Roberto Gonzalez is on the breakaway, trying to repeat yesterday's glorious victory by Zeb Giffen. Of the Unibet Rocket team.
Yeah, so they're not far off from Seremban, actually, the capital district for the state of Negeri Sembilan. Yeah, not far off actually. They're in a different state now. Yeah, look, we have a bit of a visual of the cloud at the moment. Looks like it's about to rain. dark clouds over the mountains, but hopefully it doesn't make its way here to the peloton. Hopefully whatever direction that these riders are going to are moving away from the peloton. Considering that's on the right side of the cloud, it's on the right side. The rider is pretty much going head on, and I guess towards the left of the peninsula Malaysia. So potentially they're not in the direction, but yeah, let's just hope, because otherwise it would have made the race interesting as they're heading towards that last 2 climbs of the stage.
Right.
Yeah.
Even either interesting or messy.
Yeah.
It would depend on your point of view.
That's right.
But nevertheless, they were looking at Harif Saleh, number 111, the sprinter for the triple stage winner of the Malaysia PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi.
All right, there it is.
He was very happy for his teammate yesterday, because for the last few years, and he had to shoulder most of the responsibility trying to getting a stage victory in the sprint. But certainly he's not I think this is his last year of racing as well, along with Christoph. So, but he's not his last race. He's going off to Taihu, which you mentioned earlier. But he is. This will be the last year racing. So he would certainly hope to have come away with another podium or another victory. But he's not able to do that. But he was very happy at the end of yesterday. Congratulated Ayman Rosli for getting on the podium. It is always good to see that there's always a next generation of Malaysian cyclists that come along, and he's not a young chap, but what got him inspired to become a cyclist, he watched Koji Fukushima.
Oh wow, okay.
Breaking away, I think it was a Gatri stage, taking the yellow jersey into Kota Baru. And there was a photo of him getting the photo and getting the autograph by Koji, and that kind of inspired him to become a cyclist. He was just a young boy then, and we certainly hope yesterday's performance by Ayman Rosli inspired the next generation of Malaysian cyclists, because we have mentioned earlier, multiple Malaysian cyclists has been on the stage result podium, along with Harif Saleh's brother Zamri Saleh and Adik Usman, who is in his TV studio alongside, and he's doing the broadcasting, the TV broadcasting, and Adik Usman has been on the stage, finishing 3rd on the stage, and as well.
Do you remember which stage?
We'll have to look it up. Look it up. Yeah. I think Zamri was in the Putrajaya stage, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
And then also Nick, I think Nick from the PDRM team, and has been on the podium as well, 3rd. But along that, there were many other riders. Malaysian rider has been on the podium, either for the KOM. Ayman Zarif has been on the podium for the KOM and has won the KOM classification under Sapura, then later on under Terengganu cycling team. And there were numerous riders for the best, also best Asian, at least a jersey holder. I know Seong Sang Hong has taken the jersey for a couple days, and then before relinquished that. So yeah, it's always nice to see a local rider, Malaysian rider, and having had the opportunity to be on the podium of the biggest race in one of the biggest races in Asia, and the Tour de Langkawi. Certainly, in terms of number of years held, this is definitely the longest major races. There are other pro races like Qinghai Lake, Hainan, and as well as Taihu, just mentioned, that just upgraded from a Category 1 race to a pro series. But I think in terms of prestige and organization, I think Tour de Langkawi is certainly among the best ones. If it's not the best one, but certainly it would be the top, on the Asian calendars. This race been held for many years, and to continue, it is good to see Malaysia continue this tradition and holding this great race again in 2025.
Yeah, there is just a quick research. It was the 20th edition in 2015, from Kuala Terengganu to Kuantan, 200-kilometer stage.
Right.
Yeah, he got third. He got third. Adi Kusani, Malaysian, got third in that particular stage.
And we're just approaching the last 100 kilometer of this year's Tour de Langkawi.
Exactly, 100 kilometers to go until I guess the curtain falls. You know, it's been an exciting journey so far with everyone spectating and live commentary, or for those spectators that actually there presence on the side of the road. Yes, so for those of you in the Kuala Lumpur area, not far off from Kuala Lumpur area, you can definitely head there to KLCC to spectate the finale, the finishing of the, I guess the closing of this year's edition of PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi. I mean, gladly enough, in front of PETRONAS Twin Tower.
Yeah.
So it is looking at with 1 minute and 55 seconds gap. The gap have definitely extended between themselves and also the main peloton. Here it is, Mark Brustenga just having a little bit of a feed from the car. Just get some drinks, some gels, and some nutrition. Obviously, he obviously being the breakaway, he haven't had much of achievement for Akipu Farmer in this year's PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi. Did hear an interview just now with Jeff. Looks like there it is, I guess some instructions, some planning from the team car, from the Director Sportif. About what's the plan for today's stage for Akipu Farmer, final stage to change and flip the luck around for the team.
Yeah, here we go. 2 minutes, so we have less than about 2 hour racing. What about 2 hour racing to go? So for the fans who are watching at home, if you want to catch the finish, the finale at the KLCC, this is about the time that you make your way out there.
Yeah.
And there are plenty of public transportation to avoid the road closure and the traffic jam. Their public transportation takes you right to the KLCC. I know one of my friends is already there, waiting.
Okay.
Waiting. He was there quite early. I was trying to tell him loud that it is a little early for taking, for going so early, because the race only started at 12 o'clock and it's going to finish around 4:30 time-ish. And based on the pace they're going, within the next 2 hours, they will be. We will see who is going to be the final stage winner of this year's PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi. And as well, there are multiple jerseys to be finalized and decided.
Do you know my papa? He loves helping people. Always makes mama smile. And he can do magic. That's why I love my papa so much.
I just use Mr. Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points. Redeem all kinds of rewards. And easy to win hearts too. Senangnya. Ini baru Mr. Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Let's go! Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan Petronas Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di PAM atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit Petronas Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di Petronas.
Barang elektrik pun boleh. Wah.
Isi minyak di Petronas guna Settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
Sofia sayang Papa.
Lah, guna Mesra Rewards sayang. Isi senang, tebus macam-macam, senang. Beli jiwa pun senang. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
It certainly He put in very nice power, a lot of power onto the wheels, and he is laser focused with his eyes. And his teammate wears sunglasses. Unlike Ustenka.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, looking at these giant helmets, they've been around for quite a year, for quite some time. You know, I think. They haven't updated the design. You know.
Yeah.
Interesting to see what's the thought process behind those helmets. You know, they've had that design for easily, I think, 10 years almost.
Okay.
Yeah, a while, definitely.
Well,
you see different brands comes out with different designs every 4 or 5 years.
Right.
Yeah. So obviously this particular design have been around for a bit more than that. But I guess Giant probably put more the engineers and the R&D power on developing the next bike or the next wheel. Yeah.
Well, maybe if it's working so well.
Yeah.
Why, if it's working so well, why do you want to make many drastic changes? So you might as well keep it. We talked about earlier, like Giant, like with the Cantex wheels. I mean, they weren't. I mean, in my old days, I know. Talk about again my old days, but I mean, they weren't particularly great. At the component, they were very good in the bike frame. I remember racing alongside of Giant Asia team, David McCain, who was a rider that that time he was a very good time trialer. He did finish, I think, World Championship, I think top 10.
Oh wow!
In one of the World Championship time trial, and he seems to have not the bike, but the components of the wheels, and it seems to be a little bit of issues here and there. But they certainly have improved tremendously. The Cantex wheels are very good wheels, and the helmets and their components are certainly improved massively over the years. So there it goes. These riders are on full Giant. I think they are on Cantex components as well, helmet. But they don't make any other shoes or any like other accessory, but they just mostly the hardware. So the
absolutely.
hardware.
We saw a little bit just now. They are actually on like an aero cuff.
Okay.
Yeah, looks like an aero
cuff or a shoe cover.
Maybe a full shoe cover. I don't know.
I think it's an aero shoe cover. Yeah.
Aero shoe cover.
I think it's aero shoe cover. That's like a 4 or 5 watts right there.
There, easily, especially at the speed they're going. They're cruising along at 48, 50k an hour just now.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's a massive advantage. Something to counter the lightweight setup here from Jimeno Ferrer. On the flip side, here it is, Oliver Peace just in front here. Interesting as well, like considering he's not on the aero laser helmets instead.
Right.
They are also, speaking about helmets that have been around for a long time, that is a helmet that has been around for a very long time. The Z1 laser helmet.
And that design, I mean, this is a new model. I mean, this is a relatively new model of laser, but this type of design, you've seen it in Giro, in the old Giro.
Absolutely.
It's very similar. So when a design works really well, there probably a lot of you don't need to change it, make too many changes. I guess. So that's the point. Meanwhile, talk about aero helmet. We see the whole Total Energy on the aero helmet. Some rider maybe prefer HJC aero helmet. Some rider maybe prefer more ventilation because consider the hotter weather, humid weather. So but the Total Energy is all aero. Very nice HJC aero helmet.
Furion 3.0. They're quite recently released this particular helmet.
Okay. There you go. And meanwhile, behind that is Daniel Whitehouse. He's a black aero helmet. I think that's a Rudy. Rudy,
absolutely.
There you go. Okay. And again, so you see the majority of the rider on the aero helmet, the KSPO also on the same HJC, but a different color. Purple. And the Tudor team on the Oakley. Okay, all right. See, I'm getting there. I'm learning my gears and getting educated by the guru here, by the tech guru. And
absolutely,
there you go. You can see the arrow. See the sleeve. So now the jersey they're riding. They're racing the racing suit, but you see the arrow. The sleeve part is all have a certain kind of texture fabric. Yeah, exactly, to create a bit of to reduce the drag, the air drag when it hits the air, because you see the reason is that you obviously the arms are cylindrical, so you are at the front part of your body, so this air when the wind hit certainly creates kind of drag. But you see Conforma, they're just using a smooth. Here goes Jaime. Jaime from the neutral service is giving out a bottle. And the neutral service, once again, is crucial, especially for the breakaway when their team car cannot get to them. although there's 2 minutes, they should be able to get to them and get to the breakaway rider. But maybe right now they're just happy letting Jaime do all the work.
Yeah, that's true.
So why do we need to go up there when Jaime is there? Okay.
Yeah, Jaime got us covered. Yeah, Jaime can get us covered. That's no problem there.
There you go.
Interesting dynamic now in the front. We previously we saw XDS Astana was in front with Anton Kuzmin and also Alexander Vinokurov, but now the whole train is completely controlled by Total Energies in front here. We see George Delvaux just hanging out in fourth wheel. Obviously, he has a bit of an ambition to protect his jersey, considering Anders Halland Johannesson have reduced the gap to 3 seconds. That's a very, very tight gap, so he's not safe by any means. Yeah, the team have to do something. They have to be, I mean, like, for those, obviously, for Uno X is a little bit more on how do I say, attacking mode, whereas like, you know, the Total Energies now is on a bit of a defensive mode. They have to react. So, which, you know, can be not the best thing and not the best situation to be in.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Total Energy wants to keep this gap to about 2 minutes plus because, you know, we're at 86.6K to go. So technically, we're about less than 10K to the second intermediate sprint. We saw the first intermediate sprint. Johannesson took that 3 seconds, and the gap now is only separate by 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Now, if they shut down the gap too soon, if Uno X decide to say, okay, I'm gonna go for the second bonus second at this intermediate sprint, and the gap is less than a minute, I can shut it down within 10K.
Yeah.
And then I can contest for the second intermediate sprint. Then that would put more pressure on the Above and Total Energy team. So yeah, they want to keep it at a 2 minutes, so there's no chance for the breakaway to be caught before the second intermediate sprint. They are approaching, talk about the second intermediate sprint, just 5K to the second intermediate sprint.
So they're approaching the town of Seremban, or I guess the local will call it Somban.
Yeah,
Somban.
Somban. It's actually 10K. Yeah, I don't know. We saw the screen, it says 5K, but I think it's, according to the race manual, should be probably getting close to that. Within a
Seremban, the second intermediate sprint. That's the capital town or district for the state of Negeri Sembilan. Yeah, which is the neighboring state for Selangor. Central. There it is. Team Picnic Post NL feeding Oliver Peace in the breakaway. The gap, 2 minute 50 seconds at the moment. Total Energy is absolutely slowing down the peloton, as you mentioned just now, so that no other general classification interested teams are getting a shot at the bonus seconds.
Yep, absolutely. So, this is Seremban is another town famous for food. They have a lot of good food as well, I suppose.
For sure. Seremban, Negeri Sembilan in particular, their foods, if you love spicy food, this is a place to go. They're very, how do I say, they're very famous for I think the dish based off, they call it masak lemak.
Okay.
Yeah, it's basically like turmeric mixed together with like coconut milk.
Okay.
Right, so it gets this very creamy and very, how do I say, very creamy texture. You can choose either you eat it with chicken, you eat it with fish.
Okay.
Yeah, obviously if you're not familiar, like the default setting is super spicy.
Super spicy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you gotta, if you ever come to this area of town, Negeri Sembilan, you gotta make sure you ask them if you're not a particular fan of spicy. You gotta ask them for no spicy.
So
although the waiter would give you a funny look.
That's what I get. I get it all the time, right? So I go tell them, "Tanah patas." No patas, please. No patas, please. No, zero. Because here's the overshot of the tongue sign. Sprinting for the tongue sign, talking about. We're going to sprint into Seremban.
Yeah, so speaking of Seremban, that's the local architect. You can see that blue roof there. It has a particular archy kind of roof, which the local culture call it the Minangkabau culture.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's very very old ancient historical Malay kind of culture there. So Minangkabau for the Negeri Sembilan is a very particular way of architecture. If you look at probably you go to the countryside of Negeri Sembilan, you see more of that that sort of like a very particular shape or texture of how they make their roof.
Right. And I can see all the point of the roof. You have
it's quite a pointy edge,
pointy
slightly
edge.
higher.
I think that's to like divert the lining, decrease the lining strike. I mean, so they lining. Obviously, we know being a Southeast Asia tropical weather, you get a lot of thunderstorms. Lining and thunderstorms. So that I think that probably like the ancient people understand that taller object, object can divert the risk of lightning. And right now, so talk about lightning. The peloton is not traveling at lightning speed, but they are definitely not easing off. I mean, this is finally we see Total Energy like getting really organized. The last few days they were sort of leaving it to other team. Like yesterday we saw Tudor did the bulk of the work. Some days it was Uno X, but today they it's just one more day to go. Last day they were just less than 83 kilometers to the finish. They are fully committed to keeping the green jersey.
So it looks like the peloton now is clouded by the rain cloud. You can see some breeze. Normally that's indicating that the rain is not far off. 1 kilometer until the second intermediate sprint here in Somban. So let's see if any of these 4 riders in the breakaway are attempting for the bonus seconds or bonus points. Looks like there's a bit of communication between Jimeno Ferrer and also Brustenga. Let's see if they're going to commit to the sprint. Or the other 2 riders, Oliver Peace or Gonzalez, actually interested as well into the sprint. Not far off, looking at 500 meters to go until they reach the second intermediate sprint, or maybe just potentially they're just going to roll the turn smoothly without any interest of who's going to get the maximum points here. You can see the marker on the side of the road here as they enter the town of Seremban. There it is, 500 meters to go. Let's see, looks like they're just rolling turns here, coming into the town of Seremban. Last year they did experience some rain around Seremban where it sort of flooded and they had to stop the race to get the whole rain to ease off a little bit. I think we did have some footage of the montage showing it was Simon Pilot and also Max Poole. Riding through some flooded road, taking the corner in the middle of the town. That had to force the stage to pause for a little bit. Here it is. They passing through the second intermediate sprint, no contention. Gonzalez getting the maximum points from Solution Tech, Rini Fantini. Rolling turn smoothly. They're more interested in different areas of the race, potentially going for a stage finish or maybe maximum King of the Mountain points. We have to have a bit of a peek into where the standings between Mark Brustenga and also Jimeno Ferrer into the in their respective classification.
So they just work really well. See a lot of the teams, they're not looking for the minor prizes. They are focusing on trying to get to the finish line because they know today with a lumpy finish, this is a good opportunity for the breakaway to succeed. And all these 3 teams presented in the quartet has not won a stage yet. So and they don't have their sprinter. Maybe their sprinter is not able to contest also. So they have to. We know the Pikmin Post NL supposedly we were going to have a major sprinter. Fabio Jakobsen, but he's not able to join because of the injury. So they have to go out there and try to win a stage. And today is certainly a good opportunity because yesterday a lot of teams didn't think that was going to be possible for any breakaway to succeed. And Unibet Rocket crashed the party.
Absolutely.
Crashed the party, and by Zeb Kiffen taking the fabulous victory. And so now these 4 riders trying to crash the party for the sprinters.
Oh yes, for sure. We did hear an interview just now. The client wanted to have a career high in Petronas Langkawi. He've always, for the past 2 years that he was here, it's always been 2 stage wins. Never never more than 2 stage wins.
Yeah.
So he wanted to get a career high, another 3 stage wins. But obviously, putting that hill to a lump towards the end of the stage can be a tricky one, considering after the Ampang Luka, there's only about 10 kilometers until the finishing line. So yeah, it's going to be a tricky one, considering that there's no, I guess, dominant GC just yet. So these GC teams are going to be very, very active towards this final stage of this edition of PETRONAS Sri Lankawi. Here's a look at the peloton. Yeah, just a bit of a cruising. We're going to have a little bit of replay of the second intermediate sprint, although not much to see, to be honest. But yes, it's good to see just how the riders are just rolling turns together. Looks like the rider number 136 having a whole I guess, bottle. Yeah.
Teams, the entire team's...
The entire team's bottle in his back pocket, yeah. There it is. There's 4 riders, no contention, just rolling straight onto the second intermediate sprints. They just rolling smooth turns with one another. Yes, I believe they are actually going for the stage victory.
Right. Yeah. So for those viewers who are just wondering, like, why they're not fighting off for the intermediate sprint, don't they want that 100 euros for intermediate sprint bonus? No, because they are, I mean, first of all, I think their target is to win today's stage. So they want to preserve the energy. They don't want to fight out for the minor prizes because their eyes are targeted on the major prize of today.
Eyes on the major prize.
On the big prize, of winning today's stage. Because you don't get that intermediate sprint result on your Palmares. You can't say I won an intermediate sprint in your Palmares. So it's only the win, the victory, or the podium finish that counts. So these 4 riders certainly are in a good position. The gap is up to 4 minutes now.
Wow.
So that's a massive time gap. So certainly this is becoming a very attractive opportunity for the 4 riders, and their chances of making to the finish just increased probably 4 times.
Yeah, for sure. That's potentially, we know why that have happened. The Total Energies team in front there just trying to shut down any potential attempt from Uno X particularly to get any more bonus seconds, or even Yanis is quite close to steal any more bonus seconds from Tudor Pro Cycling. So very well controlled there from Total Energies riders.
Yeah, so we see here it's certainly decrease, discourage other team from trying to get the bonus time and bonus second. None of these 4 riders are in threat for the overall classification.
Yes.
So it is possible. Now we do want to maybe see where are they on the general classification standing. You know, whether or not they become a virtual race leader. That would be interesting to find out.
Yeah, that'd be interesting because we look at potentially there isn't any in the top 10 for general classification with any of those riders, but we, considering the gap from Joris Delbove until pretty much until the 25th position, the gap is no more than 1 minute, so they have to be a bit more careful to allow the gap to not be too big between themselves. Let's see. Ibon Ruiz obviously is not in the breakaway. We do see, so I think they do it quite well. They do it quite well.
Okay. Well, we'll have a closer look to see where is what did Oliver and then Kamfama, because Farah looked like he should be a climber.
Yeah, Oliver Peace is further back. He's like 7 minutes away. Yeah, from Joris Delbove. Yeah, Gonzalez is about 2 minutes and 28, so that is a possibility. Gonzalez have a possibility, so Total Energies need to be a bit careful for allowing the break to be too big. Yeah, Gonzalez is definitely in the mix.
Brustega?
Yeah, Brustega is not in the mix.
And then
so I think the only threat at the moment is
Gonzalez.
Gonzalez.
So if Gonzalez is his highest rank and he's only come at 2 minutes plus behind the general classification leader. So that makes him his virtual leader.
Yeah,
so,
at the moment, yes.
Yeah,
at the moment, he is a virtual leader.
So for those who may be not familiar with virtual leader, that means that they are, even though they're not wearing the jersey, not leading the overall classification, but they're currently on the road because his time gap to the race leader was only 2 minutes plus as of yesterday, and now he is 4 minutes ahead above, so that makes him the virtual race leader. So we're coming across the finish, the KOM points. There's no contest. They're just rider just rolling through the category 3 climb, taking away all the time bonuses. So that's there you go. That's an interesting situation, and I think Oliver is here because he wants to make sure take away all the KOM points for his teammate Patrick Eddy, so that there's no chance for Sayambaya to get any time KOM points for him.
Yeah, it's pretty smart. Sometimes you get your teammates to go and take all the points rather than you and be in the breakaway and take all the points. So that's definitely well played there by Oliver Peace. But yeah, so we did have another run through of the current standing of the general classification for sure. The biggest threat in the breakaway at the moment is absolutely Gonzalez from the Solution Tech Vini Fantini. This could be a very interesting one for sure. The gap is 4 minutes and 10 seconds. They need to close it down. Obviously, they still have a 76.6 kilometer racing to go. Yes, they need to be a bit more careful with how much gap they are leaving. Obviously, you can be a little bit more, sometimes teams can get a little bit too caught up of seeing the second and third rider chasing you down for the time gap, but then you forgot that there's, for example, Gonzalez is on a, let's see, what is his current standing? He's on the 32nd spot at the moment, which is far down in the classification.
But he could, if this breakaway survived with access of 2.5 minutes, and then that put him in the race leader. And wouldn't that be special for?
Very.
And would it be a disaster for Total Energy? Although for a professional team like Total Energy, they wouldn't know exactly the gap they need to close. But so we certainly saw yesterday there are surprises. So today could spur another surprise. And so all the 4 rider has a distinctive task because Gonzalez is trying to win the stage and trying to get to the stage and take the overall race leader jersey. And then you have Oliver from the Picnic Post NL, and he wants to survive at least to the to all the KOM points. Just take away any opportunity for Sayambaya for getting any KOM points to fight to take away the KOM jersey away from Patrick Eddy, his teammate. And then you have 2 riders from Confama who trying to win a stage. They're trying to win a stage for Spain, and for to make the history for Spain by winning the stage. So they have 2 riders. So all 4 riders has their different objective, but they are working together as one very cohesive unit.
Absolutely, and none of these 4 riders' objectives are colliding with each other. So obviously it's a win-win situation. Like if we finish this race together, 4 of us in a breakaway, we all get what we achieve. We all get what we want to achieve out of this breakaway.
Absolutely. So that's there's no contest for the KOM points at all. They're not interested in the minor prizes. Gonzalez wants the green jersey. The Picnic Post NL want to keep the KOM jersey, and the Confama wants to win the today's stage. So here we go. 3 teams presented at the front of the race with 3 very distinctive objectives, but very good. Very well working together. Meanwhile, the 4 men working well together. I see a little bit of grimacing.
It's right on the second wheel.
Second wheel. That's the Total Energy rider. Total Energy has George Debov of Total Energy has 4 of their riders on the front of the KOM. That they are approaching the KOM climb.
Absolutely.
Looks like could be less than the 4-minute gap. Then we will hope to get a update on the. I say just approaching the last 1K. I think they're 1. 500 meters from the KOM point. I think the gap is less than 4 minutes. So we should get a time gap at the top of the KOM to see where they are. This is the head of peloton just cross over the KOM points.
Yes.
We didn't, so Saibai obviously knew that there was no more KOM points to be taken on this particular KOM.
Yep.
So there's no action from the peloton, just rolling through. We want to get a latest time check from where, well, time flies when you're involved in when you're talking nonstop.
Yeah, absolutely.
But maybe it is 4 minutes. Maybe we hope to get a time check.
Yeah.
Just to get a glimpse of the distance between the breakaway and the peloton. We cannot see them, even though we're getting an aerial shot. But they're definitely minutes ahead, far enough that they're out of sight. But they're certainly not out of the minds of Total Energy.
Yeah, it's just on the right side there. We see a highway called the Lekas Highway. Which they're gonna have a road race in I think next weekend.
Event, the next event is an evening event, Lekas Highway event.
Night riding.
Night
racing.
Yeah, night racing, night riding. It's
an annual thing.
It's an annual thing, and it's getting pretty popular.
Yes.
But
thousands of people showed up.
Thousands. I think they say there was a maximum of I think 1 year was 5,000 tickets open, but it gets sold out literally within weeks of within a week of opening. I'm not I guess now you're not allowed to ride on the highway. So for many people, maybe it is a novelty to be able to ride on the highway and race on the highway. It is a big stretch. It is well lit.
Yes, well lit, for sure. I believe you can't sign up anymore. It's closed down. It's sold out for a long time.
Sold out for a long time.
But if any of your international viewers, wanted to make your way to Malaysia and probably participate in an event next year, you can come down. Normally they open your registration around April or so.
Yep.
Yeah. So be on the lookout.
If you like to riding at nighttime and riding on the highway.
On the highway, nighttime on the highway.
It's literally expressway.
It is. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you go through those tolls.
Yeah, you get tollway. Yeah,
the toll. You go through the toll on the ride.
And finishing, the finishing is just before the toll.
Yeah.
I mean, not if you fancy that. For me, I prefer it on the smaller backcountry roads. With undulating. But if you prefer expressway racing, that certainly it's a fun way to do it.
Yeah. So I think it's about 105 kilometers this year, which is the same as last year.
Yeah, they have a few different distance.
Yeah, absolutely. You can choose one. Absolutely.
And I remember riding with KJ. Your BFF.
Yeah, my BFF now. Okay,
KJ,
I'll take that.
I mean, I had the honor of. They were asking me to lead him through. I mean, just to shepherd him out.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I did. So we rode together. It was had a bit of chatting and. Come to the finish line, and I did sort of lead him out. I mean, he got a pretty good kick on him.
All right.
Absolutely. He didn't enjoy the climbing part. We did climb over Seremban.
Yeah.
He said he didn't enjoy climbing part, but he certainly have a bit of kick on him.
Okay.
It was that's our previous ex-minister of sports and youth.
Yes, absolutely.
And they're currently not involved in politics, but I'm saying I hope he come back. It'd be good to have a cyclist back in
the politics chair.
Yeah, exactly. So
yeah, absolutely. Speaking of KJ, he's a vice president of the Malaysian National Cycling Federation at the moment. He's I guess his portfolio is cycling for all. So not so much in terms of performance side of thing, but he's more towards the getting more people on bikes, getting cycling more accessible. So that's absolutely love that sort of stuff. Speaking of Malaysian National Cycling Federation, we just passed Malacca. That's the hometown of Malaysia. Hometown of Malaysian National Cycling Federation.
Yes. Yeah. So
obviously work alongside with the organizer of PETRONAS Tour Langkawi, the Ministry of Sports and Ministry of Youth and Sports. I keep getting the reverse. Ministry of Youth and Sports, and also the National Sports Council of Malaysia. Obviously, without their help, we can't have the PETRONAS Langkawi, and also without their help, we can't get the sport of cycling flourish here in Malaysia. Here they are, cruising at 64 kilometers per hour like nobody's business.
Yeah, and Gonzalez obviously is very motivated.
Yeah.
Would be a phenomenon if he can pull off a stage victory, but also potentially an overall victory. That would be
and not just stage win, but also an overall victory.
Yeah,
you know, it reminds me a lot about. Obviously, it's not such a big time gap, but it reminds me a lot about Chris Froome attempt. I can't remember. Was it 2018 Giro at Col de la Finestre, where he broke away 80 kilometers.
Right.
Yeah, and then it took some
alone. Right?
Yeah, alone. It took some a very big time gap.
Right.
Yeah, very big time gap, and straight away won the Giro.
Yeah, there you go. So you know, stranger things have happened. As yesterday was not expected the breakaway to succeed, and today Gonzalez is on the front, showing his Panamanian national champion jersey very proudly, representing Solution Tech Vini Fantini.
Yeah, they're on a Pardus bike.
Yeah, they're on a Pardus, but he's on a climber bike, right? Not the aero version.
Yeah, the Pardus with drive wheels.
Okay.
Yeah, drive wheels. Yeah,
okay.
Drive wheels.
Drive wheel. Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm not sure how you drive the wheels, but yeah.
He's certainly driving the peloton,
Yeah,
driving the
absolutely.
breakaway.
He's driving the breakaway.
Driving the breakaway. Yeah. Alongside with Oliver on his Lapierre.
Lapierre. Yeah, absolutely. French bike.
Yes, yes. According to my French friend who is at the race, the meaning of Lapierre is like a solid or rock.
Huh.
Yeah, it's like a rock, but it's not as heavy as a rock, but it's it's a light
solid
rock.
bike, I suppose.
A solid bike. Yeah.
Okay.
But I think it's the name of the person, the founder who created the Lapierre bike, right?
Yeah, that makes more sense though.
Yeah. Okay. But the meaning of it, he said it was like a rock.
All right. Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Solid as rock.
Yeah.
Yeah. So meanwhile, these riders are certainly, four riders are working very well.
Yeah.
Solid, working very well. Solid as a rock right now.
Yeah,
And,
working solid, going against the big giants.
Yeah.
Or riding on giant bikes. What else?
we're trying to make the words rhyme
with whatever bike.
So hopefully you enjoy that. Here we go.
Speaking of another unconventional, that's Pardus. Obviously Daniel Whitehouse on Pardus.
Yeah.
I prefer the lace shoes.
Yeah, his lace shoes.
Giro. Looks like a Giro Empire.
Yeah, Giro Empire. It's aero. I mean, there definitely talk about. He needs the aero cuff to make it a little more aero.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So that's what he needs. But yeah, it is aero, more aero than the dial kind of shoes.
Absolutely,
and But you could actually put an aero cuff like what the Uno X rider was doing. Dobby. He had the aero cuff. Simon Dobby had the aero cuff over. So yeah, certainly helped improve the aerodynamic, and it also holds the shoes a bit better. So holds the form. So obviously with the lace shoes, you cannot tighten it like the BOA dial. So having the aero cuff actually holds that middle part of your shoes. So in case you have to go off for a sprint, then you literally don't need to retighten it again.
Absolutely.
So meanwhile, only 3 riders now at the front. So 3 riders chasing 4. That certainly make the race a lot more interesting now, because we are approaching the sharper end of not only today's stage, but the overall race.
Yeah.
With only 67K to go.
67 kilometers until the finale of this year's edition of Tour Langkawi. 66.9 kilometers now with 4 minutes and 20 seconds gap. So they need to time their effort very, very well. Then in Total Energies, they really need to get on top of the gap. They can't let this gap go any more bigger than this. They really need to wind it down, considering it's only 66.7 kilometer. No more than 2 hours of racing for sure.
Exactly.
Yeah. So with
1.5 hour.
1.5 hour
racing.
Exactly. So they're in the town of. Let's see, where is it? 6 kilometer. Mantin. Yeah, they're Mantin. Yeah,
Mantin. That's a popular.
Popular
place.
town. We were here probably about a month or two ago, not far off from where I stay actually. At Mantin, you can do a nice 100-kilometer loop going out to some of the infamous climbs around here. So Negeri Sembilan lack of flat roads.
Yeah,
there's
it's
a lot,
little
so
bit
many,
choppy.
a lot of rolling terrains, a lot of climbs around this area, which makes for a nice climb. And also, the here obviously it's a little bit more, I guess, not as hectic of town compared to the likes of Kuala Lumpur. I guess the Klang Valley.
It's considered this not suburb, but definitely a little bit on the edges of the Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah, so the peoples here are a little bit nicer towards cyclists. So that's the point where I'm getting at. Yeah. So if you go up to a climb, you know, you're riding a little bit more slowly. So the road users, particularly motorists, are a bit more accommodating for them, you know. So around here, definitely, and also the National Velodrome is not far off from here as well. Nilai, obviously, not far off from Mantin. So a lot of the training grounds for our local track teams. You know,
you can see Azizu Awang.
Potentially he might be there. You know, actually we saw him earlier in another air conditioning billboard.
In the billboard, right? We didn't see him in live in person, but we saw him in the billboard.
Absolutely. So the Total Energies absolutely need to get the time gap control now. It's 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Leave it. Once they get to the climb, it can get tricky to bring everything back. You know, with 65.2 kilometers.
I don't believe the 4 minute 20 second, which has not changed for the last half an hour to an hour. So we should get an update on the time gap. Meanwhile, we see the Total Energy riders on the back just getting the water, getting the feeding. So I'm sure the DS know the actual time gap because in the DS car they get the race radio, which is constantly updating the gap to the DS of the different teams. So they shouldn't know exactly what the gap needs to be closed. We hope to get an update and can update you. That was the current gap because we saw a moment ago Gonzalez was the virtual leader of the yesterday's race. So that certainly would add a bit of urgency to Total Energy, putting their total energy in on the chase.
There it is. There's a sign. Welcome to Mantin. Selamat datang means welcome. Ke means to. Mantin, yes.
Mantin,
Mantin is the name of the particular town that the riders are riding through at the moment. All right, so they just passed Mantin, and then not far off, they will make their way into the state of Selangor, into Beranang and also Kajang.
Right, and what's where you live?
Not far off from where I left. If I were not doing the commentating, I'd be by the roadside trying to collect some bottles.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't blame you on that. But you have a job to do. We still have 64 kilometers of commentating left to do for this year Tour de Langkawi. We absolutely enjoyed it.
It's been an interesting one so far. Absolutely.
And I hope the viewers that watching at home, they are enjoying the commentating as well and enjoying the race mostly. That's certainly a lot more interesting than our commentating. And I think we were just overhearing on the update.
Sebastian Chengizi left the race from True Pro Cycling. Sebastian Chengizi had to left the race. So it's like interesting. There's a
lot of riders.
I think about five riders now, I believe. Almost 5 riders. Sebastian Chengizi now recently left the race.
Meanwhile, the time gap is 4 minutes 10 seconds. Wow. So that is still a significant gap. We see Poti Visit Malda is decided to get to the front and start helping the chase, and along with Alexander Vinokurov. They obviously sense the urgency that they need to shut it down, and Total Energy does not have enough riders to bring back the gap. The virtual leader of the race, Gonzalez from Solution Tech Vini Fantini. So it's going to be another nail-biting race to the finish.
Definitely. We would have expected to come down to sprint, because all this while finishing it off. I mean, for the last time they ever finished it off at PETRONAS Langkawi in 2023 was a bunch sprint. But yes, this year, obviously, considering how tight the general classification battle is, so there might actually be a breakaway finish, you know, obviously. Finishing it off at there was an interview just now with Joris Delbov. Yeah. So Joris Delbov, obviously it's they sort of like equated finishing at Eiffel Tower in France. So it's sort of like the same equivalent, finishing it off at the Twin Tower in Kuala Lumpur.
Right.
Obviously, normally it ends off in a sprint in Paris. But yeah, this year he didn't finish in a sprint. Well,
Right.
not one in the
Yeah,
breakaway.
yeah. It was,
so maybe it is a breakaway finish as well here in Kuala Lumpur City Centre, the Twin Tower.
That would be really exciting to watch, and there could be a new overall race leader. Who had expected that?
Yeah. He was not in the mix for sure for the past few stages.
Yeah.
We would almost like ruled him out almost. Considering how the stage is going so far. But yeah, so now it seems to be completely opposite.
Yeah, he's saving the best for last.
Yes, we do know. Solution Tech Vini Fantini have a good GC rider.
Yeah.
Gonzalez, but seeing how his performance is, where he had over 2 minute and 30 seconds gap, which kind of sort of made him ruled out from the general classification contention. But looking at how he is riding at the moment with 4 minute and 10 seconds gap between himself and also Joris Delbov, he might actually be able to pull it off with 61 kilometers to go.
Yep, this time is now. Definitely the more teams are involved in the front doing the chase. We saw XDS Astana alongside with Bogos as well.
Yeah, Bogos as well, yeah.
Yeah, so more teams are getting concerned and worried that they may miss out for today's stage if they don't shut it down. I would say they really need to shut it down before the climb starts.
Absolutely.
So they have approximately, I would say about 20K to go. They need to shut down the gap. That's a huge task before the climbing to Bukit Hangtu starts. So they need to get organized. They need to start chase now with these 3 teams helping Total Energy. That's a Poti, Visit Malta, Bogos, Astana. And in front of the Total Energy, there's definitely a sense of urgency play in currently right now.
Absolutely. They left it too late yesterday, and I assume a lot of these teams have learned their lessons that the breakaway can actually go away. But yeah, they are actually ramping up the pace here. The gap had definitely closed down to 4 minutes between the peloton and also the breakaway group. Obviously, we can see Joris Delbov is feeling a little bit edgy. He got the jersey at the Fraser stage, and yeah, looking at the stage, looking at the peloton just now.
Papa, he loves helping people. Always makes Mama smile, and he can do magic. That's why I love my Papa so much.
I just use Mr. Rewards. So easy.
It's so easy to collect points. Redeem all kinds of rewards. And easy to win hearts too. Senangnya. Ini baru Mesra Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
PETRONAS, let's go! Ganjaran lebih bermakna dengan PETRONAS Mesra Rewards. 40 ahli Mesra Rewards bertuah bakal menang voucher beli belah bernilai sehingga RM5,000 dan sebahagian daripada 35 juta mata ganjaran Mesra Rewards untuk direbut. Senang je, hanya isi minimum RM45 untuk kereta atau RM5 untuk motosikal dan masukkan nombor telefon anda di pam atau gunakan aplikasi Settle. Itu je. Gunalah kad kredit PETRONAS Visa untuk menikmati 3 kali peluang menang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk menangi ganjaran lebih bermakna hanya dengan menjadi ahli Mesra Rewards dan isi di PETRONAS.
Isi minyak di PETRONAS guna Settle 3 kali mata ganjaran. Senangnya, ini baru Mesra Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
They're leaving the work to still to other teams, which we saw Bogos alongside with a Total Energy, XDS Astana on the front of the race, working to chase these 4 breakaway, which they still have a 3 minute, a very healthy gap of 3 minutes 55 seconds.
Yeah.
Certainly. This is going to be a major commitment, and we see Bogos and gone with together with Poti, Malda.
There it is. 4 kilometer to the 3rd intermediate sprint for the riders in the breakaway.
4 rider chasing 4 breakaway.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Like we don't see yet any rider from Solution Tech Vini Fantini being present in the front of the peloton to halt any attempt to chase back the breakaway. But yes, Total Energies is present here. Polti Visit Malta is there. Bogus Bopele is there. We got we can see Alba Decline is there as well in the mix in front there. Obviously, he wants to make sure that he's in the mix whenever they launch the attack or ramping up the pace up the climb, either up Bukit Hantu or the Ampang lookout. So because if he missed the opportunity to be in the front mix, he might not get the chance to finishing it off in a bunch sprint. Here it is, Lorenzo Manzin, just in front there, doing his fair share of work for Joris Delbov. In front of the peloton now, in the breakaway group now. 3 minutes and 55 seconds, still the gap between these 4 riders and the breakaway, and then the main peloton.
I just saw a glimpse of Antoine Kuzmi on the front, moving to the front or start working because they probably felt that this breakaway is very much in danger. Well, the breakaway is endangering the peloton. The chances of winning for Aaron Gate, maybe today's stage, or Nicholas Vinokurov. So they're sending their big guns to the front, trying to help chase down the 4 riders. So other teams got to start sending riders and rotating, sending fresh legs to the front in order to bring back these 4 very good quality riders who are leading at the front of the race, and still 3 minutes 55 seconds.
Yeah.
So that's a significant gap, which we're talking about. And it's once the climb starts, the road get twisty. These 4 riders can very well stay ahead and keep the time gap ahead of the charging peloton.
Oh yes, for sure. Yeah, because once they've missed that opportunity, one of these 4 riders starts climbing, so that can be a very tricky one. Those windy, twisty roads can be a bit of an advantage for these 4 riders to break away. So yeah, they need to do something. They need to be quick. They're not far off until they started climbing. They already reached Beranang, about to head into Semenyih, and then from there, not far off. We're looking at the moment, kilometer 51.1. They're going to start climbing in about 15 kilometers or so. At about 15 kilometers, so they need to start chasing in the next half an hour or so before, before the breakaway comes into the first climb of the day.
Here at the front of the breakaway, the 4 riders working very well together. They didn't contest for any of the intermediate sprint and any of the KOM points. Their target is not the minor prizes. Their target is the grand prize of winning. For Gonzalez, winning the victory. For Confama, for the first Spanish victory of this year's Tour de Langkawi. Or not only this year's Tour de Langkawi, of the Tour de Langkawi history. And as well as Picnic Post NL, trying to ensure that their rider, Patrick Eddy, to keep the overall KOM classification. So, and trying to win a stage as well. So they have now able to walk away with a victory, even though they're a World Tour Division 1 team. So these 4 riders are working extremely well, keeping the gap. It just came down slightly by 20 seconds.
Yeah.
So that was a 5 kilometer, at least 5 kilometer chase, and only 20 seconds. So they're doing extremely well.
Yeah.
Taking the gels, keeping the carbo loaded.
Yeah.
And these are fast roads and dry roads. So they're working. They're 1K approaching the third and last intermediate sprint, but it's almost there's no significance right now looking at the intermediate sprint. They're not interested in that.
Absolutely. So they just want to roll smooth turns. Everyone with their very own ambitions. Kipo Kinfama wants to go for a stage win. Gonzalez potentially might be the race leader, and then the rider from Picnic Post NL, Oliver Pace, is interested in trying to steal away the points so that Sanbaya is not going to get any points for that King of the Mountain, and retaining his fellow teammate Patrick Eddy in the Bubbles 02 King of the Mountain classification. Here he is looking at the 3rd intermediate sprint point. We see some spectators here in the town of Semenyih, where the 3rd intermediate sprint will be. And as we have expected, they are just rolling turns, riding a smooth pace, making sure that they can be there in the mix for the finale in Kuala Lumpur. There it is, the 3rd intermediate sprint. No contention, just riding smoothly. So they're now officially in the state of Selangor, the neighboring state of Kuala Lumpur. So the Kuala Lumpur is considered the federal territories instead of a state. So federal territory of Kuala Lumpur, they're gonna arrive there as soon as they finish the 2nd climb of the day, which is the Ampang Lookout. Pretty much the Ampang Lookout marks the border between Selangor and also the federal territories of Kuala Lumpur. Here it is, taking the right turn, ensuring the smooth turn. They're about to head. They're about to head into the Bukit Hantu climb here. It's a familiar road. If I were to go to Bukit Hantu, this is the road that I would go. So it's a pretty much a at the moment they're gonna go quite a bit of a false flat road, quite a straight ones. But as and then they're gonna reach a road next to the Nirvana, sort of like I think
Cemetery?
Cemetery for the Chinese Buddhist cemetery. That particular area is going to be a little bit of a falls flat. And then it's pretty much an undulating. And then here it is, the look at the third intermediate sprint. As I've mentioned earlier, no contention. Just rolling smooth turns and keeping a good pace, good tempo. They don't have the goals for the sprint classification or intermediate sprints. They want to aim for the big ones. They want to aim for the finish in the in front of the PETRONAS Twin Tower.
And you just see Oliver just actually open up just before the sprint to let Gonzalez take away the maximum seconds, because this race, I mean, it may come down to a few seconds. So Gonzalez, he may not be able to keep it 2 minutes, 30 seconds, but he's certainly giving him the opportunity by taking away some bonus second that may end up helping if this group is not brought back, and every second is going to count toward the overall general classification.
Yeah. So obviously,
they're nicely done. Yeah.
Obviously, you got the maximum bonus seconds just now.
Yeah, I'll help you to win the GC. Yeah. You help me to win the stage and keep the KOM jersey.
Yeah.
So that's the level of professionalism these guys are coming in for. So they negotiate, and right now they're totally allies. But I'm sure Equipe Confama also needs to work together to help each other, trying to get to the finish line, give them a best chance of winning the today's stage.
Yeah, there it is. The main peloton just about to pass the third intermediate sprint with Anton Kuzmin driving the pace in front there, followed by rather from Burgos Bupele BH. They're working together to chase down the break.
Yeah, we're trying to get a number on the Astana rider. Maybe it's
Gunov.
Maybe Gunov off. Sorry if we are mistaken the rider number, but certainly they have replaced the Alexander Vinokurov. So the time gap is still 4 minutes. That's actually increased. So we saw a sense of urgency.
Oh wow, yeah, the gap have increased. So back to 4 minutes.
Yeah, so that's certainly looking very good for the breakaway. Extremely well for the breakaway riders, and for the quartet on the front. And we see another 182 abandoned.
Yeah, Keigo Kusaba from Iceland.
Okay, so the last day has been proven to be difficult for many riders. Many abandonment for today's race.
Oh yes, for sure.
It must be a sad side to not be able to contest on the very last day.
Oh yes, for sure. I mean, like it's so close, it's so close to finish. It's so close to finishing it off the whole tour at PETRONAS, the Tour de Langkawi. But then again, like if you can't go, you can't go.
Yeah. It's just so close to on the very last day. Nobody want to have a DNF on their Palomares, and but for these riders, very unfortunate. But meanwhile, these four are not thinking about DNF. They're thinking about glory, stage glory, overall race glory. We're certainly very excited to see Gonzalez, brave riders. I mean, he certainly got away in the right time. Looked like Total Energy, did not react immediately. Jump on because he was fairly far down the GC, 30 or something, but he's only 2 minutes plus behind. So well done by Gonzalez, representing Panama, riding in the color of Solution Tech Vini Fantini.
Yeah.
And so he is. I saw he was talking to getting some more waters. He's certainly urging the neutral service to get him the water and the feed that's needed. Oh, well, we just saw the time gap down to 3 minutes now.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That's great. So that we're getting a time corrected. 3 minutes, which is still doable. This is no means it's over. The peloton, if they want to bring that back, they need to keep on the pressure. This is the first sign of crack or weakness we've seen from the breakaway, and we see the rider on the front just standing up and trying to put on the every watts that he can spare.
Absolutely.
Bustenga, that's leading this quartet, the breakaway. Obviously, I think his teammate, judging from the stature, his teammate should be a better climber. Could ever get over the hill, and then trying to win the stage for Spain. Meanwhile, on the back of the peloton, the Spanish team of Burgos, and as well as Poti Visit Malta is chasing along with XDS Astana. And they are helping Total Energy to shut down this breakaway. And so it'll be interesting to see after the race what was the strategy from different teams. And right now, I think there must be a lot of thinking going on through their mind, a lot of calculations, and a lot of nervous DS in the car, shouting at their riders and looking at the back. It's 2 minutes and 50 seconds now.
Yeah, they're absolutely bringing it. We can see that the peloton is super aggressive. It's quite a almost strung out here. It just shows how fast the peloton are going, trying to shut down the breakaway, and they have to do it quick before they started climbing. Obviously, at the moment, they're heading towards the first climb of the day, which is Bukit Hantu, which literally translates into Ghost Hill.
Yes, yes. Hantu means ghost.
Yeah, Bukit is hill.
That's so we're gonna approach the ghost hill.
Yeah.
And let's see if any rider is gonna see any ghosts, because they're gonna go maximum effort up this hill, and then down a fast descent and hit Ampang, Bukit Ampang again, and lookout point. And there's no ghost there. It's just a beautiful view of the KLCC, the finish. They can literally see the finish on top of the Ampang lookout.
Yep.
And then there's another 10K mad dash,
to
the finish. Let's see who is gonna see the ghost on the Bukit Hantu.
Oh, worst case scenario, they're gonna be ghosted by the breakaway.
Oh yeah, they got ghosted by the ghost. Ghosted, well done. Ghosted by the breakaway.
Ghosted by the breakaway if they're not quick enough. So it is 42.6 kilometer, Danny. Just about an hour racing left.
Yes, it's definitely. Well, I don't know if there's a ghost, but it's definitely the riders in the peloton are scared right now.
Oh yeah,
they're scared of being left out. Meanwhile, the breakaway is scared of being caught.
Yeah.
So everyone is scared right now. I'm scared.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm scared about the DS in the car. I'm scared as well.
Yeah.
Nobody knows what's going to happen. They're certainly drawn out to be a very exciting finish for this year Tour de Langkawi. Who said without Genting stage the race will be boring?
Yeah.
And that's often the case when there is no decisive climb. There's no massive time gap. That means every second is going to count. More opportunity for breakaway. We certainly like that. It would be nice. There will be some bonus second as well on top of the KOM points, just to make the race even more exciting. But right now, we certainly are excited. Riders on the back are just hanging out, trying to get some feed. Hopefully, there. If you have a mechanical right now, I don't think you're unlikely you're going to get it back, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Because just look at that. Like, it's strung out. You're looking at what? Easily 300-400 meters stretch. Yeah, that's a very long stretch. Straight line, no doubling up in the peloton. They're absolutely chasing down the breakaway at the moment. 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Alexander Vinokurov in front here, driving the pace, driving the speed here. Just a flick of an elbow. 41.5 kilometers to go with 2 minutes and 50 seconds. It is absolutely doable for the four riders in the breakaway. They just need to ride smoothly. They just need to make sure they're on a good pace, because the breakaway is absolutely, so the peloton is absolutely chasing them down, hunting them down. Obviously, the bigger teams, once it come down to a bunch sprint finish, the likes of Tudor Pro Cycling, Poti Visit Malta, and the riders from XDS Astana wants the shot of Aaron Gate in the climbs, and then obviously the Total Energies from the Total Energies have more of a GC ambition. They don't want the gap to be too big that the Gonzalez is gonna overtake Joris Delbove.
Yeah, this is gonna take taking a whole multiple teams. Maximum effort. I'm getting the chill just watching this. I didn't see a ghost. I didn't get chilled by seeing a ghost yet. But we haven't hit the Bukit Hantu. So the ghost hill is still waiting for the peloton. We know there's going to be a sharp left turn. With a steep ascent at the beginning, and that's going to signal the beginning of the Bukit Hantu climb. And then the rider have about probably 5 to 6 minutes of maximum effort to get over that hill, and then the fast sweeping descent, and then followed by a right turn at the bottom, right turn at the junction, and a quick left turn. So for the rider, just for the DS, just want to at least keep the rider safe. You know, so and there's going to be a sharp right turn and then followed by an immediate left turn. That's going to signal the beginning of the Ampang lookout climb.
Absolutely. So so when we look at the climbs that's going to come, so it's obviously for those of you that aren't familiar, which is a lot of these riders are not familiar with these climbs. So it's going to have a sharp left turn with a pretty much quite steep starting into the climb, where you don't see where because they're going to have like a little bit of a right-hander, so you don't see where the gradient is going to ease off.
Right.
So it can be quite tricky to judge your effort around that climb. So this is the peloton just coming off that area where we talked about earlier, Nirvana. The Nirvana.
There was a bike event that held here. Not in the beginning of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's where they started. Doing the same loop. Doing the same loop. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Maybe
half
similar. Half of it. Yeah,
half
of it. So, but meanwhile, at the front of the peloton, there's just multiple teams that's present. Total Energy is putting their total energy along with Astana, along with Poti, Visit Malta. Here we pass in Nirvana, Memorial Park.
Yeah, this is a section where it's a little bit of a false flat. You think it's a flat, straight road, but apparently it's not. You can feel like it's quite demotivating, especially if you're on the limit of bonking. But yes, so here it is. So they just need to make sure they're keeping a good pace here. Now they're about to reach, I guess, the beginning of the Ulu Langat climb. Yeah, they're about to reach it.
The Ulu Langat. Nobody's bunking now, because if you're gonna bunking it, there's no chance of winning. So you need to have the full energy. So the riders we see riders, another rider from Isan abandoned, Hayato Tobaru.
Yeah, Hayato Tobaru just abandoned the race in this finale stage. Here it is. They're about to reach a more shaded part, which signifies the start of the Ulu Langat climb around this area. Quite a good escape from the city of Kuala Lumpur. So you can have access to the city from the city of Kuala Lumpur. So it's basically quite accessible, quite a famous route if you're in Kuala Lumpur to ride around this area. Here's another look at the peloton. Poti Visit Malta is also driving the pace here. Just behind him is another rider from Burgos, Burpele BH. Looks like the wind is in favor of the peloton at the moment.
Or the breakaway, depending how you look at it. It's a bit of tailwind. We see a little bit of tailwind. So depending on how you look at it, certainly that means the pace is fast, right? Regardless who you are in the peloton or in the breakaway, this is the time you need to go. You need to keep the gap going. You need to bury yourself, hurting yourself to the max, because we're looking at the 2 minute and 50 second and with 37 kilometers to the finish.
Yeah, they need to capitalize on the wind condition at the moment.
If the breakaway has just 1 minute at the top of the Ampang lookout, they can make it to the finish line ahead of the charging peloton. So this is just getting nervous and exciting as we're carrying along. So yesterday we were delighted to see the exciting finish of the last 15K. But today we have been on edge of our seat since the last 40, 50 kilometers to the finish.
Absolutely. Because again, we were expecting for the stage to be quite exciting, but yes, it is. It has definitely been very exciting, considering it's not a short stage. It's quite a long stage. But seeing how these 4 riders being in the breakaway, very nice formation and very nice, I guess, cooperation between them have made them quite a threat to the peloton now. So looking at the live feed now, 10 kilometers to the King of the Mountain. Here is the start of Ulu Langat climb, the shaded part. So they're not far off until they come off to the left-hand turn to start the first climb for today's.
Yeah, when you see a rider start looking back a little bit, Bustanga he's just peeled off. Right, just say he done max amount of work. We were expecting that he may just be out there, and he's a big rider. He's just helping his teammate trying to get up the hill, trying to get to the bottom of the climb. They hit the bottom of the climb, and as the road start tilting up, he's back. Okay, apology, he's back.
He's getting something from the team car.
He's getting something from the team car, some additional feet. Certainly he's back at the front, because for a moment I thought I was getting nervous because he may drop off.
And it's
the
a bit
three
too soon,
rider,
yeah.
three riders are still having 36K to the finish with just 2 minutes 50 seconds ahead of the peloton. That certainly decreased their chances of winning today's stage and staying ahead of the peloton. So, wow, we are getting to the sharper end. I see we are seeing the team car and as well as neutral service getting pulled off. So maybe the time gap is getting smaller. Less than 2 minutes and 35 seconds.
Yeah, so there they are. Here is the Ululangan climb. There's a rolling part of the terrain before the reset climb. You're looking at probably that we're looking at a kilometer 35.7 towards the finishing. You're looking at probably another 5 kilometer or so. Yep, about 5 kilometer until they start their climb. Until they come to that left-hand turn to start the climb at Bukit Hantu.
Yeah, the riders will see a reservoir on the right-hand side, and then they're gonna hit a sharp left turn that signal the beginning. I think we're gonna start seeing the reservoir on the right-hand side pretty soon.
Yes, very soon.
They will hit the sharp left turn. So I hope all the riders do take care. Sharp left turn, then they're going to start at the bottom of the climb. There's a bit of talking, discussion going on, so I'm sure they want to talk to their DS and trying to figure out exactly what the time gap is. There's a discussion between the Kifama rider. They want to discuss the strategy and just trying to encourage each other going forward and trying to stay away. Because, well, if you already committed, and they already committed for the last nearly 100, I mean, it's a quite distance, 80, 90K. And they've been committed in the breakaway. You certainly don't want your hard work just evaporate right now, and you want to at least fight it out and try to get your best chance. And Gonzalez just signal and trying to get some water because look like his bottle is empty already.
Yeah. He's absolutely making sure that he's hydrated well. He used a bulk of that drink just to cool himself down as well, which is very crucial being in this part of the year. Here it is, picnic post and our team car as well, being present in the front there, trying to feed Oliver Peace.
And full gas chase right now by Total Energy. And two Astana rider, XDS Astana, one Bogos, Total Energy, and Poti Visit Malta are doing the chase. I do see the black jersey and the red helmet of Tudor Protein. They're not committing to the chase just yet, but they're certainly getting themselves in the position, trying to get Elva Decline get over the hill, and so he can contest it out and win another historical stage 3 victory for him.
Oh yes, for sure. Like obviously we see that Elva Decline sits quite comfortably on the top third of the peloton. He needs to be on the front there if he wants to respond to any potential attempt to obliterate the peloton, because once they started the climb, this is back-to-back climb, so he needs to be in the front, in the mix of the front group, because once they descend at the Ampang lookout point, is only 10K, 10 kilometers in. So if he missed the front group, then he will be losing his chance to sprint for the finish in front of PETRONAS Twin Tower. But that also depends if they manage to bring the breakaway back.
Yes, exactly. And the breakaway still has 2 minutes and 30. It's still a very healthy gap. 33 kilometers to the finish, 2 minutes and 25. So the gap is certainly coming down, but it's coming down very slowly. And I see Total Energy rider just getting water, so they're not refilling their like ammunitions, like literally running back and dashing back and getting the ammunitions, getting the drinks and getting the gels in order to fuel the peloton, fuel the chase.
Oh yes.
That's on the back of the peloton, rider just struggling, just trying to keep up.
Absolutely.
In the blistering pace right now, setting by XDS Astana.
Absolutely, not just the weather that is blistering hot, but also the pace at the moment. They're absolutely lighting it up here. XDS Astana making sure that the pace is absolutely super high, trying to close down the gap between themselves and also the breakaway. Here is Total Energies with a more definitive role and definitive objective, trying to close down so that the gap between them is not too far off, so that Joris Delbov might have potentially lose the PETRONAS green jersey. 2 minutes and 25 seconds between the peloton and also the breakaway group. 32.4 kilometers.
Yeah, we just saw the white board, which gives the riders the exact time gap, but it's still 2:25. That's accurate. And we hope we don't lose signals. We're getting to the shady part of the climb, and we are just temporarily. We hope we get able to get the video signal because we're absolutely excited, and this is getting to a very nervous finale, very exciting finale in this year's 2025 PETRONAS the Tour de Langkawi.
Yeah, so they are very closingly. They're quite close to approach the Bukit Hantu climb at the moment. They're looking at probably less than 5 kilometers. They're going to head to the upwards of the Bukit Hantu before they descend down and do another climb at the Ampang lookout point before they descend down for another 10-kilometer dash into PETRONAS Twin Tower. So if you're about to make your way to PETRONAS Twin Tower, you should be there by this moment already because there are going to be some road closures. You want to find a good spot there to watch the finale. We don't know if it's going to end in a breakaway on a bunch sprint. Just looking at the time gaps at the moment, it could be both. There is a potential for a breakaway to go, and there is a potential for it come down to bunch sprint. Really depends on how the peloton plays it out and how the breakaway, 4 riders in the breakaway riding together.
And we see the Uno X cars here feeding the rider. They have not committed to the chase just yet. They have not sent any rider anywhere close to the front of the peloton. They're just lurking and waiting. I think it's going to be an interesting tactic to see if they do want to win the race for Johannesson. They would probably have to commit someone to work, but there is no more bonus second. It's very interesting to see who is gonna continue to drive the pace during the chase because these 4 riders on the front. We just lost the visual momentarily. Are working very well, still keeping the gap at 2 minutes 25 seconds, 30K to the finish. This is another nail-biting finale to this year's Tour de Langkawi 2025. And right now we're just getting an aerial. We don't see, but we are right now we're on the top of the climb. So if we are able to see the rider. There's a reservoir on the top of your screen, and this is a climb that winds through the jungles of Malaysia. We see beautiful. It's a beautiful reservoir with rolling mountains along the side. But I think right now the riders, none of them can enjoy the beautiful view. They are absolutely putting the hammer down. There is a bit of hesitation on the chase. I see. Badiani, CSF Badiani, Fanzana team just riding on the front, trying to keep the pace going. Now, look like we only have 3 riders in the breakaway now. 30K to go. 30K to go. We just get a glimpse that the 3 riders, and looks like Bustenga have maybe dropped off as the road start getting upward. And again, we're losing some of the video footage, but we're getting the beautiful aerial shot. So if you are there, visit Malaysia, visit Kuala Lumpur. This is a wonderful place to ride. And if you cannot, you don't have a bike, you can rent the bike from local companies like Jong Velo, and you can come out and spend a beautiful afternoon. But right now, the riders are not enjoying the afternoon. I don't think anybody are taking a breather right now. So this is a game on to the finishing line.
Yeah, so
in Kuala Lumpur.
Sure. It's a battle at the moment between the breakaway group and also the peloton group. The peloton group obviously more interested in a bunch sprint finish. We have the likes of Manuel Penalve hoping to get a first win for, obviously for Spain, but obviously the honor of doing it first time for Spain would be a great honor for Manuel Penalve.
But there's still a Spanish rider.
Yeah, there's still a Spanish rider
in the breakaway.
Yeah.
So obviously Ferro also want to deny the opportunity, and he wants to be the first Spanish winner of the Tour de Langkawi.
Yeah. So there's a lot of talk on the live commentary there. Live comment is that the ghost is actually disturbing the network at the moment.
Yes, you're right. So we are seeing the ghost. Thank you for that. But right now we're getting the video back.
Yeah.
The ghost has temporarily, at least for now, moved away, and we are 4K to the KOM. And so this is getting extremely nervous. 3 riders still keeping a gap of 2 minutes and 25 seconds.
Yeah, they're not far off. We can see there briefly, we can see just now briefly in front there that we're not far off from the left-hand turn heading towards Bukit Hantu. Let's see how fast he's got.
Yeah, there it is. There's a left turn right there.
There it is, a left-hand turn. It's going to be a straight-up climb. There's no warming up into the climb. There's no easing off. It's basically a straight left-hand turn and climbing up there. So for those of you there it is, the KOM start, there it is. They're still in the big ring. They're still riding up the top here. So for those of you viewers that are quite easily, quite a common route here for you during the weekend. So let's have a look at your Strava and see how fast these guys are actually coming out.
Right, we're going to get a new Strava, new KOM Strava. That's going to be a 5 minutes climb for these guys, or maybe less. And these three riders are keeping, are definitely feeling the vertical, feeling the steepness of the climb. But they are still turning quite well. It's led by Oliver from Picnic Post NL, Australian rider from Brisbane.
No, Oliver Peace. Oliver Peace is from Great Britain, actually.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oliver Peace. Oh, sorry, apologize for that.
Yeah,
Oliver Peace from Great Britain. Okay.
Yes,
we saw yesterday a Great Britain winner. It was Zeb Kiffen from Great Britain. So can Great Britain
pull it off again?
Pull it off again with a double victory, back-to-back victory.
Yeah. So we can see that obviously these riders are absolutely feeling the grading at the moment. They're all in this small ring, slightly on this on the higher up of the cogs there, just riding a consistent tempo. And we've seen just now the gap between themselves and the peloton have dropped down to 1 minute and 50 seconds with 27.3 kilometers to go. Here is a look at the peloton. The front of the peloton obviously led by Total Energies, trying to make sure that the gap doesn't go too big. Obviously at the moment it's a safe gap for Total Energies, but obviously the other teams are more interested on a different objective.
Yeah, so fortunately the Ghost has left us for the time being. We're getting good visual, good video feed from the race organizer, so we are seeing the three rider still working very well together on the climb. They're approaching they're pretty much at the middle section of this climb.
Yeah.
And this is probably the hardest part. Well, the beginning was hard, and then they're gonna take a slight right turn, just going around the corner. Then they still have a little bit of climbing. Then there's a rest spot of false plateau. Here's Uno X is driving the front of the climb.
Yeah, we can see some riders at the back there. I guess the pointy end of the back of the group peloton now is suffering. Here it is. They just caught Mark Rustenga halfway up through the Bukit Hantu. This Uno X rider in front here absolutely driving the pace now, making sure that Anders Harlan Johannesson is having a good shot for the stage finale.
Yeah, and so right now Roberto Gonzalez is no longer the race virtual leader, since the time gap is less than 2 minutes plus. But the peloton is definitely, there's some breakage in the peloton. You can see, but it's still very big. That means that the pace is high, but it's not at the breaking point. Uno X now driving the front on the climb. And followed by the white jersey, followed by Poti, Visit Malda, trying to get their sprinter, Peneve. And alongside, I see the white jersey of Nicholas Vinokurov. And I think Tudor is still here, so very likely Elva Decline is still in the peloton, in the mix. Meanwhile, on the back of it, we see riders are being shouted out and being left behind by the peloton. And as we talked about earlier, this part of the climb, it's hard, hardest part of the climb. So there you go, and the riders are struggling on the back, just trying to stay in contention, trying to stay with the main group, which is hunting down.
Yeah, I think the aim for the Uno X riders is just trying to make the pace as hard as possible. Obviously, we do know Erlen Brickra has a bit more better climbing legs compared to Arvid Decline, so they're trying to make the pace as hard as possible to wear down Arvid Decline whenever it comes down to a bunch sprint, I suppose.
Yeah, they want to drop down, trying to get rid of as many sprinters as possible. Meanwhile, trying to launch to help Johannesson as well as their sprinter. Here goes an attack attacked by Uno X rider, and now the trio are on the flatter part of the. No, I don't think they're descending yet. They're on the flatter part of the climb. So they're on that just a little section of a plateau, and then before they kick up another approximately 1K or a little bit less than 1K to the very top of the KOM.
Yeah.
The gap the gap is only 1 minute and 20 seconds. Certainly shrink down immensely, and this is. But they need to shut it down. If they ease off just a minute, and just like what we saw yesterday, the escapee managed to get to the finish. So we see again the front of the race, 3 rider, led by Oliver Peace, and followed by Confama, followed by Gonzalez of the Solution Tech Mini Fantini team.
There it is, yeah.
So
3 riders, yeah, still working very well together. Just riding a comfortable pace. Not slow by any means. They're absolutely hunting for the stage wins or getting there. They want to be the first 3 riders that first reach Kuala Lumpur in front of the PETRONAS Twin Tower. But obviously Uno X and the other riders in the peloton is having a different idea. With 1 minute and 20 seconds, 27.2 kilometers, about half an hour of racing left to do. So here it is.
Oh no, Gonzalez done.
Gonzalez is done. Unfortunately, he had to call it a day. He just couldn't keep up with the pace that Jimeno Ferrer and also Oliver Peace is setting. So it looks like unfortunately, a dream does not come true for Gonzalez.
Well, since the gap is already less than the 2 minutes, he's no longer the virtual leader. There's no chance for him to take the overall lead. There's still a chance for him to take the stage honor, but I think he came in for the bigger prize.
That's right.
And when the bigger prize is no longer there, and here's 100-meter approach to the very top of the KOM point.
Yeah, I appreciate all the fans that made all the way up here to come and spectate the race. And now they're about to start a very, very fast descent, a windy road fast descent. So hopefully the riders are keeping the rubber sight down. Here it is. They're going to have a descent about the same amount of distance that these riders go up, about 3 kilometers or so. And once they reach the bottom, there's a bit of a roller heading towards an intersection before they start climbing the Ampang.
Yeah, they need to bomb down like they're seeing a ghost right now. They need to try to run away from the ghost of the peloton, and the peloton got to go. And they are just reaching the crust of the climb. And meanwhile, the duo on the front are descending. So we talk about the fast sweeping descent. These guys are going to reach the excess of 80, 90 kilometers an hour coming down, bombing down these descent. And for those of you at home, please don't try this at home.
Don't use both lanes.
Don't use both lanes, because unless you want to see a ghost a little bit sooner in your life, that's where you want to make sure stay in the left side of the lane. And meanwhile, at the front of the peloton, we see Uno X, Tudor, the Poti. They all on the front present on the descent and hunting down the 2 remaining breakaway. As you see, aerial shot is the peloton is shattered to multiple pieces.
You can see is that Ava Decline? Do we have a shot of Ava Decline there?
I think that's the orange. I see that's the orange jersey.
The Blickra potentially.
Potentially. So just crossing over the top of the KOM. I'm not sure if that's a replay, but certainly we're back on the front. Right now, where we are,
they nearly finished descending.
Descending, yeah. So we're looking at who's trying to win today's stage. We talk about the access of 80K. So that's the KOM jersey leader. Patrick Getty has.
It looks like Saint Baya is not there in the mix with him.
There we go.
There it is, 80 kilometer per hour. There it is, upwards of 80 kilometer per hour, just going through these windy descents. These professional riders obviously have a lot of skills and a lot of, I guess, bravery trying to rail these corners. Obviously, they use the
apex,
apex to get the nice. Here it is. They're about to finish off the descent.
Yeah, they come into the bottom of the descent. Then they still got a couple kilometers of flat roads before they hit the Ampang lookout point. So 1 minute and 20. Can they do it?
There it is. That's the plateau. They're about to reach the plateau. Be careful of the speed bumps
Yeah,
there.
there's an infamous speed bump that kind of signal the beginning of the climb or the end of the descent, depending on which way you're going up or down.
There it
so, here we go. Here's a look at the KOM points again. The rider just going through, the two riders just working well together. They are not fighting off for the KOM points. They're fighting off for a stage honor. Is Spain going to bring out the first victory for Confama, or is Great Britain going to double up back-to-back victory for Picnic Post NL by Oliver Peace?
There it is.
So it was a very peaceful going across the KOM points.
All right, here it is. Here's the results of the second King of the Mountain. Jimeno Ferrer, maximum points. Oliver Peace is there. Gonzalez is there, third. And then Anders Salinger Henderson with 1 point. I mean, he's absolutely in the mix at the moment. He's definitely in the chasing group at the moment. Here it is. They're just on a bit of a flat road before they reach the Ampang lookout climb.
And I see the neutral service car being pull out again. That means probably the gap is less than a minute. Although we have to get an official count, but right now it is a minute 20, and I'm sure the group behind it now is 30 seconds. It's charging behind the two riders. So it seems like the breakaway is going to be finally caught. There's a last-minute word and a bottle by the Picnic Post NL, and job well done by Oliver Peace. And it looked like, at least for now, the KOM points, the KOM jersey is still safely on the shoulder of Patrick Eddy.
Absolutely. So absolutely. So that's kind of pretty much comes down to if Patrick Eddy, touch wood, he finishes the race. That's all that's left. So there's another King of the Mountain points here.
Mata ganjaran tanpa kad di Petronas. Senangnya, ini baru Mercer Rewards.
From the first pedal stroke to the final sprint, fueled by Bubbles O2, Malaysia's only naturally oxygenated mineral water. Rising beyond boundaries. Together we ride, together we conquer. Bubbles O2, empowering champions.
Sofia sayang tau.
guna Mr. Rewards sayang. Isi senang, tebus macam-macam, senang. Beli jiwa pun senang. Senangnya, ini baru Mr. Rewards.
His teammate Oliver Peace in front there to climb up the Ampang and maybe do a three-man break into the finish at Petronas Twin Tower. Obviously, the sprinters team wanted to come down to a sprint. They wanted to be an honor to finish it off in front of the Petronas Twin Tower. But these other three riders are having a different idea. They wanted to go and finish it off in a breakaway manner. They're not far off. They're probably the two riders in front already started the Ampang lookout climb. There it is, just a slight right-hander. There it is. The two riders already started the Ampang climb. Jimeno Ferrer and also Oliver Peace.
Yeah, so these two riders are trying to keep the pace, and there's still a chance if Patrick Eddy join these duo on the front, make it a trio, that certainly increases the chances of the breakaway succeeding all the way to the finish. And meanwhile, if the back of the so-called peloton are not getting organized, or the chase group, the lead group are not getting organized, these three riders may very well get a chance to finish today ahead of the chasing bunch.
All right, here it is, Patrick Eddy. You can see some of the motorbikes in front there, signifying that the other two riders are not far off from them. So there it is, Jimeno Ferrer, just have a look. Yeah,
looking back, so maybe he prefer to wait. Well, here we go. Ferrer just decided to go and leave his breakaway companion, Oliver Peace. Maybe Oliver Peace just waiting for I think he's waiting for Patrick Eddy to come across before starting the chase again. But oh, this is all getting very exciting.
Very exciting.
And the peloton now is 55 seconds behind.
Yes, I think it's almost certain with the 17.7 kilometer that it may actually end in a breakaway, just like they did yesterday. Jimeno Ferrer is not waiting. He's going for a stage victory. I'm not bringing another Team Picnic Post NL, just to go 1-2 on me for the finish.
I see the gloves are off. He's no longer wearing the gloves, so the gloves are off, and all riders are just ready to fight it out, and he has the shoe cover on, the Aero shoe cover on, so that's certainly helped give him an extra boost. But definitely the gloves are off from Ferrer, so he's ready for the full fight and trying to win the stage and bring the Spanish honor in the history of Tour de Langkawi. And meanwhile, in the back of the peloton, Badiani just need to get a little bit of push, a little bit of he's going to be left behind by the peloton, so he needs to get some water just to get to the finish line. And I'm not sure if what we're looking at is the front of the peloton. So here's a virtual race leader. Yeah, Gonzalez is almost getting drawn by the peloton, who is chasing right now. I don't think the sprinters are in that.
No, we don't see any Blikra, we don't see Arvid Klein in that particular group just now. Here it is, Oliver Peace potentially waiting for his teammate Patrick Eddy. Some young fans on the side of the road cheering for Oliver Peace. They're about to finish this penultimate climb.
Yeah, so they're gonna reach a small little plateau, and then they're gonna kick up again. So he's still waiting. He's waiting for, and meanwhile, Kim Farmer. Ferrer is just full gas right now, head down, and would not be an amazing sight if he can pull off a first Spanish victory.
Yeah, in a breakaway manner in front of the iconic Petronas Twin Tower. Here it is, Patrick Eddy. Here it is, Patrick Eddy. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! That's
my God!
Oh, must be a frustrating moment for Patrick Eddy with all the flags tangled up. Oh, it's a little bit of a frustration from Patrick Eddy. Oh no! Not a good day for him.
No, definitely not a good day. And he should have. I don't know. I'm lost for words. Yeah, no, we definitely welcome the fans coming out and support the race. If he had just veered off a little bit to the left-hand side, he could avoid that. But yeah, unfortunately, he's been stopped by the Malaysian flag.
Unfortunately,
that's, not his intention.
Not ideal. Yeah.
Not ideal, and certainly not the fans' intention. But this is the front of the race.
I do hope that the DS is relaying the information to Oliver Peace that his teammate is not going to be able to join him in a bit. Like unless he managed to pull it off, take the flag out as soon as possible and then keep riding. But yeah, here it is.
Here is Aaron Gate launching an attack. That's what we talk about. He wants to go on attack, and that's why his team is working on the front, and also earlier working. Alexander Vinnycroft was working, trying to bring back the break, and we think that kind of climb suits him, suits Aaron Gate well, and indeed he launched on an attack, opened up a bit of daylight, and that's it's our prediction came true in the 16K to go. Oh boy! It's so it also this gives the opportunity for Sain Baya. If he's in this group, and he may have a chance to get just even one KOM points and to take that KOM jersey. Yeah. So certainly the race has been interesting from the beginning to now, and now it's getting more interesting as we're getting to the steeper part of the climb.
Yes, this is absolutely the steeper part. Even Jimeno Ferrer had to drop down the chainring. Here it is, Aaron Gate committed into the chase with
Ednan. Look like Tringano cycling team. Ednan is on the break on the chase as well.
That maybe Johannesson is there. That Johannesson looks like it is Johannesson trying to join Aaron Gate, but obviously he rides past Aaron Gate there. On a very, very nice, comfortable cadence, potentially trying to join Jimeno Ferreira in front here.
Oh, this is the head of the race. This is just going to be super nervous. 15K to go. We knew, there was multiple stake in today's race, and it's unlikely for the sprinter to stay with the contention. And then here it goes. It's at the front of the chasing peloton. Johannes, is this Johannesson? Just certainly launching and making the pace and putting the hurt on Giannis.
Yeah, let's see if Joris Delbov is there. Obviously, he needs to be in the mix, considering a lot of his other competitors are in the group as well. There it is, the look of Jimeno Ferrer, not far off.
Yeah, the gap certainly is a lot closer now. So where is the KOM? Has Patrick Eddy managed to get the flag out of the bike? If Sain Baya is still here in the front group, there is chance of trying to get the KOM jersey. Nobody's taking it easy right now. Everybody's suffering absolutely at the top of their lungs. And this is the last part, 1K to the finish. This is the last part of the climb. This is the last part of the steep part before everyone dives down to the last 10K of the race.
Some games going on at the back there, trying to shake off competitors. Looks like Giannis is there from Tudor Pro Cycling. I believe that's Johannesson in front there from Uno X. Obviously, no sprinters are present in that particular group. Here it is. There's the mark 15 kilometer to go to the finish. 1 kilometer to the King of the Mountain points. Jimeno Ferrer here is riding a comfortable pace. Obviously, there's some games going on at the back there. They're not getting organized. They're just looking at each other, trying to rip the other competitors' legs off. But here in front here, Jimeno Ferrer is just riding his own pace, full focus for the big victory at the sprint finish.
Yeah, and I think the groups feel comfortable that they can bring him back 500 meters to the KOM.
Yep.
And he should be able to get at least over this, and then there's going to be a fast descent. And then once he reaches the bottom of the descent, making the left turn, it's just 10 kilometers. Can he do it?
Yeah, obviously, he's absolutely aiming for the big one, aiming for the big win. He's not backing it off. He's off the saddle, mustering every strength that he could have, trying to finishing it off to make sure that he goes the other side descending as quick as he possibly can to create a big of a gap between himself and the other chasing groups at the back.
He is reaching the very top of the climb. This is the final little stretch of few maybe like 50 meters to 100 meters that he's already reaching the very top of the crust, and then he's gonna bomb down the Ampang lookout point, and then there's a 5K descent. Here we go, 100 meter to the bubble KOM point. So he's gonna pick up the maximum honor for the last climb of this year's race.
There it is. And he crested the climb. He crested the Ampang lookout point now, about to start the descent. He needs to keep pedaling until he gets a very, very fast momentum before he can rest a little bit. He can't rest just yet. He needs to wait for the steeper part to make sure that he gains the most momentum.
Come on, we want to see a Spanish winner. And to see I see the chasing group just crossed over. It was no more than 20 rider in that first group.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's going to be a glorious day for the Spanish fans, for sure. The first ever stage win for a Spaniard here in PETRONAS Tour Langkawi. Obviously, we have seen for the past 29th edition, many Spaniards come into this Tour of Langkawi, but none yet to have ever won a stage. Could this be a historical day for a Spaniard? Here it is, Jimeno Ferrer driving it down, not letting off the gas. He did have some gap between himself and the chasing group previously in the last kilometer or so. The chasing group was visible, but at the moment they're not visible. Jimeno Ferrer is establishing a very healthy gap between himself and the chasing group. Here it is, making sure he's as aerodynamic as possible, trying to extend the gap as big as he could possibly get. 13.5 kilometers to go. He's about to reach the bottom. He's about to reach Ampang. He's about to reach the plateau before 10-kilometer dash into PETRONAS Twin Tower. Here it is. Here comes the tricky part of the descent. No visual of the chasing group at the back.
Yeah, we cannot see the chasing pack, and he is going to get a lookout for the finishing line. He can literally see the finish line. It is at palm of his hand right now. He's going to see that. He's going to see a sweeping panoramic view of the KLCC. It's really close right now. He's driving the gap, and he is not giving up. And meanwhile, we see Uno X team. I'm sure they're shouting the information back out to Johannesson and trying to urge him on, trying to win the today's stage. We don't know where the green jersey. I assume the green jersey are well within the Johannesson group, and he should be able to keep up on the climb. There shouldn't be any issue for the above. And meanwhile, in the front, that's a Spanish warrior, and it's battling out, you know, solo against the chasing group of the favor.
Obviously, he gambled his luck in the last 100 kilometers, more than 100 kilometers, being in the breakaway with his teammate Mark Rustenga, who have set him up quite nicely as they've approached the climb. Here it is, Jimeno Ferrer, like not letting off the gas despite going through.
You got daylight. They don't need to look back. You got daylight. You don't need to look at the beautiful lookout of the. Oh, here's a replay of the KOM. We already know who that is.
Yeah, Jimeno Ferrer.
Jimeno Ferrero is driving the pace, driving his chance of a stage victory in the historical Spanish. Go Español.
Yeah, there it is.
Arriba.
There it is. Jimeno Ferrer. Just a comfortable pace. He's obviously not comfortable. It's probably the longest kilometer of his life. 12 kilometers to go. Here it is. The chasing group. A handful of riders trying to chase down Jimeno Ferrer from Equipo Confama. Here is the corkscrew descent that we were talking about earlier. There it is. Another rider from Equipo Confama. Just being present there just to make sure that they can halt. Here it is.
Oh, that's this corkscrew turn. Just a big wide sprint, you know, like sweeping turns into the tunnel. We're sideways. We're not doing. We're not watching MotoGP. We're actually watching a bike race.
Yeah, here it is, the right-hand turn.
There's the right-hand turn. It's going to be a sharp right-hand turn. That's just 10K. Now
Jimeno Ferrer, maximum points, followed by Matthew Dean and also Anders Halland Johannesson, obviously. And Johannesson is in the mix of the chasing group. 18 seconds. He hit the pothole. Obviously, hopefully he's still on his handlebar. We didn't get any visual. Here it is. The chasing group here in front. Yep, looks like he's okay. Jimeno Ferrer.
He's okay.
Just driving the pace here. 10.6 kilometer. Danny, 10.6 kilometer, 16 seconds gap.
This is going to be the most painful 10 kilometer of your life, and it's going to be the most glorious 10 kilometer of your life if you're making history for Español. And Confama, we see this is Confama is in the chase group. There's a 3 Confama rider, but we're not sure are they the front group. I don't think that. I think this is a chasing group, not the front group.
Okay, we don't know now after that Bukit Hantu climb. It has definitely obliterated the peloton. There's so many chasing group at the moment. So obviously these are 3 riders representing Equipo Confama. We do see a rider from Unibet Rockets, but here he is, the race leader at the moment. Jimeno Ferrer just in front here. He's about to reach the Jalan Ampang. He's about to go descend down this hill in front there, and then from there he's going to have a left-hand turn into Jalan Ampang, and then from there a straight dash into PETRONAS Twin Tower in the center of Kuala Lumpur.
Don't look back. My only advice, don't look back, because there's nothing waiting for you on the back. There's only something glorious waiting for you at the front, and that's the finish line of these years toward Langkawi. You want to wait. You want to see the Twin Tower. So until you see the Twin Tower, don't look back. Because we can see this is a chasing group. There's a group of about 15, 20 riders at the front. Is this Sayambaya? Can't tell.
Like him,
So could be.
This is number 73. That it is Sayambaya. Here it is. Another chasing group behind. Another chasing group in front. Here it is, Jimeno Ferrer. We're yet to get a visual of where the other riders at the back there. 13 seconds gap. There it is. We can see on the quite the end of the live feed on the screen now. Quite a huge amount of riders. We are talking about probably 20 people, 20 riders chasing down Jimeno Ferrer. But can Jimeno Ferrer from Equipo Confama pull it off? I'm sure the Diaz is shouting and screaming in his earpiece, trying to make sure he have all the motivation he can get. Here it is. He is already in Jalan Ampang.
Jalan Ampang. Yes, I see a glimpse of David Baez. David Baez is also a Spanish rider. He could bring that victory for Spain. We really would like to see a Spanish victory in today's stage.
Oh, here it is.
Here it is. 8 kilometers. They're on Jalan Ampang. This is it. This is a finishing straight. There's still a bit of daylight. 13 seconds. Nothing is done. Can this young man from Spain deliver the historical victory for Espanyol?
All right, Jimeno Ferrer against the world. It's Jimeno Ferrer against the world at the moment. He is mustering all the strength he can get. The longest 7.8 kilometers of his life. We can see about 20 riders at the back there getting organized to chase down Jimeno Ferrer for a glory at PETRONAS Twin Tower. But Jimeno Ferrer is driving it through. He's hurting. Lactate build up. He's absolutely in the pain house at the moment. But he needs to pull through. 7.5 kilometers to go. Not more than 15 minutes, not more than 10 minutes of riding. He needs to pull it through. He needs to ride away. 7.3 kilometers to go with 10 seconds gap.
Just keep going, don't look back, because now you're in the streets. There's a bit of winding and twisting around. You could be out of sight and out of mind, and you want to bring glory, just look forward, because the victory is in front of you, not behind you. So we're cheering the Spanish rider on. This is just getting
it is. 7 kilometers to go. Looks like the group at the back is not getting super organized. They're looking at each other. Who's going to chase down Jimeno Ferrer? There it is in front of the group. They're in the streets of Ampang, Jalan Ampang, which will take the riders straight in front of PETRONAS Twin Tower. 6.8 kilometers before the finale of PETRONAS Twin Tower. Can the Spaniard pull it off? Here it is. A look at the DS in the car, obviously giving words of advice, giving words of motivation to Jimeno Ferrer, a rider, a Spanish rider, about to make history for Spanish rider in this PETRONAS Tour Langkawi, the 29th edition. There's no Spaniard ever crossed the finish line first yet, but is this going to be the day for Jimeno Ferrer?
Come on, 6.5 kilometers to go.
That's not long to go. Here it is. We can see the DS is giving all the words that he can muster, all the words that he can gather, talking to the ears of Jimeno Ferrer. Not long to go. You're looking at probably 5 kilometers to go. He got some daylight. He absolutely got some daylight from the chasing group. Come on, Jimeno Ferrer. It is your day. Today is your day where you make history for Spanish country, for the Spain flag that you are carrying. Here it is, a historic moment for Spaniard that have ever come and finish the PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi. A dream that you came. Can be a dream come true for you today, Jimeno Ferrer. 5.7 kilometers to go.
Just a few minutes of pain, few more minutes of pain. It was going to leave you a history, put you in the history book, and give you a lifetime of glory. Now, come on, we're cheering for you, Spanish.
No one is interested in helping Uno X there. He has been in front there for a longer time. No one is interested in chasing Jimeno Ferrer. Look at it. It is up to Uno X to bring everything down. Alan Blikra is there in the mix. We don't know if Elvin Decline is there. Let's see if they 5 kilometers to go until they reach PETRONAS Twin Tower. Let's see if Jimeno Ferrer can pull it off. He needs to pull it off. He wants to pull it off. He must pull it off for the proud of Spain.
There we go. This is getting nail-biting 4.8. So we catch a blinked. Brinkler is in this group, in the chasing group, so they have to chase now. This is the best chance for Brinkler to win the stage, win the sprint finish. So if you don't close it down, then I'm pretty sure pretty sure the client is not in the front group, chasing group.
Yes,
so,
you know, obviously Uno X is interested. They want it to come down in a bunch sprint. 4.5 kilometers to go. No one is doing work for Uno X. 10 seconds of a gap to go. Here's the flyover. Here's the flyover that he has to go up to. At the moment, it feels like a mountain, but Jimeno Ferrer needs to brace through. Look at that. Obviously, Uno X is up to Uno X to bring the peloton or the group, the chasing group, to close down the gap. Manuel Peñalver, the Porti Visit Malta train, is not going to help him out. We do see Joris Delbove sitting comfortably in this front group here. We don't know if Arvid Klein is in the group. Is that Arvid Klein? We don't know. We do see some riders from Tudor Pro Cycling's rider number 36 and 32. Absolutely, that is not Arvid Klein. But Erlen Brickra would have a shot of winning the stage. He have been so close, but here he is today, trying to make proud for Uno X.
At 15 seconds, he just increased that by a 5 second. I see Daniel Whitehouse trying to jump on the chasing group, trying to catch it, trying to send a flyer out, and trying to win the today's stage. But I think the young man from Spain is gonna do it. 15 seconds. 15 seconds and 33.6 kilometers.
There it is.
Come on, Spain.
Come on.
Espanol. We want to see a Spanish victory in today's in the history of the Tour de Langkawi.
There it is. Look at the chasing group here. The chasing group is interested. Obviously, Uno X wants to come down for a victory for Erlen Brickra. We see there Erlen Brickra is just in front there. The looks of Joris Delbove. Joris Delbove is the current leader of PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi at the particular moment in time we are looking at here. He is sitting in a comfortable gap. He just needs to finish. He is absolutely comfortable now. He just needs to finish the race and in a one piece. Obviously, 3 kilometers to go. Here it is. Jimeno Ferrer is still bracing through. He is hurting. The look, the grimace of his face. He's going for the glory. He's going for the win. Looks like XDS Astana at the back there. He's trying to close the gap with 2.9 kilometers to go. 15 seconds gap. Oh dear.
Vamos! Don't look back. You can do it. You can do it. Trust me, you can do it. 15 seconds, 2.8 kilometers. You can make this happen. You can make history today for Spain.
It's no more than 5 minutes of riding. Here it is. Look at that. Look at XDS Astana rider at the back there. He's trying to close the gap. Vamos, Jimeno Ferrer. Vamos, Jimeno Ferrer. Looks like Aaron Gate. Is that Aaron Gate? Looks like it is Aaron Gate. Along with another rider. Let's see who's that rider latching on into Aaron Gate. Maybe Ivaras from Tudor Pro Cycling. Jimeno Ferrer is not giving up. 8 seconds. Come on, Jimeno Ferrer. Vamos, 2.3 kilometers to go.
Oh my God, I think Aragon is coming across with a white jersey. We're trying to get a look who is the white jersey.
It looks like it is Ivaras.
Yeah,
Ivaras from Tudor Pro Cycling.
Yeah, Tudor Pro Cycling. That's the Lithuania champion. So if 3 riders get to the front with Aaron Gate, there's a very likely chance that here's another breakaway succeeded in the end.
All right. Here it is, Oxide. Obviously, it looks like you have Aaron Gate in here. Also, obviously, Jimeno Ferrer has been caught. It's not going to be
Yeah, I think they're going to do it. Aaron Gate maybe it will drag the 3 rider. And now who is going to win today's stage? And it will be nice. I mean, first, he still have a 1 out of 3 chance of winning today's stage. He's certainly the bravest rider of today.
Here it is, having a look. Aaron Gate is having a look at the back there, seeing how far it is. 1.3 kilometers to go. Looks like Uno X is still driving the pace at the back there. It probably is too late. 1.3 kilometers, 3 riders. Looks like it is a confirmed podium. Jimeno Ferrer has definitely been caught by Aaron Gate and Ivaras. Looks like it's a battle between these 3 with 1.1 kilometers to go. A drag race into in front of PETRONAS Twin Tower. Here it is, the finale. Who's gonna bring back the win in this finale? The final stage of this year's 2025 PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi. Here it is. He can almost feel, they can see the PETRONAS Twin Tower just in front there. The top part of PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi. Here it is. Look at the chasing group there.
900 meters to go. Just 900 meters to the finish line to this year's Langkawi. They're entering the final stretch of the Jalan Ampang. This is it. 700 meters. 8 seconds. They're going to do it.
700 meters to go. 700 meters to go for these 3 riders. They're not far off. 8 seconds gap. They can't play games just yet. They still need to work together. Looks like Ivaras have gone. Ivaras have attacked the other 2 riders. It is up to Aaron Gate to close it down. Jimeno Ferrer latching on Aaron Gate's wheel. Looks like, is it going to be a day for Jimeno Ferrer or is it Ivaras? He have timed it well to bridge across to the front. The back of the group here. There it is. Ivaras. 500 meters to go.
Is it a glory for Tudor Pro Cycling? Unfortunately, Ivaras have declined a first win for Jimeno Ferrer. Or is it Aaron Gate?
I think Aaron Gate is going to get it. I think Aaron Gate is going to sneak out to the back 150 meters to go. Aaron Gate on the front. And XDS better walk away with another victory as I planned it.
There it is. Aaron Gate, a salute of victory. The strong legs of XDS Astana. A very late attack of Aaron Gate. Very well timed by Mark Renshaw, the DS. Here it is. A few riders finally have arrived in front of the PETRONAS Twin Tower. What an exciting day, but unfortunate for Jimeno Ferrer, who thought he could bring back a historic win for Spain, but it was Aaron Gate, the Kiwi from XDS Astana, got the better of the three-man late breakaway group.
Wow, what an exciting finish. Again, to this, not only to this stage, but to the overall race, Tour de Langkawi. I think I saw a ghost for a moment there. I think I saw a ghost for a moment. I was certainly cheering for a Spanish victory, but Aaron Gate, they planned it well. They're certainly trying to set him up for a victory, and since their sprinter Marichelli is no longer in the race, so he delivered a historical victory. It's not a historical victory for the team, but Aaron Gate delivered the final stage honor for XDS Astana. Well done.
What a stage, what a Tour Langkawi has it been so far. And as we have expected, the race have been obliterated as soon as it started. Bukit Hantu, and yes, we are seeing riders arriving at this finish line in pieces.
Yeah.
A hard final stage for sure.
Hard final stage. But well done. Great effort by Ferreira from Keep Confama. Certainly, he did his best. He certainly left every ounce of energy on the road to give Spain a historical victory. But he couldn't do it. He still finished third on the podium. And here's the look of the Tudor rider having
Bubbles 02.
Bubbles 02. Yeah. I think it's been a tough day.
Yep.
Their sprinter of the decline didn't get the chance to contest for the sprint finish.
Yep.
As we expected, we know the climb was going to be hard, and certainly we weren't disappointed by the breakaway victory of Aaron Gate.
Yep, finally, he got his piece of the podium. He got the top step today. Very well timed attack. Once the chasing group was not far off from Jimeno Ferrer, you know. Obviously, it's devastating for Jimeno Ferrer. You know, he's been at the breakaway for the big chunk of time in today's stage. He nearly got it, but you know, when you bring this, when the rider, the likes of Aaron Gate, have managed to bridge across to you, and then obviously he has more sprinting prowess compared to the other two riders. That's just
it was like an individual pursuit.
Pretty much,
something that he's good at. He just he had a rabbit Tudor rider, the Lithuanian champion. And but he just passed, and there was no reaction. Just literally passed with 400 meters to go.
Do it. Laser focus there onto the wheel of Ivaras, and then he just rode past him and bring in the victory for XDS Astana. Very well planned there. Aaron Gates and also DS Mark Renshaw. What a stage win for them.
Well-deserved stage victory for Aaron Gate. They planned it. They contributed to the chase. When the breakaway was looking in danger of just going away with the 4 minutes plus, they did manage to work. They sent Alexander Vinokurov and possibly...
Aaron, you came to win the GC. Now you're the winner of the last stage in Kuala Lumpur. How does it feel?
Legs are pretty sore right now. That was a hard final effort doing a 4K individual pursuit at the end of a 180K bike race at the end of an 8-day stage race, but it worked. Came here to get something, and I've been super stoked with support I've given to the team so far. And like, goal A was to try and get Nico up on the podium in the GC today, but in the end, I kind of had to just take my own chance and it's nice to come away with another stage win to make it 4 from 8. At least we got 50% success rate here.
The last stage of the Tour de Langkawi is usually a bunch sprint. Can you explain how come it was not a bunch sprint today, and how hard was it to catch the young Spanish rider who was alone?
For my style of rider, it's always nice when you can upset a bunch sprint. It shows that cycling is still alive and well. You can never fully predict exactly how a race is going to go. He was a nice carrot, Kern Farmer rider out there in front for the last 3K, and I wasn't sure if I was going to get it and had to play a bit of cat and mouse too with Toodle there hanging on and saying he wouldn't pull and wouldn't sprint, and I was like, I've heard this one before, and managed to get him to, well, not by my own choice, but he dragged me out in the last K, and I just had to use sheer determination, put my head down and try and catch him in that last 100, and yeah, luckily it paid off. The purists probably won't be happy that I couldn't get out of the saddle for winning a sprint at the end, but the legs couldn't stand up at that point. I just had to stay in the saddle and push as hard as I could.
A nice hand for a great race.
Thank you very much. It's been a good week for the team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here's a replay. As Aaron Gate explained that he was doing an individual pursuit into the final. And he didn't even have energy to get up and stand up for a sprint because he didn't need to. He had a daylight. He had at least 5-6 bike, maybe up to 10 bike length. So he crossed the finish line with arms in the air and saluting the final victory of this year's Tour de Langkawi. He came here with ambition to win the overall GC, but he walked away with a stage victory on the final day. Here's the interview with Nicholas.
It looks like you finished with a mechanical. Can you tell us what happened?
Yeah, just a bit messy in the final. One rider just cut me off a bit and my chain got stuck. Full gas, and even I think it's broken. But everything's good. I'm gonna be in the same time as the peloton, so no problems. And it's amazing with the victory of Aaron.
And you crossed the line knowing that Aaron Gate, your teammate, has won the stage.
It's super great. He's an amazing rider. You see he attacked at 3K to go and he was ready to do the sprint, so he's very clever, and that's how you win races.
With everything you've done this week at Le Tour de Langkawi, is it kind of a start for your career?
Yeah, for sure. I'm super happy of how we rode as a team. Four stage victories. 4th place in GC, white jersey, and yes, we raced super aggressively for the bonus second, so we can be proud of us.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
The interview with Nicholas Vinokurov, and again we are looking at the replay with Aaron Gate just pursuing his way to the finish line. 10 bike length ahead of not a hand didn't go up in the air, but he certainly did a muscle pump, and certainly showed that he is the strongest rider of today. He came in with the ambition of winning the overall, but the situation didn't work out, but then he goes and win the final sprint, final day with a 3K well-timed breakaway and an individual pursuit to the end. And a very smart rider. Nicholas was very happy for him. Great rider, and I'm sure Nicholas finished the race with number 4. With the time bonuses he picked up along the way, I'm sure his father, Alexander Vinokurov, will be very, very proud. Keep on repeating the name, obviously, name cross, but Alexander Vinokurov will be very proud of his son. And this certainly will be a launching pad for his career. I'm sure we'll see more of Nikola Vinokurov in the Grand Tour to come.
Here it is, a drone shot of the PETRONAS Twin Tower. Yes, so where the finishing line is. Obviously, appreciate the spectators for coming and making the finale one heck of an event. So here it is, PETRONAS Twin Tower. Obviously, this is where the base of PETRONAS is. The title sponsor of PETRONAS is Tour de Langkawi. You can actually go up here on the one of the top floor.
Right.
You go to the Skybridge tour.
Okay.
Yeah. So you go to the base at the entrance there.
Yeah.
You can go for a Skybridge tour. So they'll take you to the Skybridge. So there's 2 floors of the Skybridge. I can't remember which is which, but one floor is for the staff. The other floor is for visitors.
Visitors.
And then after that, they'll take you up the lift and go to, I think, one of the top floors to have an aerial view of Kuala Lumpur.
Are you sure this is a drone, not a helicopter?
I don't know.
We'll
idea.
need to find out. But well, I'm happy looking at it from the screen. I do have a fear for height, so this is good enough for me. I can clearly see if I'm up there. But the man standing on top, who is not afraid of height, is Aaron Gate.
That's it. Aaron Gate from XCS Astana, followed by Ivaras Mikutis and also Jimeno Ferrer. These riders obviously battling it out at the end. Obviously, it was devastating for Jimeno Ferrer after a long day in the break, trying to secure his spots as probably the first Spaniard to have ever won a stage in Langkawi, but a well-timed attack by Aaron Gate to join them. Here it is. No changes in this final classification. Very well played by Total Energies. Jules Delbo, followed by Johannesson from Unox, and third by Yanis Foysa from Tudor Persaka. Nicolas Vinokurov, not shy from the podium.
He moved up 4 because Adrian Mayer, we saw today, abandoned today's race. So that certainly helped. Aaron Buckler, now with today, he didn't have the sprint for the finish victory, but he still collect more points and finish 12 points ahead of Alva Decline, who was dropped on the climb earlier.
So another KBS Orange Jersey win for Alan Blickler.
Absolutely.
He won the last time in 2022. He won it again in 2025.
And Ayman Rossi finished 5th
yeah,
on
let's
the
not forget about that. Ayman Rossi is in the 5th position. Here it is, Patrick Eddy. Although these two riders didn't have to contest for the King of the Mountain classification today due to very aggressive racing, Patrick Eddy have retained and maintained his King of the Mountain Bubbles 02 King of the Mountain classification, followed by Saint Baya and also Jimeno Ferrer in the 3rd position.
Yeah. But also Patrick Eddy had his teammate Oliver Peace in the breakaway, trying to take away the points. Here you go. There's the changes on the overall Asian classification. Nikola Vinokurov is no doubt the overall leader of the Asian classification, sitting 4th overall GC. But Tanaka, Frankie Tanaka from Thailand Pro Cycling, they move up 1 spot and ahead of the Bogos Sayan Baya.
And then we saw 5th was Senran Bao.
Okay.
Yeah,
there you go.
he was 5th in the best Asian classification.
Okay.
Yep.
Getting up there. And not a bad result. I'm sure his father's watching.
Yep, here it is. That's the Aaron Gate. You can see a visual Aaron Gate. This is at the bottom of the Petronas.
That's a Nicola. I think that's a Nicola. Aaron Gate. I think that's Nicola. Not sure from the aerial shot.
Too far.
But either way, we know they have done a great job. XDS come in as the top team, despite their race sprinter. Maruchali have crashed out the race earlier on, but the team certainly deliver a great victory for today's stage, and as well overall race result. You know, finishing 4th, taking the best Asian classification. That certainly is not easy feat. And here's the bunch sprint behind chasing group. There's nobody contesting with Brickler. He's going to be the fastest sprinter among this. He's definitely a sprinter can climb.
Oh yes, for sure. We don't see no other decline in this particular group, and no other sprinters as well in this group, including Penalve.
Yeah.
Here it is, Nikola Vinokurov with Aaron Gate.
Yeah.
Just sweeping through here at the Petronas Wind Tower, just at the base.
Yeah, so if you are out there watching the race or you're sitting at home watching the race, I certainly hope you enjoy this race as much as we have.
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah, we enjoyed the race. Obviously, the first part of the race was a bit mundane with a sort of predictable finish. Yeah, sort of predictable finish until post Fraser's stage where it becomes a little bit more interesting. Unexpected riders crashed out of the race, and then we're seeing the general classification battle become quite close. So it made for an interesting finish. It made for an intense climb at the end. Obviously, these riders now have to make a transfer, get them packed up, make them transfer to a hotel in Shah Alam before some of these teams have to take flight to China.
Immediately today. Just imagine the team mechanic will be working hard. They can't take a breather. They have to work hard to pack all these bike and equipment and in order for the team to move on to the next race.
Baik, terima kasih Izwan Pemakno dengan ulasan yang terakhir bagi PETRONAS LTdL 2025. Okey, wow, satu perlombaan yang mungkin tidak menepati ramalan anda semua, terutamanya bunch sprint itu tidak berlaku. Seperti yang kita dapat lihat dalam edisi-edisi sebelum ini, penamat di KLCC selalunya memang bunch sprint. Jadi kita dapat lihat ramai pelumba-pelumba akan mengejar garis penamat untuk peringkat yang terakhir. Tapi itu tidak berlaku hari ini. Dengan kita menyaksikan buat kali pertama pelumba daripada XDS Astana ini, iaitu Aaron Gate, akhirnya dia berjaya untuk merampas stage ataupun peringkat yang terakhir untuk memenanginya. Selepas dia berjaya untuk mengejar pendahulu pada ketika itu, Neil Jimeno Ferrer, ketika melepasi ampang point tadi, kalau kita dapat lihat, dia bersama dengan Mikutis Aivaras, pelumba daripada pasukan Tudor Pro Cycling, berjaya untuk mengejar kedudukan Jimeno Ferrer dan akhirnya Aaron Gate memenangi perlombaan. Arik Usaini Osman, apakah anda juga menyangka bahawa tidak berlaku bunch sprint untuk peringkat terakhir?
Sudah pasti, Akbar. Hari ini seperti yang saya katakan tadi daripada awal lagi perlombaan kepada Izzuan, kemungkinan besar hari ini akan berlakunya pemecahan-pemecahan kecil yang akan terjadi kerana perebutan jersey-jersey utama, kalau kita lihat memang terlalu dekat antaranya Alan Helen dan juga Yonis yang mewakili pasukan Tudor ini. Mereka berada di kedudukan masa yang singkat. Jadi sudah pasti hari ini akan diguna baik oleh pelumba-pelumba seperti Aaron Gate yang kita lihat ketika beliau berjaya memenangi peringkat ke-8 hari ini untuk PETRONAS LTdL Langkawi. Okey, baik. Bagaimana anda melihat kemampuan sebenarnya Neil Jimeno Ferrer yang bertahan untuk berlari ke depan? Zunakian Bukit Antu, ketika ada pelumba lain yang menyerah diri, dah tak sangguplah nak daki, dan kemudian diikuti Bukit Ampang, tetapi dia berjaya untuk kekal konsisten. Pelumba daripada pasukan Equipo Ken Parma. Baik, Neil Gilmore, kalau kita lihat pada awal perlombaan, dia bersama 4 pelumba yang lain termasuk rakan pasukannya yang cuba untuk membuat pemecahan. Dan di sini kita boleh lihat 3 zon pendakian yang ditawarkan, antaranya di zon pendakian di Sentur, Bukit Antu dan juga Bukit Ampang. Neil Gilmore berjaya mendahului terlebih dahulu. Dan di sini kita boleh lihat Akbar, Neil Gilmore, pelumba muda yang hanya berumur 21 tahun saja, yang mewakili pasukan Equipo Ken Parma ini, mampu berada di kedudukan 3 terbaik untuk peringkat, dan sudah pasti melonjakkan kedudukan beliau yang sebelum ni berada di kedudukan mungkin sebelum ni dia tak ada mengambil 1 poin untuk zon pendakian pun, tetapi hari ini dia berjaya mengumpul 13 mata dan melonjakkan beliau berada di kedudukan ketiga keseluruhan untuk jersey Bubble O2 untuk edisi PETRONAS kali ini. Tapi menariknya juga apabila mereka pelumba-pelumba ini melepasi menuruni bukit di lookout point selepas yang ketiga, selepas zon pendakian yang ketiga, berlakunya pemecahan di situ. Ada 2 grup chaser. Nampak macam peloton, tapi kat depan tu ada Jimeno Ferrer. Kemudian diikuti belakangnya ada grup chaser, saya ingat dalam lebih daripada 10 pelumba. Belakangnya tu pula ada lagi 5-6 pelumba yang membentuk grup chaser yang kedua. Jadi apakah faktor di Bukit Ampang tu tadi telah menyaksikan berlakunya pemecahan untuk beberapa kumpulan ataupun grup? Ya, sudah pasti. Kalau kita lihat tadi pasukan UNED yang memperbarisi Ellen Brika, dan sudah pasti jika bunch sprint berlaku tadi, Ellen Brika akan memenangi peringkat hari ini. Tetapi Ellen Brika, ya betul, dia berada di kedudukan keempat keseluruhan peringkat hari ini, dan sudah pasti UNED di saat-saat akhir mereka kekurangan teammate mereka, dan itu menyebabkan Aaron Gate dan juga Aivaras Mikutis daripada pasukan Tudor ini berjaya mencuri tumpuan dan juga berjaya menjarakkan diri mereka, dan sudah pasti peluang yang ada, Aaron Gate menggunakan sebaik mungkin untuk menangi peringkat hari ini. Okey, zon pecutan. Ada 3 zon pecutan. Zon pertama 3 rider yang berlainan
zon pecutan yang kedua bertukar kepada 3 rider yang berlainan. Jadi hari ini di zon pecutan ni nampaknya ada banyak perubahan yang berlaku.
Sudah pasti Zuan, Akbar sudah pasti. Kalau kita
Zuan pula,
kalau kita lihat ketika ini Andres Helen daripada Breakaway Union 8 dia berjaya mengungguli di zon pecutan yang pertama. Dan sudah pasti membantu beliau berada di kedudukan kedua jersey keseluruhan, jersey PETRONAS, jersey hijau. Sebelum ni dia berada di kedudukan ketiga. Dan di situ kita boleh lihat Yonis Voisat yang bersama pasukan Tudo jatuh ke tangga ketiga. Jadi apa yang saya lihat ketika ini, ya sudah pasti di setiap zon pecutan top GC contender ni mereka akan cuba sedaya upaya untuk at least mencuri 3, 2 dan 1 extra time bonus yang ditawarkan, kerana di situ akan membantu mereka berada di kedudukan terbaik.
Okey, baik. Tadi sebenarnya pun hampir-hampir juga Neil Jimeno Ferrer dapat merampas jersey polkadot kerana dia dapat mengumpul 13 mata. Kalaulah ada satu lagi satu atau dua peringkat perlumbaan, sudah pastilah kedudukan Eddie akan dipintas oleh pelumba itu. Okey, baik. Apa jadi dengan Arvid Declan? Kita yalah, bila Malucelli tak ada, kita ingatkan mungkin Arvid Declan ni akan melonjakkan kedudukan beliau. Tapi tadi saya ikuti perlumbaan di Bukit Hantu. Dia tertewas ketinggalan di belakang untuk Arvid Declan.
Sudah pasti Akbar, Arvid Declan memang bukan boleh kita katakan pelumba pecut yang mampu bersama Elibrika untuk berada di kelompok hadapan, dan dia juga sudah pasti Akbar tidak mempunyai kelebihan di zon pendakian seperti yang kita lihat tadi. Disebabkan itu dia tercicir di dalam grup peloton yang besar apabila tiba di kaki bukit di Bukit Hantu sebelum mereka menuju ke zon pendakian yang kedua tadi. Jadi Arvid Declan hari ini, saya pun tadi duduk tengok-tengok juga dalam peloton tu, ada Arvid Declan ke tak ada. Rupanya tak ada. That's why kalau kita boleh lihat rakan pasukannya itu Alvarez Maikutis cuba untuk mencuba untuk berada di dalam kelompok 3 terbaik ni. Dan kita boleh lihat dia berjaya menuju ke tempat kedua hari ini.
Okey, betul. Dia tidak dapat untuk merampas kedudukan pemenang keseluruhan apabila ia terus menjadi milik siapa ni? Joris Delboff, pasukan Total Energies. Baiklah, sementara kita menantikan upacara penyampaian hadiah atau peringkat yang terakhir PETRONAS LTdL Langkawi 2025, kami ada sajian menarik untuk anda semua. Mungkin ada yang terlepas peringkat yang pertama, mungkin peringkat yang ketiga, peringkat yang kelima. Jadi kami rangkumkan highlights peringkat yang pertama di Pulau Langkawi sehinggalah ke peringkat yang terakhir daripada Tangkak hingga ke Kuala Lumpur. Kami rangkumkan dalam lebih kurang dalam 10 minit durasinya, khas untuk anda semua.
Welcome to PETRONAS, the Tour de Langkawi 2025, the 29th edition. Perlumbaan edisi ke-29 berstatus Pro Series ini akan bermula 28 September hingga 5 Oktober 2025.
And again in 2025, we will start this prestigious race, a 2-point pro prestigious race in the island of Langkawi, Denny.
3, 2, 1.
Savage Sprint!
sangat besar.
3, 2, 1,
let's go!
Please, there's some standing water on the left-hand side. Please warn your riders not to go and look for these extreme borders of the road.
Semakin dekat, kurang 300 meter.
Sprinters to finish the race at kepala batas.
Average Decline yang sudah pun mula untuk melakukan lanjutan. Mata Malu sendiri mengejar di tempat yang kedua. Tetapi Average Decline sampai terlebih dahulu.
Welcome to stage 4 of PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi 2025, stage between beautiful Kuala Terengganu and Kiliman. Over 141.5 kilometers, starting with a neutral section of 7K.
Boleh standby semua, boleh standby.
Just behind there, Matteo Malucelli in front there, Manuel Pelema second. It is Matteo Malucelli getting the big W today in Kemaman.
Good morning, everyone. Very well welcome to stage 5, the green stage of PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi 2025, between Timmerlo and Fraser's Hill. 123.1 kilometers, starting with a neutral zone of 7.6K. Kilometers now. We are approaching kilometer 0. We are good to go. The peloton is complete.
And here's the Fraser Hill. I think when the riders see this big sign, it will be a sign of relief. Oh, that's actually where the attack is going to happen.
Sprinting at the back there, Aaron Gate just in front there. Let's see if he can caught. Giannis is there as well, Anders Harder, but it is Joris Delbo.
We have done 5 stages so far across many different states. Now we are back in Shah Alam for stage 6 from Shah Alam to Port Dickson.
I am ready for the stage of today. It's not too long, it's less of 3 hours. It's like
I prefer.
Oh, looks like a crash.
Oh, no.
That involves Malucelli. Oh, no. That is not good. That involves Matteo Malucelli.
Personnel, attention, a crash on the right-hand side. Caution, please, when you pass.
Who's gonna go? Can he get it? Looks like it is Armin Decline.
Good morning, everybody. Stage 7 of PETRONAS, the Kuala Lumpur 2025, the longest stage between Malacca and Medini, over 214.9 kilometers. Official start has just been given. Stage 7 is on, and good luck, everybody. Le départ officiel vient d'être donné. Bonne chance à tous.
Oh, no,
Speaking of crash, looks like, is that Alan Blickler?
Coureur au peloton, trois noms partants, le 93, le 141 et le 141 pardon, et le 143. Je répète pour les noms partants, 93, 141, 143.
Yeah, it's first time for me in Malaysia, and yeah, I like it so far. So I look forward for this week. Seems like polite people, and very happy to see us. So yeah, I'm enjoying my stay.
There it is, Arrogate, a salute of victory. The strong legs of XDS Astana.
Okey, macam mana? Puas melihat highlights yang kami rangkumkan daripada peringkat yang pertama sehingga ke peringkat yang ke-8, peringkat yang terakhir. Perlombaan PETRONAS LTdL Langkawi 2025. Terima kasih kepada editor kita kecil. Memang mantap. Okey, baik. Tamatlah sudah sejauh 1,244.2 km kayuhan adik Usaini yang melibatkan perlumbaan di beberapa negeri. Kita ada di Kedah, ada di Perak, ada di Kelantan, di Terengganu, di Pahang dan kemudian di Melaka, di Johor, di Kuala Lumpur, Selangor. Wow. Dah tamatlah. Jadi tidak dimenangi oleh pasukan World Tour. Tidak dimenangi oleh XDS Astana, tidak dimenangi oleh pasukan tim Piknik Post NL, tapi dimenangi oleh pasukan Pro Tour Total Energy selaku pemenang jersey hijau Petronas Yoris Dilbov. Apakah ini dah biasa berlaku, adik Gusani? World Tour tak memenangi perlumbaan prestige macam ni?
Baik, sudah pasti untuk edisi-edisi yang lepas, kebanyakannya World Tour yang memenangi berbanding edisi kali ini. Ini menunjukkan, kalau kita lihat, 3 pelumba yang berada di kedudukan 3 terbaik untuk jersey hijau, jersey Petronas, iaitu Joris, Andres, Helen dan juga Yanis Voisat. Ketiga-tiga pelumba ini, mereka semuanya daripada pasukan Pro Tour. Dan yang kita boleh lihat, Nikolia Vinokurov berada di kedudukan keempat keseluruhan. Ini menunjukkan perlombaan edisi kali ini memang begitu sengit, Akbar, kerana harus diingat 11 pasukan World Tour dan juga Pro Tour ini dan juga 11 pasukan Continental dan juga pasukan kebangsaan memang begitu, orang cakap, menarik, dan juga perlombaan-perlombaan setiap peringkat memang betul-betul sengit. Jadi apa yang saya boleh katakan, tahun ini merupakan tahun perlombaan yang paling epik sepanjang penganjuran edisi Petronas LTdL Langkawi. Semalam, Nur Aiman Rosli mengharumkan nama Malaysia, menamatkan perlumbaan peringkat yang ke-7 di kedudukan tempat yang ke-2. Kita mengharapkan peringkat yang ke-8 ini ada cetusan gelombang yang hebat daripada pelumba-pelumba TSG, MPC dan juga skuad Malaysia. Tapi yalah, nampaknya itu tidak berlaku. Termasuk ketika di 3 zon pecutan itu, kita tak nampak pula kelibat contoh Aiman Rosli, Izzat Hakimi dan sebagainya. Baik, sudah pasti hari ini pelumba tempatan kita tidak begitu menyelah berbanding peringkat-peringkat sebelum ni. Kalau kita boleh lihat, Akbar, peringkat pertama sampai peringkat ke-7 semalam, majoriti pelumba-pelumba tempatan kita berada di hadapan. Dan juga apa yang menarik juga ingin saya perkatakan, apabila penganjur membuat satu award The Best Asian Rider untuk podium, itu lebih membanggakan juga, Akbar, kerana daripada 1 hingga ke 7 peringkat, majoritinya dipegang oleh pelumba-pelumba tempatan kita, termasuklah Rizat Hilmi, Rainbow dan juga Kizi. Jadi bagi saya, pelumba tempatan kita untuk edisi kali ini, mereka harus diberi pujian. Walaupun hari ini kita tidak nampak pelumba-pelumba tempatan kita memenangi ataupun melepasi dahulu di zon-zon pendakian dan juga zon pecutan, tetapi mereka sudah sedaya upaya untuk memberi kayuhan yang terbaik. Okey, baik. Cuma kita harapkan pasukan-pasukan, terutamanya skuad kebangsaan kita, akan menjadikan pengalaman mereka berkayuh di PLTdL, Petronas LTdL Langkawi 2020 ini sebagai satu pengorak langkah untuk mereka berjaya dalam kerjaya ataupun perlumbaan yang lebih besar dalam masa akan datang, dan diharapkan ada lebih banyak program yang diatur oleh Persekutuan Kebangsaan Berbasikal Malaysia untuk pasukan lebuh raya negara. Baik, jom kita saksikan sekali lagi kedudukan keseluruhan untuk perlumbaan Petronas LTdL Langkawi 2025, di mana perlumbaan ini telah pun berjaya dimenangi oleh pelumba daripada pasukan Total Energies Yoris Dilbov dengan mengatasi 3 saat saja pelumba tempat yang kedua, Anders Helen Jonassen. Wah, cantik juga kat sini ada peralatan ni, adik. Tak pernah tengok ni.
Okey, baik. Dari tempat yang ketiga pula ya, Yanis Voisat, pelumba dari pasukan Tudor yang ketinggalan 6 saat di belakang Yoris Delbov. Okey, ini dia. Okey, jom. Okey, ini dia kedudukan pelumba-pelumba. Tidak ada nama Avid Declan untuk kedudukan 10 terbaik dalam perlumbaan ini. Tetapi ini adalah keputusan untuk peringkat yang ke-8 di mana Aaron Gate daripada XDL Astana telah pun berjaya memuncul pemenang peringkat yang terakhir. Okey, ini dia kedudukan untuk 10 pelumba di hadapan bagi keseluruhannya dengan menyaksikan Yoris Delbov berjaya untuk menafikan kemenangan bagi pelumba-pelumba yang lebih dominan seperti Avid Decline yang dicanang untuk muncul juara selepas ketiadaan Matteo Malucelli, kemudian Anderson tempat yang kedua. Sementara itu bagi kategori JC Oren KBS Raja Pecut menjadi milik pelumba pasukan Uno X Mobility Alan Blikra dengan 63 mata. Jauh dia meninggalkan Avid Declan daripada pasukan Tudor Pro Cycling dengan 51 mata. Izzat Ilmi di tempat yang ke-10 dengan 17 mata. Nur Aiman Rosli di situ dengan 33 mata. Jadi ada 2 pelumba Malaysia yang berada pada kedudukan 10 terbaik untuk kategori Raja Becut. Ini pula bagi JC Bubbles O2 Polkadot dengan menyaksikan Patrick Eddy di mana insiden bendera terbelit di tayar hadapannya tadi. Wujud dapat tamatkan perlumbaan dengan 15 mata di tempat yang pertama, berjaya meraih kemenangan untuk Bubbles O2. Nanti kita nak tanya kepada adik lah, saya bayar pun 15 mata, macam mana Patrick Eddy boleh menang. Jadi mungkin adik usaha ni ada pencerahannya. Dan kemudiannya dari untuk jersey putih rakan muda Nikolya Vinokurov berjaya untuk dinobatkan sebagai pelumba terbaik Asia walaupun dia beraksi untuk pasukan World Team XDL Astana, tetapi dia berasal daripada Asia dan dia berjaya untuk meraih jersey itu. Okey, menarik untuk kita bicarakan tentang keputusan keseluruhan selepas tamat 8 peringkat perlumbaan. Nampaknya saya kira KLCC sudah pun bersedia untuk upacara penyampaian hadiah hari yang terakhir, hari penutup tirai PETRONAS Sri Lankawi 2025. Sekali lagi bersama dengan Izwan Makno untuk upacara penyampaian hadiah. Silakan.
For the final stage of the Tour de Langkawi.
So last year it was Max Bull. Max Bull from Picnic Post NL. But this year it's different nationality and different team. It will go to Joris Delbov.
Total Energy is a company that's I think they're doing some exploration, oil and gas exploration in Malaysia as well. Probably collaborating with PETRONAS or so they certainly demonstrated well, and by winning the overall honor, it's very nice to see, and it is for French overall winner.
Absolutely.
I'm wondering, we should have searched on who is the previous French winner of the Tour de Langkawi.
Let's see. Oh well, Danny doing his research. Here it is. We're looking at the podium, just underneath the PETRONAS Twin Tower. What a backdrop for the podium finish here in the finale of PETRONAS, the Tour de Langkawi, Malaysia 2025, 29th edition. It has been absolutely exciting so far. Exciting Tour de Langkawi so far. Where the fight for general classification have pretty much carried on until the end. So it looks like you've got your answer.
Yes, prior to Joris Delbov is the other French rider of Tour de Langkawi, is Anthony Chateau.
Anthony Chateau, okay.
Anthony Chateau,
Yep, Anthony Chateau in
2007. He was riding, I think, for the Europe car. He actually won the polka dot. He had won the polka dot jersey in Tour de France.
Right.
So certainly a rider. I remember watching him finishing off at the Cameron Highland because I rode with my friend from Singapore ahead of them, trying to get to the finish line and watch the finish, and he won in the Cameron Highland.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's good.
And so, yes, Anthony Chateau. Yeah, so that's great. So the only second Frenchman has won the overall race lead.
What's that, close to 20 years?
Yeah, 2007.
Yeah,
close to 20,
almost,
20 years. Yeah.
13 years, is it? No.
No, that's 18 years.
18 years,
yeah,
absolutely.
18 years.
Absolutely.
There you go. 18 years.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they've waited for a while.
We waited a while, and we also had to wait for a couple years for another Malaysian to get on the podium.
Yeah, that's right.
And obviously, not to forget the bravest man in this year's Tour de Langkawi, Iman Rosli from the Terengganu cycling team, just doing so many attacks, and finally yesterday paid off with a podium, second place finish on the Tour de Langkawi 2025.
It was in the breakaway pretty much almost every single stage. He was there in stage 1 of Langkawi. He was not there in stage 2. But he was back again. He was not there in stage 3 as well.
Okay.
But he was there in stage 4.
Yeah.
Yep. He was there in stage 5 as well. He was pretty much all the stages. Very active. Very, very active. Absolutely packed down here in Petronas Twin Tower. I mean, absolutely great opportunity to go and meet some of the riders. They're probably just hanging out in the car. All right, the team car already moving across. They have to go to their hotel in Shah Alam. Luckily, it's on Sunday, so not so crazy of a traffic.
Okay.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, my friend Muzari, just an ex-Malaysian rider, just told me, like, we talk about the team have won the Nusantara, it's the Indonesian team, won the overall team Asian category back in 1999. The Malaysian national team won the overall Asian category back in 99. With rider Noor Effendi.
Effendi.
Razali. And Muzari. Xiong Sang Kong. Who we saw his Suhaimi. And
Mahazi. Yeah, Mahazi used to be a Sapura coach.
Oh, okay.
Now he's, I guess, using his
Malaysia, right?
Yeah, so now Mahazi is doing a lot of development for the state of Selangor.
Yeah, okay. And Muzari Musa has got 12th place and the first Asian finish at the top of Genting Highland on stage 11. That was back in 1999. With a team coach back in the old days, one of the Dato Jungan, one also legend in Malaysia cycling, Dato Jungan. While we're waiting, we can shout out to them. 1999. So that's the previous generation, and of the Malaysian cycling.
Is the place of Uno X for this whole Tour de Langkawi. Anders is second on GC, but you are a winner. You win the points classification like 3 years ago. Does it make it a good Tour de Langkawi at the end?
I think it's been a good Tour of Langkawi, yes, for sure. We've delivered some pretty good results, and although the win didn't come this time, I think we can be proud that we have we've done some good things, and we've been a bit unlucky with guys getting sick, and today we're just 4 guys left, so we just lacked a bit of luck, that's all, and we could have had 3 or 4 victories, but yeah.
Today was not only a question of luck, it was a question of a very eventful stage, a lot of fights for different stakes. Can you tell us what happened to you in the last climbs and how you managed to come back in the green jersey peloton, but not on the last breakaway riders?
Yeah, our plan was to attack with Johannessen in the first of the 2 climbs in the end, to try to make a decisive move with him so he can go for the overall GC victory. And for me to just try to do my best in the climbs and hopefully be better than the other sprinters. And in the end, I managed to get back in the group. So it looked very good for us when it was take haste to go. Unfortunately, we just lacked some more guys in our group who were willing to pull.
It means you guys have taken a lot of UCI points this week. The World Tour is around the corner, not done yet. Will this Tour de Langkawi remain in the history of your team, also because of the farewell of Alexander Kristoff?
Yeah, for sure. Alex's last race, that's special. And yeah, if these points makes us World Tour, then we can thank Langkawi.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Itulah Alan Blikrah daripada pasukan Uno X Mobility, rakan pasukan legenda Alexander Kristoff yang diraikan pada permulaan peringkat yang ke-8 pada hari ini, di mana dia telah pun berjaya merampas JC Orin KBS daripada Matteo Malucelli untuk dinobat sebagai pelumba terpantas ataupun pemegang JC Raja Pecut. Itulah yang dimiliki oleh Alan Blikrah. Okey, baik. PETRONAS Tour di Langkawi ini didokong oleh banyak penaja-penaja yang mahu memastikan bahawa kelicinan perjalanan penganjuran perlombaan berprestij ini akan berjalan dengan lancar daripada hari yang pertama sehinggalah hari yang terakhir. Antaranya Kerajaan Negeri Kedah, di mana lokasi permulaannya adalah di Pulau Legenda di Pulau Langkawi. Jadi ikuti temu bual Lili Hamzah bersama dengan Wakil Kerajaan Negeri Kedah mengenai peranan mereka dalam penganjuran PETRONAS Tour di Langkawi 2025.
Alright, Lily kini berada di hadapan menara berkembar PETRONAS KLCC di mana baru saja berakhir ialah peringkat ke-8 saingan PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi 2025 dengan Aaron Gate muncul juara untuk peringkat ini. Maka berakhirlah perjalanan kami daripada Langkawi hingga ke KLCC. Sebelum itu Lily nak shout out kepada pasukan sorak kegemaran Lily, iaitu orang-orang Temeloh. Anda semua memang sangat-sangat sempoi dan macam-macam yang terjadi. Antara yang menarik, kemunculan last minute RB decline ataupun persaraan Alexander Kristoff, menyaksikan dia menaiki beca bersama dengan legenda ataupun pelumba berbasikal negara Anwar Manan. Memang sangat-sangat menarik juga. Dan sensasi Aiman yang muncul juara di kampung halamannya sendiri. Dan Lily di kesempatan ini mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua yang telah pun bersama-sama dengan kami daripada awal hingga ke akhir. Dan Lily Hamzah juga bersama dengan Hassani juru kamera signing off from saingan PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi 2025 dengan hashtag Beat the Heat. InsyaAllah kita jumpa lagi pada tahun hadapan. Bye.
Oh, okey. Tak apa. Kita sebenarnya nak buat surprise. Itu tadi sign off daripada Lily Hamzah. Belum habis lagi, Lily dah sign off lah. Mana boleh kan? Okey, apa pun terima kasih Lily kerana penglibatan beliau sepanjang perlombaan PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi 2025 daripada hari yang pertama sehinggalah hari ini, hari yang terakhir. Okey, baik. Seterusnya, kalau nak diikutkan adik, pilihan anda lah daripada first stage sampai stage yang ke-8, yang mana rasa yang seronok tengok? Kiralah semuanya memang mendebarkan, tapi yang menjadi pilihan adik yang dramatik, yang ada insiden, yang mungkin ada pertukaran kedudukan dan sebagainya, yang mana satu?
Ya, sudah pasti peringkat ke-7, perlombaan yang paling jauh untuk edisi PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi kali ini. Yang kita boleh lihat juga ketika itu Aiman Rosli yang daripada awal cuba dan di last 9 km yang terakhir dia dilihat seperti seakan-akan ditangkap oleh peloton, tetapi apabila menuju 5 km yang terakhir, pelumba daripada pasukan Unibet juga berada di hadapan dan kita boleh lihat dia terus membuat penciptaan dan terus memenangi perlombaan tersebut.
Okey, baik, terima kasih adik Usana. Kita terus sekali lagi ke KLCC, berada berkembang KLCC untuk upacara penyampaian hadiah PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi 2025 bersama Izzuan Matnor.
Every time. Yeah, that's a new hashtag. Yeah, even on the podium. Hey. He needs to get down quickly, then get back on their stage again for the most combative rider. He certainly was delighted us with. It was so close that he was going to get that historical Hispanic victory. Here's the Lithuania champion.
Yeah, Aivaras.
From Tudor Pro Cycling Team. And he certainly did a good move by jumping on the Aaron Gates train, and he tried to launch the attack early, but Aaron Gate zoomed him in and an individual pursuit effort. And well done, but it's always good to see another rider of the same team of Alpha Decline getting on the podium.
That's it.
And representing Lithuania. Nice.
Tudor Pro Cycling, yeah.
Of Tudor Pro Cycling, yep, absolutely.
And the winner of today's stage is none other than the rider from New Zealand.
Kiwi.
A Kiwi, yeah.
Is he gonna do the Kiwi, the football, the rugby dance, showing some haka, haka dance?
Yeah.
He certainly had the mohawk.
Yeah.
So that. And came in as a race favorite, but it didn't work out well on the Fraser climb. But he certainly did his team proud, and by winning the last stage with a fantastically timed attack. And he was actually instrumental also to help with Nicholas Vinokurov getting some well-deserved, well-earned time bonuses to move up the GC.
With that three-man team time trial.
Yeah, very nice. He's not a young man. He's 30+ years old. 33, if I think, this year. And but shows that his age is just a number. And the number he likes the most is number 1.
That's right.
And here's the final podium for today's stage, last stage of today's race. Last stage of this year's Tour de Langkawi. And what an exciting finish by the trio. And I'm so happy to see that, finish in a safe and dry condition. That was nice. It was hot, definitely hot. It was starting midday and finishing at 4. Oh, I didn't even get a chance to look at the watch. But right now it's 5 p.m.
Yeah, it's about 4.
Yeah, so they certainly did well, and I think the average speed is well over 48 km an hour today.
Yeah. Let's see.
That's today's stage podium, and the most combative. I think.
Most combative, yeah, let's see.
I think we're going to see a familiar face on the podium again for the most combative. That's the award presented, and there's no other than Spanish hero, gladiator.
Yep, Jimeno Ferrer.
Certainly earned the, here's the arrow shoe cover still on. Quickly getting back on.
Yeah.
He just got off the stage and quickly back on, and well done. We certainly was cheering for you for a historical Spanish victory.
Well, I guess they have to come back next year then.
Yeah. Well, certainly showed a lot of fight in him, and just a young man from Confama, Equipe Confama. Yeah, they waited for the last day, really. I mean, they have not shown to be able to get much result at the podium, and today certainly is the day that they have put all chips in for the last stage and walk away with 2 podium finish. The most competitive, most competitive riders, and as well as the 3rd place. Almost won it, and I think he earned the respect of all the competitors today. And here we go, the best ASEAN.
Yeah, so his 2nd time on stage.
Yeah, Frankie, aka Frankie, well done, done. I'm sure Puchong Sawadusin, ex-Trengano rider from Thailand, is watching very proudly and happily to see a Thai, our neighbor, Malaysian neighbor is on top. I know he certainly will be a favorite in this year's SEA Game later this year. Yeah,
absolutely. December, in December.
He rode very well, and he stayed with the front group into the final. I mean, 20-30 riders. I mean, it was about 30 riders. So
I mean, to be able to stay, it's an achievement in itself.
Yeah. In the traditional thank you from Thai style. Yeah, certainly a smile. I mean, it's not a large rider. Certainly climbs well, but also he rode very well, and I think Thailand will be very proud to have the best ASEAN rider of today. And he finished overall was second. With today's result, he was second, and Sayabaya, I think, probably a little bit found out with the attack he tried to make earlier, trying to get at KOM points, but that end up giving a great opportunity. But he certainly rode well. I mean, it's not. I'm sure it's not easy to stay up on the top on the climb with the Bukit Hantu and the Bukit Ampang lookout.
Yeah, so obviously with that kind of pace set up by the likes of World Team and also some pro teams.
Yeah, absolutely.
They made it hard for sure, and being able to stay with the front pack is absolutely impressive by Tanakan Chayasombat, aka Frankie.
All right, go Frankie.
Yeah. Well, next prize giving.
Bubble, I think that's the, well, no, I think. Okay, best Asian team.
It's a little bit more prize giving towards the end here.
Yeah, Asian team classification. I think let's see who get the third. I think, here's the MSCF president. You talk about KJ being the vice president. Here's the president of Malaysia Cycling Federation.
It's Datuk Amarjit Singh Gill. He's the president of Malaysian National Cycling Federation.
Yeah, Nusantara.
He's the champion.
From Indonesia, BYC, Nusantara BYC. Yeah, they were. We saw a video of footage of them. At the finish line, they were absolutely joyed, excited, and surprised to be to getting the top honor, winning by just 6 seconds ahead of. I think it was the Iceland team was second.
Yes, that was
Iceland team was second. There we go. Well deserved. Well deserved. Yeah, make sure to get to the right direction as you're getting onto the stage. Indonesia.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Our other neighbor. Yeah, here we go. On the stage, taking the photo. I think they're so happy, so joy.
They look very young. Like, what's the age range? Probably 20,
look at it at 20, in definitely in the 25 range. And well done by the by the Indonesian Nusantara.
What a day! What a day for Nusantara BYC.
Yeah,
finishing it off. Everyone finished.
Yeah, everyone finished.
No one suffered the sickness, and no one had any injury. We see some of the biggest teams. Left 3 riders, 4 riders.
Not easy.
Everyone finished in one piece.
Here's the team trophy. Goes to the team manager DS. Of this year's race. Well done. Big, huge congratulations to Nusantara. That should be Rustra? Rustra?
Nusantara.
Okay. Nusantara.
Yeah, it's Rastra Patria Dinawan.
Okay. Well done. I'm sure our friends at Polygon, Indonesia will be delighted to see their home team. He's ready to sit down. No, you can't sit down just yet. You need to stand up. You've been sitting in the team car for a long time, and then you need to stand out a little bit longer for this top honor. It's not easy, ASEAN team classification.
No, for sure.
And get as many photos you want.
There it is.
Get as many photos. Victory like this doesn't come easy in the biggest race in Asia, the Tour de Langkawi. Let's see what's that could be the overall team classification.
Malta? Was it Malta? Visit Malta?
Let's see.
Yeah, good. That's how good my short-term memory is. Yeah, it's horrible. It does degrade with age, and your RAM, your flash memory does not work. I'm still on the DRAM. I'm sure you have no idea what I'm talking about.
No, no idea what I'm talking
about. Tape drive memories. Yeah.
Not SD drive.
Not SD drive. There's no. We're still in the old school. Floppy disk.
Floppy disk.
Have you ever used a floppy?
I've used it before. I've used a floppy disk.
You
before.
have used
yeah,
it before.
I have used a floppy
Okay,
before,
so I'm not that ancient. You're pretty old too.
I've used it before. Floppy
right.
disk, yeah.
Floppy
Could
disk.
barely save 10 documents.
And one photo and no video. For sure, no video.
Definitely no video.
I love it.
Yeah.
Oh,
good time.
The overall team champion.
Yeah.
And that's also impressive because to get an overall team, it's Bogos.
Oh, it's Bogos.
Yeah, it's Mario Aparicio.
Okay, yeah. He was. We were expecting him to be a bit more, I guess, out there. But maybe have different mission.
Well, I think they did a very hard tour, Valda, tour of Spain. So they came here, and he was sick at the beginning of Valda. So certainly they're probably not coming here with the top form, or maybe exhausted from a hard race. So they only got 4 riders left, I think, in this year's race. Yeah, but still, it's a good job. Simon Bayer, you see here, ex-Terengganu cycling team. He finished 3rd on the Best Asian and 2nd on the KOM points. And but they won the overall team prize honor. That's not an easy feat because to win the overall team, so your best result of three riders, the best result of 3 riders every day adds up together, and the cumulative time of these 8 stages will determine your overall. And they came here. I mean, it's not a big team. It is a Division 2 team, but they had to fight against the like of Uno X, Tudor, Total Energy, and those are teams with a bigger budget as well. And then as well fighting with the Picnic Post NL World Tour team and the XDS Astana. Not an easy feat. Well done.
So 3rd place for Bogos LTdL. So let's see who's on the 2nd classification.
Yeah, here we go. 2nd. No, I think they're only going to give the top honor.
I see.
Top honor. Yeah, otherwise, we'll be here all day long. Yeah, we'll be here till tomorrow to give a prize for everybody. Every participant and finisher of this year's race, Tour de Langkawi, certainly deserve a medal, deserve an award, because it's not been an easy race, and it's been hot, it's been wet, it's been cold, and it's been fast. That's one thing for sure. And so all the riders who finished this year's edition Tour de Langkawi, certainly deserve a huge congratulations and a medal for finishing. And here's Unibet. Maybe it's the 2nd. Maybe this will be the 2nd. Yeah, it seems like
it is.
Overall.
Yeah. So is it still overall? So silver medal now. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah.
Silver medal. Unibet. Rockets.
Not a bad first timer.
Yeah.
Zemkifin is there. Yesterday's stage winner.
Stage winner. Where they came out with a stage win. They had Adrian Mayer was sitting well in the 3rd overall classification, but he had abandoned much due to sickness, illness. But nevertheless, they walk away with the 2nd overall team classification and a stage victory for Zeb Kiffin, and a British rider riding for the French Unibet. There you go. Just 4 riders left in the. It's a little bit of exhaustion face, but happy face. Yeah, happy face. Yeah, it's just not easy to win. Like especially against the bigger teams. It is certainly happy to be on the podium, especially the final podium.
Absolutely. So I guess that now is going to be the first overall team champion. Let's see. Who is the overall team champion?
Looks like it's Poti Visit Malta.
Yeah, there it is. They're lining up on the side of the podium.
Yeah. There you go. They didn't get a stage victory, but however, they're going to get an overall team classification. So they were the best overall teams. That's another, it's a job well done. Now by the Italian team, Italian mixed with the Spanish. Good overall team performance. That David Bias was involved and was in the final today. was getting pretty close, but he didn't walk away with a podium. But he certainly rode well. The rider who have a Giro stage victory, Italian rider riding for the Italian team, Poti Visit Malta. There you go. Here,
at least a gold medal.
Yeah, gold medal.
Gold
yeah,
medal.
Gold medal. And David has Penave was quite happy with the result. He's taking a photo. it's like happy character. They have 6 riders finish up.
Oh yes.
Yeah, that's job well
That's
done.
good. Yeah, job well done. All 6 riders finish.
Okay.
The whole Tour Langkawi.
That's Jesus Hernandez. That's got to be an ex-rider, Jesus Hernandez. That sounds very familiar. There you go. And look at his build. It looks like he can just put up a jersey and start racing again. Certainly looking very fit. Jesus Hernandez, that's the team DS for this year's team, this race. So they're very happy. Oh wow, look.
There it is.
They're racing. Yeah. The DS as the overall, the DS for the best team, overall team in this year's 2025 PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi.
All right. So that's done with the overall team classification. We're heading to the next prize giving.
Yeah.
Best Asian rider by Rakan Muda.
Give the they're gonna give the top 3 or just the overall?
Let's see who's going.
That's what like Nicholas is waiting in line. They're only gonna. Oh, here's Sainbaya.
Oh,
so that's the 3rd. Yeah, so top 3 finish.
Oh, yeah. A good day for Thai Continental team.
Yeah, excellent. Excellent to be in the mix. Definitely they have, over the years, definitely they have come up, they have some very strong individual. Very strong, and we saw before in the Asian Championship, and as well as this year Tour Langkawi. Here is Sainbaya of the Bogos Pepele, the BH Spanish team. Mongolian rider used to ride for Trengganu cycling team, who have won the Asian classification before, and so he's he still finished top 3. He won he won the overall Asian classification, absolutely right. So 3rd.
The 2nd place, there it is. Tanakante Sombat Frankie. Oh, well, not bad. Not bad at all. Thai rider.
Yeah, certainly he will be one of the riders to watch out for the SEA Game, which coming up among races among Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
And he certainly will be a target for the race coming up in December. So season is not over. Like literally, he just done a hard race and
a warm-up.
Yeah, warm-up.
warm-up.
Preparation.
Yeah.
A preparation race. But the overall leader is none other than Nikola Vinokurov.
There it is. Nikola Vinokurov
of XDS Astana. There we go. He just finished the Valda de España just a few weeks ago, and now he is taking the 4th overall and as well as the best Asian classification. And certainly a good result for the Kazakh rider, son of Alexander Vinokurov.
Just waiting for the zipper to be done up.
I think right now you don't really need the zipper.
There it is.
Everybody know. Nobody gonna take away that jersey from him. It's done. It's race is over. There's no opportunity for that.
There it is. Keeping the trophy home.
Congratulations.
There's the final podium.
Final podium for the best Asian classification by Rakan Muda.
There you go. Well done for the best Asian rider. Mongolia, representing Mongolia, Thailand, and Kazakhstan. The fourth place was Japan, George from the Iceland team, and then the Malaysians representing St. George Continental team, Rambau, St. Rambau was fifth. That's round up the top five. But right now we're looking at the top three. Well done. Absolutely impressed with Nicholas Vinokurov, still very young rider. Obviously, he got a bright future ahead of him, and certainly we hope to see him in the big Grand Tour. Here, the overall Asian classification winner, and Nicholas Vinokurov. Vinokurov. You know, they had a team. They had a continental team called in Kazakhstan. They called Vino Forever.
Okay.
Talk about the popularity of the Vinokurov, and he's certainly a national hero, especially when it comes to the sports of cycling.
Yeah.
You know, it's a country it's a small country, but they certainly have some very good athletes, from cyclists, I think, to wrestler. They are good too, and also boxing as well. Here is the Bubble 02, which we love so much. Keep drinking those Bubble 02 water, getting plenty oxygen into your blood, which is every cyclist needs. And here goes today's hero, and Farah from Equipe Confama, and gladiator of today, and narrowly won the stage. Still finished number 3. He also finished number 3 at the KOM bubble jersey classification.
Quite a good finishing for Equipe Confama.
Yes, absolutely. So everybody getting something, right? You have you've seen the Bogos Beplay BH team, then they are getting the 3rd overall team classification. They got in 2nd. Sanbai getting 2nd in the Asian classification, 3rd in the Asian classification, and 2nd in the KOM classification. Here it goes again. I see the KOM. Sanbaya seems to smile a little bit now. He got the 2nd equal in point in the KOM classification. Just narrowly missed out, because when you're equal in point, then the countback goes to, you know, they compare how many KOM points, KOM wins you got from the category 1 climb all the way down to category 4 climb.
Right.
So Pat Eddy from Australia, representing Picnic Post NL, taking the top honor in the KOM. I mean, he was, it was impressive. He certainly was riding well, and he won on an attack. He wanted to bridge across to his teammate Oliver Peace, but unfortunately he got a flag from the fan that got attached.
They got a souvenir from the fan.
Yeah,
Malaysian
correct.
flag.
Yeah, and got attached, but he didn't get. He still managed to get it out and quickly, and then rejoin the front group. Right? He didn't because that was at the bottom of the Ampang lookout. Right? So it wasn't detrimental. He couldn't help his teammate trying to win the stage, but I think it was going to be eventually brought back anyway. So and then brought back, and then I think Aaron Gate will still be able to launch his winning attack.
Yeah, absolutely.
But nevertheless, this is the final KOM jersey presented by Bubbles 02, and you can buy them in stores. And we were talking to Jeff, and where do you buy them? I mean, he sent me a photo of the grocery store with the Bubbles 02.
Yeah, you can actually. You can actually buy them at a PETRONAS station as well.
Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah,
why not? And you see a big smile from all 3 riders, which is good to see. Yeah, well done. Well done. They're leaving Patrick Eddy for the winning the KOM classification.
There it is, Patrick Eddy, the winner of the Bubbles 02 King of the Mountain classification.
And he's staying on stage because they wait for the KBS orange classification. The best sprinter is none other than...
All right, let's see. They're gonna 3, 2, 1, I suppose. So Manu Penalve is third.
Yep. We're gonna start with the bronze medal third, Manuel Penalve from Poti Visit Malta Italian team. He's a big smile from him, and happy to be on the podium. Third. I think last year's did he get third in the overall points the points classification?
I'm not sure. I gotta double check. Yeah.
Yeah. He narrowly got a victory. It was pinned on the line by Matteo Maricelli, and but this year he was close. He had been on the podium, stage podium, but then he also finished third overall in the points classification. Albert Decline.
Second.
Getting second in the points classification. I think there's nothing to be, even second, but he had 2 stage victories. Today wasn't gonna be his day because there was a two very hard climb, and we knew that Uno X was gonna trying to explode the race and trying to leave Alvin Decline and drop him on the climb, and it certainly did that. So he wasn't able to contest for the victory. Obviously, Brickla was concerned, worried that if it comes down to a bunch sprint, and he still have a good chance. Here we go. Talk about Brickla. Here he is, Uno X, taking the overall points classification ahead of Alvin Decline and Penalve.
Yeah, so definitely a better season, better Tour Langkawi for Manuel Penalve. Last year he was 4th.
Yeah,
just
okay.
the podium.
Excellent.
So he finally got on the podium this year. So he got third.
And Brickla, who has been a prior winner of the points classification, he gets that victory again.
Yeah, for
the
sure.
Overall leads the overall points classification represented by KBS.
Yeah. So Alvin Decline was second last year, just behind Matteo Maricelli by 2 points, but he's second again this year. I mean, definitely not a worse Tour Langkawi for Alvin Decline.
Yeah.
But obviously, you know, ideally you come from one year to another year with improvement. But yeah, so there it is.
There it goes, the overall points classification presented by KBS, which is the Ministry of Youth and Sports.
That's it.
I got my order right.
Yeah, you got it right.
Youth first, then sports.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But I'm sure both equally important. There we go. That's the final podium, top 3 in the points classification. And I think Ayman Rosli finished pretty high up there by collecting the points in the breakaways. So well done. Another successful Tour Langkawi for the Malaysian rider as well. But this is the top 3, the winners of sprint classification. Uno X, mobility. So if you're in Norway, you need the mobile service, Uno X. I think mobility should be providing the mobile service.
Yeah, no idea. Actually, I haven't searched.
Here's the winner. And
it's actually a fuel station.
A fuel station?
Yeah, unmanned fuel station.
Oh wow, okay. My apology. The mobility is not for mobile, it's for automotive mobility.
Maybe.
Uno X. So here we go. A couple of Petronas. That's a gas station. Then you have...
Oh, actually, Uno X Mobility. A simple and efficient car wash services across Norway and Denmark.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay, car wash service. There you go.
Yeah, so there's fuel side of it, and there's the mobility side is obviously the car wash part.
Okay, there you go. Okay, nice. So if you're in Norway and Denmark, you need to drive around. You need to put some fuel and keep your car clean. That's Uno X, that's what you're looking for.
There it is.
There you go. Yeah. Excellent. Fantastic. This is where bike racing is so good that you get to know companies around the world. And when you do travel to that part of the world, which is very nice, I'm sure it's very beautiful. I do like to visit Norway some days. It's looking from the tour of Norway. It's absolutely beautiful to look. It is gas station, yeah, and a car wash solution. You get your car washed and pumped up at the same time. And the tutor, Giannis.
Giannis, yeah.
And the third overall classification, the 50 kg or 60 kg climber who can sprint.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Not bad at all. Giannis representing Tudor Pro Cycling Team.
And then next
from Switzerland.
Yeah. Next in line is Anders Hallen Johannesson from Uno X. Again, Uno X.
Mobility second. Very nice.
Yeah, so
congratulated by his teammate.
Yeah, just trying to read the values on their website. So having our strong set of values and attitudes integrated in the way we work enables us to better protect the environment, social issues, people and human rights in our operation and through our engagement in cycling. Interesting.
Yeah, very nice, very nice. It's always to see companies and sponsoring cycling, and we certainly want to shout out, and without their support and sponsorship, we won't have the team here.
Absolutely.
It does definitely cost a lot of money to have a team and flying around the world and doing these great races. And here's the overall winner from Total Energy.
Joris Delbo.
Well done.
Very well done.
For winning. Earlier this year, he had won a stage in Tour de Rwanda, which is a hard race. But now he's instead of just winning a stage, he won a stage and he won the overall leader classification.
It was that attack that he did halfway up to the last 7 kilometers of the climb at Fraser's Hill that sort of sets his leader in the general classification.
Great job. He held that leader jersey all the way from Fraser, so his team done a great job protecting it. It's just winning 3 seconds ahead of Johannesson. Well done for the Frenchman. I'm sure we're going to see more of him to come. And it's very nice that first time, I think this is the first time Total Energy coming to a Tour de Langkawi and walk away with the top honor. Overall winner of the 2025 PETRONAS, the Tour de Langkawi.
Oh, yeah.
Here's your podium finish and the final podium finish.
Yeah, it's also Joris Delbo's first time in Langkawi in Malaysia.
Oh wow! Yeah, he's getting a glimpse of the PETRONAS Twin Tower. It's not the Eiffel Tower.
No, definitely
in Paris, like the Tour de France, but here the Frenchman winning the Twin Tower. Sponsor PETRONAS green jersey. Here, I'm sure he's.
The top 3 podium of your general classification. Well fought throughout all 8 stages. All right. Just a winner on the podium. The general classification, which is he will bring back the main trophy back home, back to France.
Yeah, I'm sure he's very delighted and very proud to win the overall classification of a pro level race. It's certainly not easy to win such a prestige and race, the most prestigious race in Asia, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And well done by the Frenchman.
Yep.
Representing Total Energy, George Debove. Stand above everyone else and on the top of the podium. And we're gonna get the final, all the winners of all the jerseys. And here's the ginormous trophy we're waiting for. Well, it's really heavy. I don't know if it's made of a solid gold. I hope it's not. That's going to be extremely heavy to carry. Well-designed, beautiful trophy for the overall winner, George Debov of the Total Energy. And big round of applause for everyone and all the participants, all the fans. We thank all the fans
for sure.
and all the viewers who are watching this at home on the YouTube. We certainly appreciate your support, your comment, your input, giving us local knowledge of the towns we passed through. And here is the final stage presentation for all the jersey winners of the...
Okey, itu dah lahir pada 15 Julai tahun 2000, berusia 25 tahun. Joris Dilbov diangkat dinobat selaku juara keseluruhan PETRONAS Letua di Langkawi 2025. Satu keputusan yang mungkin tidak ada siapa pun yang menjangka, tak ada siapa pun yang menduga pelumba daripada pasukan Total Energy sini mampu untuk berada di podium selaku juara. Kerana fokus kita sudah pasti, Matteo Malucelli, Ivan Declan, Aaron Gate, Alexander Kristoff. Tapi nama-nama besar itu tenggelam dengan kemampuan Joris Dilbov. Wow. Alik Usaini Osman. Okey. Okey, kita nak bincang mana dulu? Kita ceritalah pasal yang bawah dulu lah.
Okey, boleh. Start daripada bawah lah.
Yang besar-besar. Yang besar-besar ni kita cerita kemudian. Okey, baik. Pasukan terbaik Asia. Sekejap saya buka sekejap. Sebab saya nak tengok kedudukan pelumba apa? Pelumba TSG, NPC dan juga sukat kebangsaan ya. Apabila mereka ini gagal untuk berada dalam kedudukan muncul yang terbaik dari pasukan Asia untuk tim kerana ia suatu yang sangat mengejutkan dengan pasukan daripada Indonesia berjaya dinobat sebagai pasukan terbaik Asia. Walaupun kalau kita ikutkan Adit, dalam peringkat perlombaan mereka tidak menonjol. Tetapi kalau dikirakan daripada segi berpasukan mereka yang terbaik. Jadi sebenarnya apa elemen yang menaikkan status mereka sebagai pasukan terbaik ASEAN?
Sudah pasti 3 pelumba untuk setiap pasukan, antaranya pasukan BYC Nusantara ini, mereka meletakkan 3 pelumba mereka terlebih dahulu sampai di Fraser Hay, dan di situ kita boleh lihat mereka dapat mengungguli dinobatkan sebagai the best team Asia untuk edisi ke-29. Dan kita boleh lihat hari ini dia berkurang, sebelum ni lebih daripada 3 minit bersama Aisan, tapi hari ini dia berkurang kepada defisit 9 saat saja.
Okey.
Jadi mereka hampir-hampir dipotong oleh pasukan Aisan, tetapi 9 saat antara pasukan Aisan dan juga Nusantara ini, dan ia terus dinobatkan sebagai the best team Asia daripada pasukan Indonesia ini.
Oh, okey. Itu yang menyumbang kepada kejayaan mereka. Tapi saya nak update lah tentang kedudukan pasukan Malaysia untuk keseluruhan selepas tamat peringkat yang ke-8 secara keseluruhannya. Pasukan Malaysia Pro Cycling NPC menduduki tempat yang keempat terbaik Asia, diikuti pasukan Malaysia National Team, iaitu pasukan kebangsaan. Dan agak mengejutkan juga apabila pasukan TSG Terengganu Cycling ni mereka berada pada kedudukan ke-7 terbaik di belakang pasukan kebangsaan Malaysia dan juga NPC.
Sudah pasti Akbar, TSG mereka mempamerkan pelumba-pelumba pecut, antaranya Haris Saleh dan juga Wan Abdul Rahman Acik. Dan sudah pasti di situ mungkin sukar untuk mereka berada di kedudukan 5 terbaik untuk keseluruhan Best Asian Team. Jadi mereka mempunyai pencitraan mereka sendiri, dan sudah pasti apa yang kita lihat sepanjang 8 peringkat ini melalui Aiman Rosli yang berjaya menduduki tempat kedua peringkat ke-7 semalam, boleh dikatakan satu keputusan yang bagus untuk pasukan TSG.
Okey, baik, itu untuk pasukan terbaik Asia. Dan untuk pasukan terbaik General Classification GC untuk pasukan, bukan pelumba tetapi untuk pasukan. Okey, kita lihat dulu. Tim Polti Visit Malta berjaya untuk menidakkan pasukan-pasukan bertaraf dunia seperti XDS Astana dan juga pasukan Picnic Post NL dengan pasukan Unibet Titiama Rocket tangga yang kedua, Burgos Montpellier BH di tangga yang ketiga. Di manakah kedudukan pasukan dunia XDS Astana di kedudukan tempat yang ke-9, tim Picnic Post NL di tempat yang ke-10 untuk keseluruhannya. Okey, baik. Malaysia di mana? MPC tempat ke-18, Malaysia National Team 19, tetapi kedudukan pasukan TSD di mana? TSD tangga yang ke-7. Okay, itu menarik. Itu okey. ini satu yang saya nak cakap sebab kalau dalam best ASEAN TSD jauh ke bawah. Tapi untuk general GC untuk tim TSD di tangga yang ke-7 jauh mengatasi MPC dan juga national team.
Sudah pasti TSG memperbarisi pelumba-pelumba top GC untuk pasukan TSG. Antaranya sebelum ini ada Vadim, ada Eden dan juga ada Michael Pronesh. Dan kita boleh lihat ketika peringkat ke-7 semalam mereka berada di kedudukan ke-5 keseluruhan. Tetapi hari ini mereka jatuh dua anak tangga, berada di kedudukan ke-7. Sebelum ini berada di kedudukan ke-5 terbaik untuk tim GC, tapi hari ini jatuh dua anak tangga.
Okay, tim Visit Malta, Polti Visit Malta ini. Di manakah kekuatan mereka sebenarnya, adik, kalau kita nak kirakan? Kerana kalau dilihatkan untuk pelumba-pelumba individu mereka, taklah begitu orang kata menyelah banding dengan pelumba-pelumba tim lain macam Picnic Post NL, Uno X Mobility, Tudor, Total Energies dan sebagainya.
Sudah pasti tim Polti Visit Malta ni dia potong pasukan Unibet ni kat last corner hari ni. Sebelum ni Unibet yang mengungguli tim GC keseluruhan, tetapi hari ni last corner tim Polti ni potong dia sebab sudah pasti mereka mempunyai 3 pelumba terbaik mereka yang berada di Kuala Lumpur hadapan, dan di situlah kali ini edisi ke-29 PETRONAS di Langkawi, tim Polti Visit Malta ini dinobatkan sebagai tim GC, tim terbaik untuk keseluruhan.
Ya, jadi kerana antara pelumba yang boleh dianggap sebagai terbaik daripada pasukan ini sudah pastilah Manuel Penalvier. Okey, macam mana sebut dia?
Manuel Penalvier.
Pandai adik saya ni. Okey. Untuk individu pelumba-pelumba, kita nak mula daripada Best ASEAN Rider ataupun Asia Tenggara lah. Itu kategori baru yang diperkenalkan. Adik sendiri menyangkakan tanakan Cahaya Sombat akan dinobat sebagai overall Best ASEAN.
Ya, kalau ikutkan dia tiada overall Best ASEAN.
Dia by stage ya.
Dia by stage saja, tetapi Tangkak Sambayat sekali lagi hari ini berjaya berada di podium untuk kali kedua. Yang sebelum ini kita lihat di Fraser Hill. Dan kalau ikutkan majoriti daily daripada stage pertama sampai stage ke-8, majoritinya diungguli oleh pelumba tempatan kita.
Betul.
Akbar.
Betul.
6 daripada 8. Jadi di sini satu orang cakap inisiatif baru oleh penganjur untuk menobatkan pelumba-pelumba tempatan ataupun pelumba-pelumba Asia Tenggara di perlombaan seperti Pro Series ini, Akbar.
Okey. Baik, kalau ikutkan pelumba-pelumba ASEAN yang ada pun daripada Malaysia dan juga daripada Thailand saja kan?
Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia
dan juga Indonesia. Okey, baik, sebelum kita meneruskan perbincangan kita mengenai pemenang-pemenang untuk JC utama dalam perlumbaan PETRONAS LTdL Langkawi 2025, peranan pelajar sekali lagi kita angkat sebagai antara yang melengkapi penganjuran edisi ke-29 untuk tahun 2025 ini. Pelancongan negeri Kedah ataupun Kedah Tourism antara mereka yang mempunyai peranan yang sangat besar sebagai penaja dalam penganjuran kali ini. Jadi, kita ikuti temubal bersama dengan wakil daripada Kedah Tourism.
Okey, ketika ini Lily bersama dengan Encik Muhammad Zaidi Omar yang merupakan pengurus besar Kedah Tourism. Apa khabar Encik Zaidi?
Sihat, Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Okey, boleh kongsikan tak tentang penglibatan experience Kedah dalam saingan Petronas Tour di Langkawi 2025 untuk tahun ini?
Pada tahun ini kita sudah pasti negeri Kedah, Langkawi adalah di negeri Kedah. Sudah pastinya kita akan terlibat sama di dalam penganjuran yang sangat hebat dan berprestij ini. Jadi kita ingin memastikan experience Kedah penglibatan kita itu, dan di samping tour di seluruh Semenanjung, brand kita experience Kedah dilihat di seluruh pelosok negeri.
Alright, okey. Mungkin boleh kongsikan juga apa yang mendorong experience Kedah untuk penglibatan dalam acara bertaraf antarabangsa seperti LTdL ni?
Kita tak mahu ketinggalan lagi. Sebelum-sebelum ni kita tak terlibat, tapi pada kali ini dengan komitmen Kerajaan Persekutuan dan Kerajaan Negeri bekerjasama, kita akan membantu untuk memastikan program yang berprestij seperti ini sentiasa berlaku di Langkawi dan juga di Semenanjung Malaysia.
Kalau boleh kongsikan juga bagaimana LTdL seiring dengan misi experience Kedah untuk mempromosikan pelancongan negeri Kedah sendiri.
Sudah sepastinya sport tourism, pelancongan sukan ini menjadi pilihan di negeri Kedah kerana tempatnya yang sangat menarik, tanahnya yang lapang, sawah padi yang terbentang, ada laut. Jadi kita ingin melibatkan sport tourism ini berlaku di negeri Kedah, dan kita mengharapkan Kerajaan Persekutuan untuk menganjurkan lagi program-program yang berprestij seperti ini di negeri Kedah.
Alright, Encik Zaidi. Last but not least, mungkin apa keistimewaan Kedah, negeri Kedah yang ingin diketengahkan kepada pelancong melalui penganjuran saingan Petronas LTdL?
Tema kita pada tahun ini adalah Experience Kedah. Kita ingin menjemput seluruh rakyat negeri Kedah, Malaysia, kerajaan daripada luar negara untuk ke negeri Kedah merasai pengalaman di negeri Kedah tentang makanannya, tempat-tempat menarik dan juga budaya, dan kita ingin menjemput semua terus ke Langkawi, support Langkawi sebagai tempat percutian yang amat hebat sekali.
Alright, terima kasih banyak-banyak Encik Zaidi. Thank you.
Okey, baik, terima kasih kepada Kerajaan Negeri Kedah melalui Kedah Tourism yang telah pun memainkan peranan yang sangat-sangat penting dalam penganjuran edisi kali ini, dan sudah pastilah destinasi di Pulau Lejana Pulau Langkawi akan kekal menjadi salah satu daripada peringkat perlombaan dalam aksi LTdL ataupun Le Tour de Langkawi. Baik, kita dah cerita tadi tentang pemilik untuk JC The Best Asian Riders. Kita sekarang ni nak beralih kepada The Best Asia Riders, iaitu pelumba Asia terbaik. Kita tak dapat tengok jam sign bayar. Dia sign dia tak bayar kot. Tapi ia menjadi milik pelumba daripada XDS Astana, Nikolya Vinokurov. Okey, silakan adik Usaini.
Sudah pasti Nikolya Vinokurov mengingatkan saya 9 tahun lepas yang saya memakai jersey terbaik Asia pada edisi ketika itu.
Mana jersey itu aku?
Nanti ketika itu. Dan sudah pasti pelumba ini harus diberi orang cakap tumpuan kerana dia merupakan pelumba yang akan saya rasa satu masa nanti mungkin di perlombaan-perlombaan Eropah ataupun yang berprestij tinggi antaranya Tour de France, kemungkinan besar Nikolya Vinokurov akan menyaingi ataupun akan berada di perlombaan seperti itu, dan sudah pasti podium di Tour de France akan dimiliki oleh beliau kerana Kebas sendiri tahu bapa dia ni memang begitu legend, memenangi pingat emas di Olimpik London dan juga
Vinokurov.
Ya betul, dan juga memenangi beberapa peringkat di Tour de France sebelum ini.
Okey, tahniah kita ucapkan kepada Nikolya Vinokurov yang telah pun berjaya untuk dinobatkan sebagai terbaik Asia dalam perlombaan Petronas Tour di Langkawi 2025. Okey, now kita nak cerita pasal geng-geng bukit ni. Baik, sebelum kita nak berceritakan tentang pemenangnya, Patrick Eddy ini, ramai yang tanya, Patrick Eddy 15 mata, jam sign bayar pun 15 mata, kenapa pelumba Picnic Post NL ni yang menang JC Polkadot Bubbles Auto?
Nak tahu sebab apa?
Nak tahulah.
Sebab boleh. Okey, of course kalau kita lihat perlombaan edisi ke-29 ini Petronas Tour Langkawi, Eddy, Patrick dan juga Jamban Sambaya, kedua-dua pelumba ini mengumpul mata yang sama iaitu 15. Tetapi harus diingat dia merekumi kesemua untuk dinobatkan sebagai King of Mountain untuk edisi kali ini kerana kalau kita lihat Jamban Sabaya dia punya timing ataupun GC keseluruhan dia lebih duduk di kedudukan teratas berbanding Andy Patrick. Tetapi apa yang dinobatkan JC Polkadot ini oleh Andy Patrick adalah kerana beliau mengumpul mata yang banyak di kategori 2 dan juga ketiga di kom yang ditawarkan di setiap peringkat sebelum ini, dan di situlah dia dianggap ataupun dinobat sebagai King of Mountain JC Babu O2 untuk edisi PETRONAS LTdL Langkawi kali ini.
Oh, baru faham lah. Jadi kepada penonton tu agak faham lah kenapa dia dipilih. Mujur tadi kalau kita dapat lihat, Mujur dia dapat tamatkan perlombaan tadi apabila tayarnya terbelit dengan bendera tadi tu.
Ya, betul.
Tapi dia dapat menamatkan. Kalau dia tak tamat tadi maknanya ataupun dia di belakang-belakang,
kalau dia tak dapat tamatkan perlombaan tersebut, mungkin Sambaya akan dinobatkan sebagai King of Mountain, tetapi dia harus kita lihat dia juga berjaya menamatkan perlombaan pada peringkat ke-8 hari ini.
Okey, Patrick Eddy lahir di Australia pada 17 Oktober tahun 2002. Masih lagi dia sekarang ni berusia masih lagi muda, 22 tahun. Dan rupa-rupanya dia adalah bukan saja pelumba acara lebuh raya, tetapi juga bagi pelumba acara track. Macam Adi cakap, kalau kita pelumba lebuh raya tapi kita juga mampu berkayuh dalam acara track, maknanya mereka ni akan kuat untuk mendaki zon pendakian.
Ya, betul Akbar. Bukan kesemua pelumba-pelumba yang mampu untuk berkayuh di dalam dua disiplin, iaitu acara track dan juga road. Tetapi kita lihat di sini contohnya pelumba tempatan kita UC Sakri yang merupakan pelumba track kebangsaan kita. Dan apa yang menarik juga yang saya katakan, Aiman Rosli juga pernah bersama UC Sakri ketika Sukan Asia pada 2018 sebelum ini untuk acara track. Dan yang manisnya juga hari ini Aaron Gate juga merupakan pelumba track daripada New Zealand dan juga pernah memenangi World Champ dan juga medal di Olimpik. Jadi seperti yang saya katakan tadi, tak kesemua pelumba-pelumba track ini mampu untuk
berkayuh dalam
dua disiplin ini.
Dua disiplin. Okey. Ya, bukan silap sebab kalau dalam track tu kan dia punya pembukaan track tu dia
betul, dan kelajuan di dalam perlombaan track memang berbeza
dan tak ada break pakai. Okey. Baik, sebelum kita pergi kepada berbicara tentang JC Raja Pecut. Dulu adik menang JC putih tahun bila?
2016.
Ya, kerajaan Negeri Terengganu bagi tanah tu lah.
Ya, betul.
Okey, saya jumpa JC ni awak punya ke? Sebab kita tunjuklah sikit. Adik Usaini pernah pegang. Adik Usaini pernah menang JC putih. Ini masa ni awak sekolah rendah ke apa? Kecil? Bukan.
Dan kecil? Apa yang menarik tentang JC ni adalah number body yang saya pakai ketika 2016 tu. Masa belum.
Ni nombor lagi. 163 apa? 163.
Hari ni hari apa? Hari Ahad. Boleh try. Okey, nombor body. Yang saya pakai saya belum cabut sampai sekarang.
Okey, kepada anda semua, hari terakhir ni saya belanja sikit. Ini adalah jersey the best Asian riders yang telah pun dimenangi oleh adik Usaini Osman pada tahun 2016 dengan memakai nombor 163. Dia berjaya mengangkat pasukan TSG dan kemenangan ini telah menyaksikan beliau menerima banyak imbuhan, antaranya sebidang tanah daripada kerajaan Negeri Terengganu. Dah buat apa kat tanah?
Adalah meniaga sikit-sikit.
Jual saya. Okey. Tapi itulah kecil betul. Masa ni berapa berat?
Berat ni 55.
Oh, kecil betul lah.
JC pun saya extra small ni.
XS. Masya Allah.
Sekarang ni L.
Okey. JC Oren KBS. Menarik ni. Sebab masa Malu Celi jatuh, dia pakai JC Oren.
Okey.
Tapi lepas tu Nampaknya Ellen Blikran. Okey, Ellen Blikran ni satu benda yang sangat saya rasa kagum dengan dia lah. Awak ingat tak dia jatuh di antara Shah Alam Polisen jatuh. Lepas tu dia jatuh lagi kat mana? Melaka.
Stage
Melaka ke Medini jatuh lagi. Pakar jatuh ke apa ni? Lepas tu akhirnya dia tetap mengekalkan JC sebagai raja pecut. Apa yang boleh anda perkatakan tentang Ellen Blikran ni?
Okey, Akbar, apa yang saya boleh katakan pelumba daripada pasukan Uno X ini, beliau merupakan pelumba yang paling cool dan relax sekali sepanjang 8 peringkat. Kalau kita lihat interview ataupun temu bual antara beliau, kita boleh lihat walaupun keadaan dia jatuh ke, menang ke, dia tetap muka dia macam cool. Dan apa yang menarik juga tentang Ellen Blikran ni, dia adalah seorang pakar pecut yang mampu untuk mendaki dan juga berada di dalam kelompok hadapan yang kita boleh lihat ada peringkat ke-8 tadi di Bukit Antu dan Bukit Ampang. Dia merupakan salah satu raja pecut yang mampu duduk berada di dalam kelompok hadapan. Dan jika hari ini berlakunya bang sprint di KLCC tadi, sudah pasti Ellen Blikran akan dinobatkan sebagai pemenang peringkat ke-8 hari ini dan sudah pasti menjadi orang cakap kali kedua untuk beliau memenangi peringkat yang sebelum ini pada tahun 2022.
Okey, baik. Dia juga berkayuh pada edisi 2022 di perlombaan Le Tour de Langkawi pada ketika itu dengan turut memenangi satu peringkat, itu peringkat yang ke-6. Itulah kehebatan Ellen Blikran, pelumba bagi pasukan Uno X Mobility berusia 28 tahun yang juga merupakan rakan pasukan kepada legenda Alexander Kristoff. Pelumba ini berasal daripada Norway, Stavanger. Satu kampung dengan Alexander Kristoff. Okey, baik. Kita nak bincang pasal JC Hijau. Tapi JC Hijau ni penajanya adalah merupakan PETRONAS. Jadi apa kata kalau kita bersama dengan Lili Hamzah yang menemu bual wakil daripada PETRONAS. PETRONAS ni memang kita kena bagi pujian yang besar lagi kerana mereka bukan saja menaja JC Raja keseluruhan ni, tapi juga penaja utama bagi penganjuran PETRONAS Le Tour di Langkawi 2025. Jom kita bersama Lili Hamzah.
Okey Lili, ketika ini bersama-sama dengan Puan Siti Azlina Abdul Latif, iaitu Senior General Manager Strategic Communications, Group Strategic Relations and Communications PETRONAS. How are you, Puan?
Alhamdulillah, okey. Thank you, Lili.
Alhamdulillah. Okey, Puan, kita nak teruskan kepada soalan. Mungkin first of all, Puan nak kongsikan kata-kata penghargaan terlebih dahulu.
Okey, thank you Lili. Bagi pihak PETRONAS, saya ingin mengambil kesempatan ni untuk merakamkan ucapan tahniah kepada Kementerian Belia dan Sukan dan Majlis Sukan Negara atas kejayaan dalam melaksanakan PETRONAS Le Tour di Langkawi edisi ke-29 sebagai sebuah acara berprestij dan signifikan dalam landscape sukan Malaysia.
Okey Puan, mungkin nak kongsikan jugalah komitmen sebagai penaja perdana saingan PETRONAS Le Tour de Langkawi 2025 ni.
Okay, kami percaya bahawa ini merupakan satu langkah strategik dalam memperkukuh reputasi dan mutu acara sukan berbasikal di Malaysia, selaras dengan aspirasi kami untuk menyokong pembangunan sukan tanah air secara berterusan.
Okey Puan, sepanjang LTdL berlangsung, PETRONAS LTdL berlangsung, kita dapat saksikan pembangunan bakat tempatan. Mungkin your thoughts on that?
Okey, sebagai syarikat tenaga yang progresif, PETRONAS sentiasa menitik beratkan pembangunan bakat tempatan dan kami berharap dapat membuka lebih banyak ruang dan peluang kepada atlet berbasikal Malaysia untuk menyerlah di pentas antarabangsa.
Alright, terima kasih banyak-banyak Puan. Harapnya kita dapat bekerjasama lagi dengan PETRONAS dalam musim-musim akan datang. Mungkin ada lagi satu PETRONAS Le Tour de Langkawi 2026 pula. Thank you.
Okay, terima kasih Lili. Terima kasih juga kepada Puan Siti Azlina Abdul Latif, Senior General Manager Strategic Communication PETRONAS. Terima kasih PETRONAS sebagai penaja perdana untuk edisi ke-29 dan edisi-edisi sebelum ini. Jadi sekarang kita nak membuka cerita tentang JC PETRONAS, JC Hijau, pemenang keseluruhan. Nak gaul kepala tak boleh. Sebabnya, Kita letak dalam list Matteo Malucelli, Arvid Declan, Aaron Gate. Aaron Gate ni Alik pilih. Dan juga Alexander Kristoff. Tapi rupa-rupanya bukan dia yang menang. Joris Dilbov. Silakan.
Baik, Joris Dilbov memang pelumba yang berasal daripada France, merupakan pelumba untuk pasukan Pro Tour ini. Dia merupakan kejayaan kedua untuk beliau memenangi peringkat dan juga memenangi JC keseluruhan. Yang sebelum ni dia pernah memenangi perlombaan di Europe, dan ini merupakan perlombaan yang kedua oleh beliau memenangi untuk GC keseluruhan. Dan apa yang menarik untuk saya katakan, Akbar, Joris Dilbov ini ia seperti apa mahu saya katakan, ia ibarat selepas dia menang di Fraser Hill, untuk 3 baki yang terakhir ni memang dia ibarat seperti menyerah saja. Mana-mana top GC contender yang mampu mengikatkan jurang antara beliau dan juga pelumba yang berada di kedudukan kedua, 3 dan 4. Tapi kredit harus diberi kepada rakan sepasukan Joris Dilbov kerana sudah pasti membantu ataupun tanpa dia orang, tanpa teammate Joris Dilbov, saya rasa mungkin sukar untuk Joris Dilbov untuk mengekalkan JC, kemenangan JC keseluruhan yang untuk kali ke-29 PETRONAS itu Langkawi.
Segala-galanya bermula di mana? Di Fraser Hill kan? Di mana dia melintasi gasan penyelamat secara solo. Ayahnya juga merupakan seorang pengayuh profesional Perancis, iaitu Jimmy Dilbov. Pakciknya pun sama, Jerome Dilbov. Okey, dia juga pelumba cyclocross. Dia sejauh mana itu dapat juga membantu kariernya dalam acara lebuh raya?
Ya, sudah pasti, Akbar, pelumba cyclocross ni kalau kita lihat ketika ini Matthew Van Der Poel, World Art juga merupakan pelumba cyclocross. Jadi mereka mempunyai kelebihan di pendakian dan juga perlombaan yang memang orang cakap one day race yang betul-betul tough. Jadi ya, mungkin salah satu faktor Joris Dilbov memenangi perlombaan edisi ke-29 ini mungkin daripada salah satu faktor daripada dia merupakan pelumba daripada cyclocross.
Okey, baik. Dengan kemenangan ini, dia akan mendapat 200 mata UCI.
Betul.
Jadi pada adik ni, nilai 200 mata UCI yang dia perolehi hasil kemenangan di PETRONAS LTdL 2025.
Baik, bagi saya sebagai bekas pelumba dan juga saya tahu jika pelumba tersebut memenangi 200 UCI point ini ibarat seperti dia sudah secara automatik untuk tamasya seperti sukan Olimpik ini, dia akan secara automatik akan akan layak
ke Olimpik. Maknanya kalau dia nak berkayuh di Olimpik Los Angeles 2028,
ya, kalau
sudah
ikutkan
kira layak secara automatik.
Secara automatik dia sudah
dia dapat 200 mata
dan dalam masa sama 200 mata tu pergi kepada pasukan beliau dan juga negara beliau.
Oh, okey. Perancis ah?
Ya, betul.
Bonjour.
Sabar, biar.
Okey, Dik. Duit dah habis dah ni. Rasa macam sedih mula kan? Kita dah berada kat sini dah 8 hari. Kalau dicampur dengan hari pengenalan pasukan tu 9 hari lah. Jadi mungkin summary lah, sum up dalam tempoh 8 hari perlombaan ni, apa yang boleh adik simpulkan perlombaan daripada kacamata anda sebagai seorang pelumba yang pernah berkayuh di LTdL dan juga di Olimpik?
Sudah pasti saya juga ingin menyatakan terima kasih kepada KBS, MSN dan juga TV Production, iaitu Motoshoot, yang menjemput saya untuk berkongsi ataupun bercerita tentang perlombaan. Dan sudah pasti, Akbar, saya berharap perlombaan berpraktis seperti ini selepas ini berjalan seperti biasa, kerana kita pun tahu ada huru-hara yang mengatakan perlombaan ini tidak mahu diteruskan. Jadi
hura-hura lah.
Ya, saya berharap perlombaan ini akan diteruskan dan sudah pasti dari tahun ke tahun, saban ke saban, kemungkinan besar akan lebih lagi berprestij.
Alhamdulillah. Apa pun terima kasih adik Usaini ya. Sekarang dah pandai mengulas ah. Lepas ni boleh jadi pandit.
Esok ada nak.
Tetap. Ha? Terima kasih kepada adik Usaini. Okey, baik. Apa nak saya katakan dalam tempoh 8 hari ini macam-macam suka dan duka yang kita tempuhi, yang kita lalui. Tak kira siapa pun yang terlibat dalam perlombaan ini, pastilah pelumba-pelumba ada pengalaman yang sangat pahit untuk ditelan dan sangat manis untuk diceritakan. Tak apa, himpun segala memori kenangan indah yang manis ini dan boleh diceritakan kepada generasi yang akan datang menjelang edisi yang ke-30 insya-Allah yang akan diadakan pada tahun 2026. Okey. Saya juga nak ambil kesempatan ini nak ucapkan terima kasih kepada Kementerian Belia Sukan KBS, kepada Majlis Sukan Negara MSN, kepada Persekutuan Kebangsaan Berbasikal Malaysia, kepada UCI, kepada PETRONAS of course dan kepada semua penaja-penaja yang bergabung tenaga untuk membentuk satu pasukan yang hebat bagi menganjurkan edisi yang ke-29 siri perlombaan jelajah PETRONAS Returi Langkawi 2025. Dan tak lupa juga kepada semua kru yang bertugas siang dan malam 24 jam yang berada di pusat penyiaran antarabangsa di Majlis Sukan Negara ini. Terima kasih kepada anda semua yang bersegang mata dan pecah kepala untuk dapatkan idea yang terbaik, dan terima kasih juga kepada semua kru kami yang berada di setiap lokasi perlombaan. Akhir kata daripada saya, Akbar Sari, Majlis Sukan Berbasikal untuk Malaysia. Kita jumpa lagi. Terima kasih kepada anda semua. Jangan lupa untuk #BeatTheHeat. Assalamualaikum. Jumpa lagi tahun depan.
Le peloton, 3 noms partants, le 93, le 141 et le 141 pardon, et le 143. Je répète pour les noms partants, 93, 141, 143.
Yeah, it's first time for me in Malaysia, and yeah, I like it so far. So I look forward for this week. Seems like polite people and very happy to see us. So yeah, I'm enjoying my stay.
There it is, Aaron Gate, a salute of victory. The strong legs of XCS Astana.